Madness is finally here. College basketball heaven. And at Pub Sports Radio, we don't just have one contest for you to get paid in full. We've got two.
$50 to enter each contest, with $2 of going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
Our first contest is the old bracket contest. And we use the Fibonacci scoring sequence,
which means each round's value is worth the sum of the previous 2 rounds of value. So 2 points for the first round, 3 points for the next round, 5 points, 8, 13, and 21 for the national championship. The second contest we have here is our confidence pool. You have 90 points to put together a roster of your favorite teams.
A number 1 seed is worth 16 points. If you use all 4 number 1 seeds as part of your roster of teams, of course, that will cost you 64 points. You'll only have 26 to fill out the remaining teams. You receive 10 points for a round 64 winner, 15 points for a round of 32 winner, 20 points for Sweet 16, 25 for Elite 8, Final Four 30 points, and the NCAA champion, you get 50 points. You can use as many teams as possible with the 90 points allotted. And that's not all. Harbor Acres Cottages are adding $350, a salty bonus to the winner of this year's confidence pool. Shout out to the great people at Harbor Acres Cottages.
And shout out to you guys for joining our contest. Cannot wait to fight it all out here in March, because, baby, this is college basketball season. Let's go.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.
The low baggers, plus the gappers, gamblers and hustlers, we bust on boogies. Death with the bag, let's discuss. It's a must be the low shack, giving you the keys to the money. Jimmy got a mantra, I like making money. Phuket holds it down, here's to the chat. I'm thinking about leche, tell me where you at. Leche, 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 leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Great to see all of you. Happy Thursday. There are 66 games on the board today. One is in play. Very close to UMass first half. Didn't move on it, which is fine. I had an issue. You know, we have too many games on the schedule when I can't fit them in the description. You get 5,000 words, 5,000 letters in the description, and we were over 10,000. So then I spent 30 minutes, which I wanted. There's 4 bets I wanted to make, but I spent 30 minutes cutting down the description so it would fit. I don't know. I pressed the wrong button and deleted everything. And so in the description right now, it's just college, but rest assured, NBA is second and NHL is last. And I will be fixing the description after the show. Great to see all of you guys. We have a lot of work to do here. A lot of work. We got Sugary Salts in the house. Great to see you, Sugary Salts, making moves here. Defense wins championships. Patino having them play D. He's on the under today in St. John's. We got Truth Teller in the house. His Raptors were not a good bet. I tried to get people off the Raptors yesterday. I didn't have the balls. I didn't have the balls to be on the other side of most of our cappers, which would have been the Magic and the Pelicans. It's too bad. But the Raptors are showing they're showing that they're a heartless group. Pirtle in there changed nothing. It's too bad, but it is what it is. Stacks in the house. Great job yesterday. And Stacks, NC State and UConn. It's a pretty legit move towards UConn. So we're going to be able to live bet all of these games right now. First off, March Madness contests in full effect. Sign up on pubsportsradio.com. We're very excited about them. We need heavy signups as well. So please sign up at pubsportsradio.com. And we have the salty bonus on the confidence pool. So $350 on top for the winner. We got Stacks, NC State, UConn. We got Wine Time Sports. And yesterday, and I didn't know about this. I didn't know, but our friend Elio in the hospital for 12 days. They're sending him home today. So the prayers have been answered. We don't know what the infection is, but it's good enough where they want him just to heal at home. So that is wonderful news. Elio coming home where he needs to be. So shout out to our friend Elio. Thank you for sending love to our guy Elio. Matty Ice, taint play of the day is in. It is Florida State plus 17.5. I'm on them. Those are the only bets I've got in college basketball. Notice I'm wearing my Seminoles hat. I'm on Florida State first half and full game, Matty. 17.5, 10.5. Well, 10.5 first half, full game, 17. I'm right with you. So I'm already on the taint play of the day, which is great news. It's great news. Let's hear the taint horns just to get us ready to get this money. Taint is in. Matty Ice, great to be rocking with you. Kristen Hess in the house. We have Gerald Jones ready to get to work. A ton of action coming in here. Kong's Clips looking for his third contest win of the year. That's incredible. BJ is on Miami. He's on the U here. Let's get this all copied and pasted, and let's get to work in our first game. Jose's going to be helping me. So scheduling-wise, and yes, maybe talking too fast at times today. Scheduling-wise, Bobano will be joining us in 50 minutes, in 50 minutes. So we got to get a lot of work done before he gets here. He's going to be here for an hour. We're going to hit every single game on the card. We're going to go in order. After Bobano's shift, Spooner comes in for an hour shift. Then hopefully we're close to the end of the 40, because there's 9 games, 43 college basketball games. Hopefully we're near the end of it. Then we can get into basketball. Dizzy's action here in the chat. Let's get it all copied and pasted. Then we'll get an NBA, and then we'll get into NHL. I'll throw down an NHL. So great to see all of you guys. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Kong's Clips action and Irish King in the house. A ton of action today. I held back a little bit yesterday. I'm not sure why. Maybe Tuesday was just too intense. I can't explain it. But I'm gonna fire away. Ricky Bobby in the house. We got the Godfather ready to get to work. We'll be seeing the Godfather very soon here. Very, very soon. We'll be seeing the Godfather down at Pubapalooza 5. Nasty Nate ready to go. I did stop taking the slits. Ski Profit in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Acacia ready to go. He no ball. 13 more days, says our guy Nasty Nate. So let's get right to work here. Game 1 is afoot. So let's just get to our live board here and see what we are dealing with. 8-8 right now. 8-8. I had interest in UMass first half. I let it go. So I'm just going to let it go. But we will be checking in and seeing if we want to make moves live. I'm pumped up about the show. Let's get right to work, shall we? We start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, A10 Championship second round. Again, 66 games, actually 65 because we missed the first one, of graphics for our Jose Bouquet to battle through. So as soon as he can get ahead of it a little bit, he's going to jump on and set these games up. But he's hard at work right now setting those things up. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's get after it. George Washington Revolutionaries, Fordham Rams. We are in the A10 Championship second round. This is all at PPG Paints Arena in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. George Washington did not finish the season strong, dealing with injuries, got healthier down the stretch. Fordham Rams were a decent squad. I mean, both teams sitting here 8 and 10, I believe. Both of them, 8 and 10 in the A10. Both teams tied there at 8 and 10. The Revolutionaries faced Fordham. They played at home versus Fordham and lost badly, 79-65. It was a pretty ugly performance. Big win for Fordham. It was in a stretch of losing, but we kind of felt that they were going to let go against Fordham because they had just gone to St. Louis 4 nights earlier. At the time, St. Louis 21, undefeated in the A10, and almost beat them. And we're up 10 at halftime and put all their energy into that game. So it was a very bad spot when they faced Fordham. here. They closed the conference season kind of poorly. Beat St. Bonaventure at home, lost to Loyola Chicago 68-62. Now, we saw what Loyola Chicago might be made of yesterday, as they seem to be a little stronger than we had expected. So the Revolutionaries closed the season poorly, had high expectations, and didn't really deliver. Fordham Rams here. Fordham Rams closed the season quite strong. They had a nice 4-game winning streak. Then they lose at VCU and a surprise loss at LaSalle. Beat Rhode Island at home on seniors night. They had a 4-game winning streak before those 2 losses. They closed the season much stronger than George Washington here. We got action in from the Goracle. Iowa State, Tennessee, Kansas money line for the Goracle. Copied and pasted. Gorky, thank you for sharing that with us. So let's take a look at the line history. And here, if you guys are making moves, this was not planned. Dutch Boy Fresh in the house as well. Spurs. And there's Spooner. He'll be joining us in a little bit. Cannot wait. Dutch Boy Fresh, Spurs -5.5. Thank you for sharing that with us, Dutch. Looking forward to go through that NBA card. We got Billy Brisbane who will be rocking with us. Let's go through the line history here. Massachusetts taking a 3-point lead here over Miami of Ohio. George Washington now -7. I'm very hesitant to get in the way of this, but and I guess I'm going to have to let it go. It feels like it's too many points here. Opening up at 5.5. It's a very strong move to the 7. I'm not going to, look, yes, in the NHL yesterday, the line for the Habs was absolutely ridiculous. And there was a 50-cent move against the Habs. And in the NHL, I'm comfortable saying, look, this is ridiculous. Here, I can't look at you and say that this move towards George Washington is ridiculous. It does seem heavy and strong. And I lost with Minnesota last night outright badly, and they were, 6-point favorites. So maybe it's just around that number that's making me very uncomfortable. Let's go to the cash flow and see what information we have to get things started. They're giving us no cash flow information. Here. Oh, no, that's because I'm on first half. Sorry, I was looking at first half. So go back to the default. And we do have cash flow information. 53% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on Fordham. And we've moved to a 7. A wine time on George Washington -6.5. That makes perfect sense. You have all this money on Fordham. I'm not going to do it because it sort of goes against how I saw the season ending. And I know you could talk about the injuries that George Washington was dealing with down the stretch, and I was a part of it. But I'm not going to be able to join you here, but it certainly seems like it's very sharp action moving towards George Washington. So wine time moving on George Washington. Now, again, one of the benefits of capping every single game as we're working together live is that I will have interest in George Washington live if Fordham jumps out. But that's it. So that concludes 11:30 action. Let's move on to 12 p.m. action here. We want to make sure these games are all capped before Bobano joins us here. So let's roll. We start with NC State Wolfpack, 20-12, 10-8 in the ACC. Now, there have been some very memorable NC State teams that have had marginal records in conference, like this Wolfpack group at 10-8 and gone on enormous runs. I don't want that to get too involved in the bias here as we cap this game. I also don't want to get, look, I was high on Virginia, and I took them first half against Duke, and then I saw the difference between a truly elite college basketball team in Duke and a really good basketball team in the Cavaliers, and it took the wind right out of me. I have not moved on Virginia since Duke slapped them with impunity in the mouth. So it's very, very uncomforting. By the way, Godfather says Miami over House at -2.5 right now, -100 if you are interested. 17-13. Miami over House just hit a 3, so it's 17-16 back to 4.5. So here we go. We head to the Charlotte, North Carolina, to the Spectrum Center for ACC tournament quarters. A little blurry. Okay, sorry. Thank you. See if I can. I don't know why that is. Hopefully that is just fixed. Let me know if it's still blurry. It does look blurry to me, but I am blind. It's the last thing I need right now. Okay, please let me know if it's still blurry, and thank you for keeping me a foot, a titty, keeping me abreast of the situation. Thank you, my friend. All right, so let's get into this NC State Virginia Cavaliers game. The first thing that, I mean, look, NC State has been good to us in certain situations, but they certainly closed the season poorly. I'm talking about Virginia getting smacked in the mouth by Duke. NC State got kicked in the teeth by Duke. I mean, it was a very embarrassing performance by NC State at home, losing by 29. And what did they follow it up with? A loss to Stanford at home. That was the fourth game of a 4-game losing streak. And what concerns me here about this spot is they got absolutely annihilated by Virginia twice. They lose 76-61 at home, lose by 15 points, then go to Virginia and lose 90-61, lose by 29 points. It just gets worse and worse and worse. True Teller, Sabalenka, and Swiatek moneyline parlay, and Maboko and Sabalenka over 20.5 for the Truth Teller. So there we go. That's the concern, is that they just destroyed the squad twice, and expecting the same thing to happen a third time, it's a little dangerous, especially on such a big stage. This total opened up at 150. It dropped down to 148.5, and it came back to 150. If you didn't have the profile of what these two teams did against each other, this line wouldn't be near. Jose, my friend, how are you?
Good. Continue on. It's a busy day.
It is a busy day. I just, let's say this. You beat a team by 15, then you beat a team by 29, and the line opens up at a 5. Well, you can say, well, that line's opened up, expecting to get NC State action. Let's just go, hoping to get Virginia action. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Now, this line does fit in. Virginia was minus 6.5 at home in that 29-point victory. I just find it tricky here. Chris Warren got Virginia minus 5.5. I get it. I just find it uncomfortable. That's all. I guess there is. I guess when you look at how Virginia opened up at 5.5 and closed at 6.5, then this line does make sense. It's just been moving more and more. Why don't we just see what that line was at home on January 3rd? NC State at home. Again, they got just destroyed in the first half, 40-20. And NC State were 4.5-point favorites. So, yeah, we've seen a huge change throughout. Let's just quickly go to Ken Palm here. I mean, look at this just – I mean, maybe it's just that easy. NC State matches up poorly with Virginia, and it's just going to be an absolute smash and grab, just like the first two games. I just find that very difficult to believe. Virginia ranked 20th according to Ken Palm. And let's go to let's get this up here. Let's get the NC State here and see where we have NC State. God, that's not happening. Okay, here we go. And my control F is not helping. All right.
I'm glad you know how to do control F.
34, right? 34. So I guess considering that, this line is too big. Look, this is just, I'm not going to sit back and expect the same thing to happen a third time. Well, what do you make of it, Jose? You beat a team by 15 in their barn. They come play you at home. You beat them by 30. And here this opens up at a 5.
Yeah, fishy line. I would agree with you. I wouldn't want to take the team that won the previous two matchups at that line for sure.
63% of the tickets, 72% of the cash on Virginia. If you're on Virginia, look, it's moved a point towards Virginia. Circus got 71% of the tickets, 93% of the cash on Virginia, and they moved it a point.
And we often say it's not about the point movement; it's about where the line opened, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it depends what you want to focus on, and you should weigh them both equally generally. So I'm not starting my card in 38 minutes with Virginia. And now, if the Wolfpack were to menace early, I would be very, very interested in Virginia. Miami of Ohio just hit a 3. They've taken the lead. It is 2019 Miami of Ohio. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. Jose, Providence Friars, St. John's Red Storm. Madison Square Garden, New York, New York. Set us up, my friend.
Yep. Shout out to Wine Time. He was on Providence in the faces of everyone on Butler yesterday. He cashed.
50 to 1, right?
Congratulations.
50 to 1 for the conference championship.
Yep. So today's a big game for them. Obviously, we all knew that they were going to be big underdogs to St. John's here. 10.5 point favorites at open, now at 11. One place showing 11.5. Heritage showing 11.5 here. So that's interesting in that respect. As for where people are betting, we have 62% of the bets and 76% of the money on St. John's, unsurprisingly.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with some recency bias when we're talking about teams that have played a conference game, succeeded, and then they're playing a higher seed that is yet to play. The first thing I think is important is to see what happened when these teams met up. And Providence had one win in a 6-game stretch, and somehow that win. Now, they were playing very good because they win at St. John's, and then they lose in overtime at home to UConn. They've shown that they can step up against top teams, but then we have some, egregious losses. Then they play St. John's again. St. John's gets their revenge at home, 79-69. But it's hard for me to sit there. And Nasty Nate was on the Friars as well. I love to see it. Nutflush Allen in the house, my man. What up? So, Providence does appeal to me in a first half situation in this game. We've seen the St. John's ability to kind of lock in and, get out of trouble when they put themselves in trouble. And it's possible to overlook Providence here to start this one out. Early game. I find Providence appealing here. We've had the line move from 10.5 immediately to 11.5, and then not much further than that. Kong says St. John's smash spot. Can you go over the cash flow again here on this one?
Sure, it is. Let me go back here. 62% of the bets and 76% of the money on St. John's.
God, I think Providence can be in this basketball game. They got off to a slow start yesterday, came together. They've shown in 2 games against St. John's that they can play here with them. Enough.
Well, who knows? Maybe the big bets on St. John's are the horse racing guy, the guy that owns all the horses, and he owns like canes and all that shit.
Yeah, God, everybody's so confident in them here in the chat. Circa hanging an 11. It'd be nice to see them hanging a 10.5. They haven't moved it with the money on St. John's. Huh. Mike Rapoli says, pick the pros. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because he's got ponies in the chat, man. It's almost the run for the roses, and we're behind on our cap in there. Ronnie Loughlin in the house. Kong says, Tournament Patino is a different animal. So wine time on Providence, of course, plus 11. They had a huge brawl in the last game. So St. John's going to come. Steve G in the house. What up, Steve, my man? We know that St. John's going to come locked in. God, I'm interested in Providence first half. Very, very interested in Providence first half. If I don't make the bet right now, when I say we'll revisit in 8-9 minutes, there's about a 40% chance I move on it. I start second guessing it. I'm interested in Providence first half. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, Jose, and this is game 1 of our Morgan Spooners card. So let's roll right into it now. Let's roll into Hawkeyes, Buckeyes.
Yep. Shout out to Iowa here, coming through for wine time, at least getting the dub yesterday here. Right now, I'm seeing
big move.
I guess I need to double check and see if this line is accurate here, because I'm seeing a -2 for Iowa is now a +1.5 for Iowa here. Bet Online opened up -2 Iowa, and then moved to the Ohio State -1 now. Bovada has -1 Ohio State opener. Bookmaker -1.5 Iowa. I keep trying to say Iowa State apparently, but is now -1 Ohio State. So very interesting flip in this game. As for where the money is here, we have 54% of the bets and 56% of the money on the Hawkeyes here. And that's Hawkeyes, not hot guys, by the way.
Oh God, that's horrible. This dog to favorite has been delivering through these conference tournaments. Drewski says Book's lying. Take Iowa. It's just been working. It's so hard to not trust it. I was wondering if anything would change because this had been going on for some time. Circa hanging Iowa State at the -1. Look, gamblers have taken notice. This initially had more money and tickets on Iowa. It's coming back. Circa opened this up at a pick'em. Moved it to 1.5. Got some Iowa money, brought it back to a pick'em, and then move it to -1 again. I mean, it's just hard. So let's take a look here. Shout out to Justin in the house. Kong kind of liking Iowa State here. It's a pretty legit move, especially if you consider what happened the last time these teams met. 74-50, and we're not talking a long time ago, man. We're talking February 25th. 74-57 Iowa Hawkeyes victory. Iowa was at home and just stomped on Ohio State. Absolutely stomped on them. Played clean basketball, had them on their heels right from the get-go. And so the idea that this would move towards Iowa State money line it's a massive, massive move. It's a massive move. I mean, it's not like we have one game of sample. And what the books are saying is don't trust that sample size. And, this is insane to me. I don't know. I just feel like we have to trust here. I feel like we have to trust the Irish King doing it. At this point here, you don't even need, and you can if you want, but you don't need. I mean, you can just take the money line at this point, keep it clean. Jose, can you give me like a bet online money line movement on this one?
Sure. Let me see what I can do for you there. And by the way, Jimmy, can I make an official bet with you? This is not a college basketball bet, but I'd like to make it official for record-keeping purposes.
Sure.
Michael B. Jordan to win Best Actor, -200. Put 100 on it to win 50 last night. Just for everyone's record-keeping purposes out there.
Jesus, I will not write that down.
minus 125 opener for Ohio State on the money line here, according to Bet Online, which is weird. It is now -112 Ohio State.
So Spooner says Ohio State punched their ticket to the tournament with every bubble team puking away their chances. These Buckeyes won't have the same motivation, in my opinion. I was floored by the line move. I need them. I need them.
And by the way, I think this is a better indication of the line movement. My bookie opened this up -137 Iowa. It is now -125 Ohio State.
Jesus. That's just okay. I'm gonna get you know what? Actually, we have 28 minutes. Let's do the 12:30 games because I'm okay. So look, I'm falling for it, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, look, Spoon's got Iowa plus 2.5. He must, despite being shocked by the line move, seeing that he's got an advantage. But I can't. And there's Topset in the house, coming home, buddy. Man, I'm putting a smile on my face, Topset. It's always so scary when you don't know what the hell's what the hell's wrong, and when these doctors don't know what's wrong. The fact that you're going home is a very good sign and healing there. Love you, Elio, my man. Old Buck Knife. Going to be around for a while.
Elio, you just missed it, Elio. Michael B. Jordan, Best Actor, -200. Your bet of the day.
All right, let's roll. Let's roll because I'm so interested in this next spot on the board. Big 12 tournament quarters, T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. Now, for these 12:30 games, we're going to get a quick take from Bobano. So you do have 57 minutes. It's more about laying a foundation here. Jose, let's roll. DC Capper and House, what up, my man? Let's roll here. Iowa State, Texas Tech. This one's a fun one.
Yep, big game here. Not often we're talking about two ranked teams on this program, so it's very fun when we do get to talk about them here. I'm still on money lines, which is classic, but I can now switch to spreads and tell you that this opened up at -5 for Iowa State here. I'm seeing 5.5s across the board. Bookmaker even has a 6 available there. Bet online 5. Got up to a 6 there as well, but came back down to a 5.5 and is there now. And right now we have, as I scroll around for the Big 10, or excuse me, the Big 12 here, 52% of the bets and 67% of the money on Iowa State.
And it's stagnant, the line at this point?
Yeah, half point move towards Iowa State here, but Bookmaker has a 6 here, so opened up a 5.
So as Kong's talking about, these teams just met. 82-73 victory for Texas Tech. They were shot out of a cannon, 45-29. It's too bad. It's too bad because there's nothing I want to do more than fade a team after winning by 50 points and just fade them in the first half. It doesn't need to be a full game fade. There's nothing I want to do more than that. And the issue here is that Iowa State is going to be ready. It sucks. It would be almost a perfect situation, but it can't be. It just can't be because of what Texas Tech just did to them. Will Rondo in the house. So I had planned. I had TT first half here. It was the first thing I wrote on the entire card. But I can't because of what Texas Tech just did to them. So I was certain that this was going to be an addition. It's not going to be able to be one here. So there's so much on the board. So if there's one thing that makes me uncomfortable, Kong's clip says Texas Tech beat Iowa State at home. This is a revenge game on Iowa State here. I think they ran it up. We got Washington, Fordham. George Washington, Fordham under is the respect play of the day. That one's going off right now, but you can look to get on live. Shout out to our guy, Res Mob, Steady Mob, and in the house. Okay, I can't do it because of it. I don't want Iowa State after a 50-point victory. I can't fade them first half because they just lost to the team they're playing. So, damn it. Let's move on, Jose. Let's move on to Missouri, Kentucky.
Missouri, Kentucky here. An interesting Kentucky team this year. Never know what to make of them under their new coach here, but it's always fun to talk about them. -3 is what they sit at right now. That was their opener as well. So, Bet Online has moved at 2 cents towards Missouri, -112 for the +3, but not much movement across the board here. And there is 53% of the bets and 66% of the money on Missouri in this game.
Wow. I didn't expect Missouri to be the public side here. But what has Kentucky done? I get that side of things. I mean, they snapped their losing streak by barely beating LSU yesterday. Why would that appeal to anybody? They did not look good. But it's hard to sell them too low here. Tricky to sell them too low. Missouri beat them in the lone meeting these teams had this year. 70. What was the score again? 73-68. Missouri took them out. Why don't we take? And then Kentucky went on a real run. They won 8 of 9 games after that. Then they lose 3 straight. They've lost 5 of 7 before beating LSU. Slow Jam says Missouri is a play. Miss Smokeslot says Missouri is the better team. Justin McKelvey is Kentucky -3.5 here. So, Jose, so can you give me the line movement at BOL one more time?
There is none,
2 cents,
basically.
you said, just 2 cents.
Yeah.
When did the line become available?
It came available yesterday at 3:18. It got up to 3.5, came back down, and just did the whole Irish jig up and down. 4 a.m. this morning, it was a 3.5, came back down at 8 a.m. or 7:30, I should say.
Wow. Topset says Iowa just took some heavy action at Hard Rock there, -1.5. Wow. Let me just go over it because I have Hard Rock here. Let's just go over that right now. Wow, that's not listed here. So that must have happened. Okay, so let's. Wow, that'd be pretty exciting. Oh, here it is. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Circa just moved it 4 minutes ago. Iowa -1.5.
Wow.
Wow. That's a big move. Wow. Okay. That is a big, big move back here. God, that UMass up a point at halftime. I should have pulled the trigger. The leans yesterday were so strong. I was like, just pull the trigger on everything. And then, of course, the first game I don't pull the trigger on. Wow. Okay, well, I'm going to have some concern about that move back to Iowa here. We saw the line move late a point from 4 to 3 in the UNLV game, and the 3 pushes. These are sharp moves here 20 minutes before tip-off. Rob Free says that's enough for me now to bet Iowa. Okay, so for me, the dog to favorite thing is out the window. But let's just talk about that a little further. I mean, the line still is. Ohio State was better in conference play than Iowa. They're ranked very close. The books are telling us it's a pick 'em, and I believe it. Their books are saying it's a coin flip, and I believe it. I was talked off, unfortunately, the Texas Tech spot. I'm not going to be the Kentucky-Missouri game. At this point, they're 65% of the cash on Missouri, and the books aren't moving in a cent. They're comfortable with this money coming in. On Missouri, that makes me uncomfortable. So when it's all said and done, the one spot that I want is Providence first half. And then, I mean, we've just seen Providence play them tough. Providence gets some confidence. Why can't they keep it together for 20 minutes before St. John's kind of locks in? I mean, it's tricky fading Pitino for even 20 minutes, but I feel like that is the spot. So, okay, so I'm not moving on Iowa, Ohio State, and I'm not moving. Unfortunately, I can't move on Texas Tech after they just won. I'm not moving on. I lean towards Missouri, but if they're going to be comfortable taking all that money, I'm going to be off that spot too. And don't forget, we're going to ask Bobano all of these questions as well. So then I would just like to look at the first half line history here on the St. John's game. And then we can move past it. So first half line history here, St. John's, Providence. So, I mean, look at this. So, the line has moved a half point or so towards St. John full game. But it's moved a half point towards Providence in the first half. I think Providence is live on the first half. And so I'm going to move right now. Chris Wine said I think it's Missouri. The only thing I'm moving on in games before the MAC quarters, which we'll get into next, the only thing is Providence first half. So, Jose, I'm going to put this in right now. Why don't you take off the Missouri-Kentucky headline? Why don't you tell us about your thoughts quickly while I get this bet in on the quarterfinals of the WBC?
The WBC. Immediately when you said that, I was like, what conference is that? And then I realized what you were talking about there for a second. Well, I mean, Jimmy, first of all, I'm still a child, and I obviously put $100 on Venezuela last night with my heart. and that didn't have a shot in hell of winning. Not for one moment did I have a shot, but I appreciate you for lessening the blow with Delaware State. I mean, look, I'm still alive with my USA futures, which is nice. I got plus 150 a long time ago. They think they're plus 120 last time I saw here, which is interesting. But the DR, they're kind of a wagon, and they're playing the US in round 2, most likely.
Hey! Is Canada got no chance, man?
No. I said you guys were gonna get out of the group. I congratulate you. Cal Quantrill did his job. The captain, Josh Naylor, he did his job. But no, you guys, that sucks for you guys. But the thing that I think Venezuela has a shot against Japan, because Ranger Suarez versus Yamamoto will be a very fun matchup. But Venezuela is playing to get into the Olympics as well. The top 2 Latin American countries get into the Olympics here. And that also includes, I think, Canada as well. So it's Puerto Rico, Canada, the DR, and Venezuela. And whoever finishes the top 2 in the WBC makes the Olympics for baseball. And there's only 6 teams going to the Olympics for baseball. So I think Venezuela will be playing with a lot of motivation, because Omar Lopez has talked about that several times. So no lines yet for the games. I just try to look them up. I don't know if you guys have them in the chat, but I'm excited. I'll be looking forward to see what the Venezuela Japan line was. If the DR was like minus 230 against them, is it going to be minus 200 for Japan? I don't know. So I'm going to be very interested to see what happens there. And shout out to Vinny Pasquantino Spoons, indeed, because that I got sweaty. I definitely thought that the U.S. was not going to qualify, because I thought that that handshake agreement was going to be made. Let's just play a low-scoring game. Both of us advance and get out of here. But, I'm still confident with my USA bets. I look forward to watching Japan do Venezuela, and a little worried about the DR in round 2. A little worried about that. So that'll be a very fun game either as well. Slow Jam, shout out to you. He's also, by the way, saying, is it too early to drink beer and sweat out tickets? I'm still celebrating my birthday. So shout out to you, Slow Jams. Was that yesterday your birthday was, or is it today, since you said still here? But shout out to you, Slow Jams.
Slow Jams, man. I think it was on the weekend, wasn't it?
Well, let us know, Slow Jams.
I'm in plus 6.5, minus 115. That's at Bet365. Plus 6.5 first half. Providence Friars plus 6.5, minus 115. That's popping off in 14 minutes. Okay, so we're in business. Let's start rolling through 1:30 p.m. Eastern action. Oh, I didn't put it in the Discord. Let me just pop it in the Discord, and then but set us up for our next spot on the board. Jose,
the mighty Bowling Green versus Toledo.
Yes.
Oh man, these are the games that this program is built on. Bowling Green versus Toledo, 1-point line, and it is casually creeping towards Toledo here. -1 opener, now -1.5 across the board. Only place that doesn't have that is Bookmaker right now. And for the money percentages here, we have it pretty split. 56% of the bets and 57% of the money on Toledo here. None of these sides have been heavily bet yet. You know, like 80-70% of the bets and money on each side. So, or on one side. So very interesting so far.
Sorry, can you hit me with that cash flow one more time?
Sure. It was 56% of the bets and 57% of the money on Toledo. And by the way, I forgot to say this as well. Shout out to the Godfather and TJ. We watched the game on the Discord last night. It was anticlimactic for me, but I did get my balls tickled there in the 9th inning. So that was fun. So shout out to you guys.
You know, it's a surprise that this would be the line, but Bowling Green played Toledo so tough this year. They played at Toledo January 24th, lose 73-72 in a nail biter. And in that one, Bowling Green were 1.5-point favorites on the road. So it's just the body of work, through January and February where Toledo felt like they separated from Bowling Green. But Bowling Green beat Toledo handily at home by 10. In that line, opened up at 4.5, closed at 3.5. Spooner said I could only bet Toledo at plus money in this game and says I was never given that option. Missouri down to a plus 2.5, says Top Set. Top Set joining Providence plus 6.5 first half. I guess just because of the way Bowling Green closed the year or the conference season, I was surprised by the line, but I shouldn't be. And look at the wins that Toledo had: Eastern Michigan, Northern Illinois. I mean, going to Ohio and winning was impressive. And then they almost took out Miami of Ohio. They beat Buffalo. I mean, they certainly feel like they turned it on here down the stretch. And, we have a vividness of the Falcons being a trash basketball team. They certainly weren't this year. I had initially thought that I was going to be on Bowling Green in this spot. And I don't know. I don't know. This feels coin flippy. It feels like Toledo's starting to turn it on. And I guess I'm going to have to stay off of the spot. I have some interest in Bowling Green. Again, we're going to get rapid fire questions to Bobano for these games that are a little bit later that we've already talked about and set up, and then we're going to do the full breakdowns of further games. So I'm just going to leave Bowling Green as a possibility here at this point. Let's roll on to the SWAC tournament quarters, and Jose, to lead you into this, Morgan Spooner is on his Alabama A&M Bulldogs here. Alabama A&M Bulldogs for Morgan Spooner at the minus 111 line. Take it away, Jose. Let's set a table.
Well, Spoons, unfortunately, the line has moved against you a little bit here. Alabama A&M and Texas Southern opened up at a pick'em. Now -1 to Texas Southern here. Still some pick'ems across the board, but Bovada has a -1, -115, and Bet Online has a -1, -112 there. For the money here, a lot of Texases we have to scroll through here. Actually, no bet percentages on this game. This is low conference, hate right now. Mid-Athletic Conference, the Southwestern Conference, and the Western Athletic Conference, and the American, all no money information on those games, unfortunately.
And we only saw these teams meet up once. Alabama A&M got fed. The Texas Southern won by 15, and that one 89-74 at home. Now, fed maybe isn't the right term because Alabama A&M were up 10 at half. Alabama A&M were 1.5-point favorites as well.
It kind of sounds pleasurable to be fed, if we're being honest. Just depends what you're being fed.
Ooh, Jesus. Okay, I'm just trying to stay focused here. It's not easy. I think the fact, this opens up as a pick'em, quickly moves to A&M to -1.5, and now we have a +1 towards Texas Southern. I said at. This is all at Gateway. Sorry, I try to start writing verse when we get to the neutrals, but I'm so used to writing at, and that's my fault. This is Gateway Center in College Park, Georgia. There are no ats. That's all verses here. Jose Perez says Alabama A&M. Wow, Miami of Ohio 39-37. Okay, they did get that late. Love your action there, Godfather. Top Set says you will get Toledo +3 or 4 spoon. This game will have lead changes. Yeah, Rob. But we're gonna stay focused here. This is a very difficult spot, and I am not. I think because Texas Southern destroyed Alabama A&M early in the year, and you could say that they're late play. I mean, you're talking about two teams with the same conference record, is somewhat of a wash. The fact that each team has had a second here as the favorite, none of this to me implies, unless you have a real feel for this team, that there's a winning angle. Here we have circa the pick'em. I mean, you have a FanDuel -1.5 for Alabama, Texas Southern -1.5 at DraftKings. Everybody's all over the board here, and so I imagine this goes down to the wire. I'll have some interest live moving on it. Matty I said really wanted Texas Southern here. North Carolina money line. We're going to get into all of these games. We have Bobano joining us very soon. Spooner after us, after Bobano. So we got a lot of action here. Johnny Redbeard now. It's great to see you, JRB. All right, let's roll on. Let's move on to the A10 second round. The Bonnies and the Patriots.
The Bonnies. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't dug deep into it, but apparently some rumblings about Woj and the Bonnies over there. I wonder what he's up to. But George Mason going up against them today here. We'll start with the cast flow on this one because, again, it's pretty split. 51% of the bets and 55% of the money on George Mason here. As for where the line has gone, -3 opener, juice towards George Mason, -115. It is now a 3.5 across the board, except for Bovada. Still has a -3, but 3.5s everywhere else.
It feels like a very low line. I mean, these teams just played. St. Bonaventure lost by 13. I mean, what do we care that the Bonnies beat LaSalle, a broken team facing, their two top players done for the season 2 weeks ago? I mean, the Bonnies lose at home to George Mason 77-73 and then lose 71-58. I mean, it's hard to find wins for St. Bonaventure. And what we're supposed to just believe that they've turned it on and they're ready to go. I find it very difficult to believe. But teams do get hot, get a win again. Come on, what am I saying? LaSalle's broken. Who cares that St. Bonaventure beat them? It does feel a little too easy here to get to George Mason. That's my biggest concern, is that it just feels very, very easy. Now, are there people who paid out yesterday from the Bonnies? I think they're just going to do it again. You know what? Let's go over what the lines were those first two meetings, and then we can decipher whether we think this is, a legit situation. So these guys just played at George Mason. So George Mason should have been 5.5 or 6 point favorites, and they were 3.5 point favorites, 4.5 to 3.5. At that time, the Bonnies are 4-12 in the A10. George Mason's 10-6, and the line moved towards St. Bonaventure. Miss Smokeslot says George Mason just haven't been scoring lately like they should. This is, I guess, if you consider what the line was, when George Mason was playing at home, I guess that. God, I mean, the Bonnies are just not a team that. Look, the line doesn't make sense for a team that's 4-14 in conference play, but it didn't make sense when we were at George Mason and George Mason smashed and grabbed them. I don't see why. I don't think we should put anything into what St. Bonaventure did yesterday against LaSalle. Spooner says Mason was dealing with injuries. Those players have come back here. I don't. God. I mean, I think that we should. We have no cash flow. That's the problem. We have no cash flow in the spot here. Well, I don't see how we don't not disbelieve what St. Bonaventure just did against a broken down basketball team. I don't.
We have cash flow, 50-50 basically, but 51% of the bets, 55% of the money on George Mason.
It just feels a little too easy to get to Mason. And I'm going to trust that. I'm going to trust that this is just a little too easy. This opens up at a 3, and then 2 hours later, it moves down to a 2.5. I mean, we saw what Missouri State did. We saw what some of these teams that have win a couple games late in conference play and then start playing their best basketball. I just feel like this is a little too easy to get to. I feel like it's a little too easy to get to, and it's not where I want to be. It's not where I want to be. So let's roll on. Let's roll on a Big Ten tournament here. Huskies whiskey, and this is interesting. Oh, I guess we've got enough. Here. This is interesting. We have here with whiskey. I believe this is Ronnie Crawford. Yes, this is the Ronnie Crawford spreadsheet play of the day in college basketball. It is whiskey. If you're listening on your headphones at work right now, you might want to turn down a little bit. Spreadsheet play today from our Ron Crawford is the Badgers. Jose, my friend, hit me. Let's set this one up.
Yes, and so I'm messing with my mic right now, so let me know. We're looking at me like it's not sounding good right now.
Sounds a little better. It sounds a little better.
Okay, well, we're working and trying to figure out what the level should be right now. Again, apparently, I messed with it earlier this week, but let me know in the chat if we're sounding okay. 6.5 opener for the mighty Badgers here. 7.5s are popping up on the board now. MyBookie, Heritage, Bovada also have 7.5s here. Bet Online, Bookmaker have 7s right now here. Just to click on Bet Online real quick, it did get up to a 7.5 at one point. It's come down to a 7. As for bet percentages, accidentally closed out. Classic. We've got 70% of the bets and 66% of the money on Wisconsin here.
Yeah, it might be a little too hot, the mic right now, Jose, but it did sound improved, but it might be a little
better, worse. Am I going down or up?
I still think maybe it's still might be a tiny bit too hot, but it's hard not to think that Wisconsin's just going to smack them out. Who cares what Washington's done against USC? Which is what I want to say about St. Bonaventure smacking LaSalle. But who cares? Wisconsin just destroyed Washington. And I find it hard to believe we're in the Big Ten tournament third round that Whiskey's just going to take this easy. I mean, they know that things get more and more difficult. I mean, who's going to have fans at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois? Whiskey or the Huskies? I mean, it's going to be all Whiskey fans. And, Whiskey goes to Washington. Whiskey's 1.5-point favorites. Now we have a neutral, and they proved that they're just much better than Washington. 7 is a big number. But here, at least, the line comes out at 6.5 and immediately goes to 7.5. The 7s at BOL are juiced here. I mean, I don't see why Wisconsin just doesn't handle their business here, and take out Washington and show that they're for real in this tourney. What would possibly... It's too bad, that they just went to Washington and destroyed them. But now I see a 7.5 here. I imagine the double result's going to be up to like -160. Let's just see what the Washington double result. Yeah, it's exactly -160. That's a good sign. If that was sitting at -145 or something like that, it means that they're going to smack them up. How public are the Badgers here, Jose?
Pretty public here, Jimmy. They are 60. It just changed, actually. 69% of the bets, 66% of the money on Wisconsin. How's the mic sounding?
No, it's perfect. You're in business. Okay. Yeah, it's expensive. I mean, it's expensive. They're big favorites here. You can still get a 7 at -110. Wow, Iowa money line just went from -130 plus 106 as well. Wow. Big Scott is moving on George Mason. Miss Smokes a lot. Wisconsin Nick Boyd, PRA over.
Shout out to Pig Milk. UVA.
Yeah, Oh, and by the way, Wine Time is on Texas Southern as well. Oh, and also, my apologies when we were The 12 p.m. NC State Virginia game that's starting right now is Stack's play of the day number 1. Stack's play of the day number 1 is happening right now. He is on NC State. DC Capper moving on whiskey -7. So we have the Stacks. Both Stacks plays of the day are popping off right now because he's also Stacks play of the day number 2 is UConn. So, oh no, UConn's later in the day, isn't it? We haven't got there yet. All right, well, I'm tripping, man. Too many games in my head. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get to that in a little bit. Do you feel like with this breakdown here that this is too many points for whiskey? I mean, they just went to Washington and smacked them in the mouth. Are they gonna let go a little bit? I mean, it's a pretty strong line. The line sitting here at 7.5. I mean, this is a number that I don't succeed with that often. But here, Circus got 66% of tickets, 56% of cash on whiskey, and they moved it from 7 to 7.5. What is your initial feeling with this breakdown? That's a pretty strong number on a neutral, but it's not quite neutral because Huskies are going to have 50 fans there. What is your thoughts on this breakdown, Jose?
I probably stay off. For me personally, it is. Well, I mean, during the tournaments, the worry is obviously is like they're gonna foul and they're gonna play to like the very last second, and all that shit. So obviously it's do or die for these teams. Everyone knows that. So, I definitely leaned Washington from that aspect. But it was a pass for me. I couldn't get there either side of listening to the breakdown.
God, Slow Jam says they're just out of their league here. This is, I mean, we don't put any stock in what they did to USC. I mean, they lost at Oregon. This is look at the road games. Now I know this isn't officially a road game, but they lose at Oregon. That's an easy test for them. They beat Rutgers. They lose at Maryland. They lose at UCLA. They do beat Northwestern. They played Illinois pretty tough. I just hate the fact that whiskey already came and smacked them in the mouth. I'm gonna have to. And we started early. We're gonna be starting early on a lot of these college basketball days over the next little while. And AM on Washington plus 7.5. It just doesn't work perfectly. Because there's a possibility that whiskey overlooks a team they just went to their barn and smacked them. So I'm going to leave question marks here. We'll go rapid fire with Bobano on these games, so we'll see what he thinks. But it's a lot of points. And just to expect the same thing that we just saw, I'm hesitant. We have Pig Milk play of the day here. I don't have it copied and pasted.
UVA -6.5.
UVA -6.5. Okay, so
Pig Milk and Justin going heads up.
Wow. Okay, so that's happening as we speak. Pig Milk and Justin going heads up. So we are live. These noon games are live and in business. Providence, St. John's, NC State, Virginia, Iowa, Ohio State, all live here.
AM saying that we went over a lot of the games that he's on already, which is kind of funny. Let us know, AM, what you're on here today. That's funny.
Well, let's set up our next spot on the board here. Louisville, Miami Hurricanes. Jose, let's set this one up.
Sure. Shout out to Kong's Clips and the Louisville Cardinals here versus Miami here. Big game for Kongs. Hope it's going to go well for you here, my man. Whatever side you bet. 63% of the bets, 73% of the money on Miami here. I was going to say Jim Larinaga, but he is not the coach of Miami anymore. -2 opener for Louisville, and it is tumbling pretty quickly, Jimmy. There's actually pick'ems on the board at some of these offshores and other respected books like Bookmaker Heritage, Bet Chris, all have pick'ems right now. Bet Online, Bovada, MyBookie all have -1 Louisville, so still.
And what was the cash flow?
It was all on Miami here. 60, well, I guess not all, but 63% of the bet, 73% of money on Miami.
Well, they are certainly paying attention to it. I like the fact that they just lost to Louisville. I like that a lot. I mean, I don't see how Miami is not appealing in this spot. Ronnie Lofton on them, Hino Ball on them, Billy Friedrich on them. So we have AM on Iowa plus 1.5, Iowa State -5, Bowling Green, and Alabama A&M for our guy AM in the house. And Kong's NCAA play of the day right here in business, and it is the U. Well, it's interesting, AM. Iowa actually went from -1.5 to +1.5 to -1.5, but that's certainly that late move towards Iowa was, telling. This is a pretty legit move. Snapped that loss to Louis. I mean, it feels like a perfect situation. I mean, let's just, you can go from sport to sport, but we just watched this exact situation, let's say, for example, when Florida Panthers played the Detroit Red Wings. I guess that doesn't work because Florida won in Detroit to snap their... No, hadn't they lost? I thought they'd lost. Yes, Detroit beat Florida. Detroit had a game in between, which I believe they lost, but Florida didn't. Florida was waiting for them, and Florida beats them in the rematch. Miss Smokeslot says Brown was out against SMU. Irish King has Miami at -1.5. I think this is a very telling move. The only thing that you have to ask yourself was, why was Louisville the favorite in the first place? Brown out tonight. BJ says he's all over Miami.
Shout out to you, BJ.
That's the only issue here. Yeah, Brown out for the whole tournament. I mean, I don't see. That's the only thing. Yes, they just beat Louisville. So is that it? Because Miami loses at home? It just... I think it's fair to say that the opening line doesn't make that much sense. You know what? And everybody on Miami... and Brown thinks he can come back for March Madness. Yeah, I get it. And we have our next guest ready to rock. BJ says, I think it's because of the home loss. Yeah, but we're talking about a team that was 13-5 in conference with only 7 losses all year. I understand, Kong, and that makes Miami more appealing. So, you know what? This is one I don't think I think I'm getting some cold feet with. But we're going to rapid fire these games to our next guest. We have our next guest ready to rock. Jose, you did a stellar job. Please prepare to continue your job after Spooner because there will be some games left over. But great job, Jose. Thank you, my friend.
No problem. I'll see you soon.
We will see you soon. St. John's already up 7-0. NC State up 6-4. Iowa up 8-2. And as the market implied with that move towards George Washington annihilating Fordham 33-12. Miami of Ohio shooting out in the second half, up 7 right away. Let's bring on our next guest. Excited to have him rocking with us. Now, it's always been NHL all year long for us, but I sent a message. I'm like, look, we can't talk about these hockey games right now with all the conference games going on. And he was like, let's do it. So we have the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, the star of the Ice Guy, star of the NBA OG show, ready to cap these college basketball games with us. Without further ado, please welcome our friend, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the show. Bobano, how are you?
Little change of pace today. I'm not the hockey guy on betting with the bag today. And I don't mind that whatsoever. It's pretty... It's not the most fun thing to do, Jimmy, when I go through the entire NHL card start to finish every Thursday, and I got to do the same thing again on the Ice Guys show 2 hours later. I mean, to talk about the same things I talked about with you. So I welcome the opportunity here to talk a little college basketball conference tournaments with you here today.
Well, let's roll, my friend. It is wonderful to have you. So these games we have capped. So we just need very much rapid fire until we get to the games that we haven't capped yet. So we're going to go rapid fire right now, not setting up lines. We've done all of that. So in 17 minutes, we have Iowa State, Texas Tech here. And I wanted Texas Tech just because of how bad Iowa State, annihilated Arizona State. The issue here is that Texas Tech just went to Iowa State and slapped them in the face. And I can't get past that at this point. Do you have a move on this one?
One of my favorite sides. I laid the 5 with Iowa State. Revenge spot. Their only home loss in conference play at the Hilton Coliseum came against this Texas Tech team, a Red Raiders team that at the time was kind of riding that adrenaline wave of, pull up the bootstraps and rally around the injury to JT Toppin. And they had a few really good performances without him. And now reality is set in for Texas Tech the last 2 games, that they do indeed miss him because they have not been the same team the last couple of games. TCU, they lose outright as favorites. They lose to BYU on the road in the final regular season game. This is like a glorified home game, too, for Iowa State. I mean, the Cyclone faithful pack Kansas City for this Big 12 tournament. So I think this gets away from Texas Tech. I don't know if it's going to be a 20-point win, but I see a 8, 10, 12, 15-point win here for Iowa State. So -5 Cyclones for me.
You are in business, -5. Let's talk about Kentucky, Missouri. It's just been sitting here at 3, just sitting here, no movement. 65% or so of the cash on Missouri. We have a lot of cappers who want Missouri here in the chat. I was unable to pull the trigger. Are you moving on this one?
I'm on Missouri. I faded Kentucky yesterday. I took LSU in that game. I took the over. I'm going to take both here. Over the total, Missouri plus the points. Kentucky doesn't play great defense this year. I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. We've seen enough body of work to know this is just not a great defensive team. They don't guard well. You could score inside on them. This is a Missouri team with some veteran leaders. It's a Kentucky team that's just had problems all year, being able to defend and get stops. And that's concerning when you're laying points. That's why I took LSU. I mean, if you can't get stops, how could I lay, 9.5 with you yesterday against LSU? So, and Missouri beat them already this year at Rupp Arena. So, like I said, I think Missouri's live. And the fact we get 3.5 is just a bonus. So, plus 3.5 Missouri. Over 148.5 with the total, both -110.
Beautiful. We head on to the MAC Championship quarterfinal, Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. Toledo Rockets, Bowling Green Falcons. This was another spot that I found very, very difficult. We went over the line histories, the previous meeting. We went over it all, and I couldn't get to a side here. Are you moving on Falcons Rockets?
This one's a pass for me. It's a really interesting game. Toledo has not done well in this MAC tournament in recent years, and it's weird because I like Todd Kowalczyk. He's a pretty good coach. He did a good job at his previous stint. I think it was with Green Bay many, many years ago, the Phoenix. It's just surprising they've come up short and just been such a disappointment year after year in conference play. So I don't know. I think Toledo is discounted here. I lean that way, but they've had issues in this conference tournament. Bowling Green's been up and down. I don't fully trust them. I lean Toledo, but no bet.
I lean towards Toledo. We have our next spot here, the Spooner back in the Alabama A&M Bulldogs in the SWAC quarters. We had Matty Ice very close to moving on Texas Southern, a pick'em type situation that I couldn't find a side on. Did you move on this one?
Yeah, I took Texas Southern. Johnny Jones, been there for a very long time, very experienced coach. I think slight better team as well. That being said, Alabama A&M, they've got pretty decent momentum going into this tournament here. But I think Texas Southern at a pick'em has some value, and I think they win the game. So I did bet Texas Southern here, money line -110.
You are in business. Thank you for giving me the lines too, as I'll be tracking all this. Bonnie's George Mason. It just felt too easy to get to George Mason. I don't care what the Bonnies did against the broken down LaSalle team, but it just felt too easy. And the fact that this line immediately went from 3 to 2.5. Now I know we're at 3.5 now. It just felt too easy here, and I had to let go. I'm certain are the Bonnies the Missouri State Bears? Like, are we going to see a team that struggled all conference and then, starts getting hot very late, and then, as we just saw Missouri State take out Liberty? Tell us your thoughts on Bonnie's Patriots.
I think they really love Mark Schmidt, who of course has been fired. And I don't buy this nonsense that he retired. I think there's some stuff going on. Adrian Wojnarowski, the former ESPN NBA insider, who's actually the general manager of this program right now, his alma mater. I really do think he let him go. I do believe the reports from the local scribe there in Olean, New York, that there was some differences of philosophy, that Schmidt was not playing the players that Wojnarowski wanted him to recruit enough. I believe that. I think it's just a bunch of nonsense that he's retired all of a sudden. I really think they're kind of forcing him out. But nevertheless, they played hard for him yesterday. Some of that, though, is LaSalle. They were banged up, beaten up, very shorthanded basketball team yesterday. This is a tough one for me. I have a small piece of Bonnie's here, plus 3.5. Plus, George Mason's got to show it to me. I thought a lot for George Mason coming into the year, that they'd be very good. Tony Skinn as head coach. I like him as a coach. I like the way they can defend when they're playing at their best, but we didn't always see their best, George Mason, and especially the back half of the season. They didn't play great, consistent basketball. So I have a small bet on Bonnie. I'm not making it official, though.
Let's roll on to Huskies Badgers here. San Francisco 49er asking if you're on the Ducks here. I'm on the Ducks. Did you move on Anaheim?
It's one of my favorite sides. I couldn't believe the price. I mean, Toronto's a dead team walking right now. Absolutely, Anaheim. Yep.
I'm going to have some interest in backing Toronto once in a while on the road, but you want to play in here with the booze and the heavy criticism. At home, they're fade. They should be faded every game for the rest of the season. Ducks are not a good road team. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like you said, dead man walking. Here, this whiskey, whiskey, the books are saying this is a very strong favorite. Moved from 6.5 to 7.5 everywhere. But again, whiskey just went to Washington, slapped them in the mouth. Is it possible that they overlooked them a little bit? Can Washington dig in? It just felt, I don't like expecting the same thing to happen twice. It's just, what do you think?
It's letdown versus letdown. Which one do you buy into more? Because Wisconsin's coming off the Purdue win on the road, big win at Mackey, a team they've already just destroyed, which you just mentioned, Washington. Do you buy into that being a hangover and a letdown spot here for the Badgers? Or how about Washington erasing a near 20-point deficit yesterday to come back and beat USC and having to come back 24 hours later and try to play and win again? That could be a little bit of a hangover, too, for the Huskies. So I think those things cancel out. Wisconsin's the much better team. I played team total over with Wisconsin. I don't want to lay 7 because you never know with them defensively, but I think they could score a will on this Washington team. They never had issues doing that in the first meeting. So I took an over 81.5, minus 115 with Washington team total. I like the full game over, too. I think Washington will score here. It was an over in the first meeting. Wisconsin's been an over team, playing faster the last couple of years. So I like the over 156.5 here, minus 110.
And also spreadsheet play day. We played it already, Ronnie. So Ronnie on whiskey spreadsheet play today. We're just doing quick hits with Bobano right now, Ronnie, my man.
And this is damn quick for me, as you guys know.
Whiskey team total over 81.5. And what was the full game over?
156.5.
156.5. Let's roll on here. Cardinals, Hurricanes. It just felt it. I understand now that this line's moved to Miami. I like to be on a team that just lost to their opponent in a very tight game. Brown out for the tournament for Louisville. I can't get over the opening line. I don't care that these teams just played in Louisville. I still can't get over the opening line. This is a team that 13-5 in conference. The U going up against a team that's missing a superstar, and everybody in the chat on Miami as if that opening line was just a gift. Maybe it is, but I can't get past it
right
here. It should have opened up at -2 for the U, despite the fact they just lost to Louisville. Shouldn't it have? I mean, take it away, Ian. Cardinal, Louisville, Miami, and Charlotte.
Yeah, I lost with Miami on Saturday against Louisville. I had been fading Louisville with a pretty good amount of success on the road, and I decided to go that way once again. on Saturday, but Louisville just got out to this 12-2 start, and just it was a bad start for Miami, and yet Miami was down double digits and nearly came back and won that game. They rallied to tie it and then just fell short. So I think they get it back here. This is a side I like quite a bit. I am on Miami. I think they're the better team. I think, and I like Pat Kelsey, but I don't think Jai Lucas takes a back seat to him as a head coach. I think Jai has done a great job with Miami this year, especially when you factor in how poorly it went last year, and Larinaga, stepping down because things were so bad with the program. That Miami is this good this quickly under Jai Lucas again is very impressive work in my mind. So there's still some +1.5s out there at Betway and other places. So I will take it. Miami +1.5 -115.
Bobano on Miami +1.5 -115. I'm going to stay off of that spot. Robert Franklin, Miami money line. So so every single person is being on Miami in the chat. And we're talking about 10 to over 10 plus. AM says I want Louisville. That's the first person to say anything about Louisville. It's just
I get mildly concerned when I see that. That's not the end of the world for me, like it might be for others. But yeah, that's.
It just seems. I get it. I completely understand it. And that shit makes me uncomfortable. Picks from Dave on Louisville. Okay, there we go.
All right, we got a couple people on Louisville. That makes me feel better. There we go.
Let's roll on. So that concludes all of the games here. Oh, sorry, I went a little too fast here. That concludes all of the game. We're not on Arizona next, but that concludes all the games. So now we're going to do full breakdowns, but we got to keep it tight because we want to get through all of these games. 44 on the program in college basketball here, and we have 36 more minutes with Mr. Ian Cameron, star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel and star of the Ice Guys in the NBA OG show. Next up for us, we head to a Spooner bet. Morgan Spooner, who'll be joining us in 35 minutes. He is on Seton Hall Pirates. We're at Madison Square Garden in New York. He got Seton Hall -2.5, -110. Seton Hall 20-11, 10-10 in the Big East, facing the Creighton Blue Jays 15-16, 9-11 in the Big East. This is going to be a fun basketball game and a tight basketball game. We've seen Creighton step up at times against quality opposition, beat UConn, then go in and then get annihilated by St. John's. But we've seen them step up against quality competition. And they had two extremely close games with Seton Hall. They went to Seton Hall and lost 56-54 on January 4th. Then they hosted Seton Hall and beat them 69-68 on February 7th. Since then, they had, of course, before they closed the season with a win over Butler, but they had lost 5 of 6 games. That only win at UConn. A tricky team to get a feel on, especially down the stretch. And down the stretch, Seton Hall came on. This was a team that was, improving as the later season came on. 4 of 7 victories here. The losses, St. John's, UConn, DePaul. Now maybe DePaul, but they were beating the teams that they were expected to beat down the stretch. This is a tricky one. Let's get into the line history and then hand this over to our guy, Ian Cameron. So line history-wise, we have Seton Hall -3.5. We have Spooner beating that line move by a point, and it's juiced towards Seton Hall. This opened up at 3 and is now a 3.5. From a total standpoint here, we have a 135, opened up at 136.5. And then cash flow, 65%, 66% of the tickets, 54% of the cash on Seton Hall, 80% of tickets and 88% cash on the under. Circa hanging a 3.5. Superbook has moved it to a 4. Ian Cameron, take it away. And Kong says, I know my team, Jimmy, they get bounced here. Look, I mean, that's appealing hearing that. We always want to know what you think of Louisville. AM on Seton Hall -3. J-Dub on Creighton. Ian Cameron, Blue Jays, Pirates at MSG.
They've just been a money machine, Seton Hall, away from home. It's weird. Away from Newark, New Jersey, this team has been covering numbers left and right. I think the only game in recent memory they did not cover on the road was against Villanova. And other than that, they've been outstanding. ATS on away from home. Creighton's owned them. Yet I don't think Creighton's that great. And I don't love Creighton down the stretch at all. Losing to DePaul as favorites, Providence as favorites, who aren't that great, just crushed by St. John's, double-digit loss to Villanova. They beat Butler, so what? Butler's just not very good. I think also Seton Hall's size and physicality can get to Creighton. Creighton's a bit of a soft team, finesse team sometimes. I think the only issue is I like Shaheen Holloway much better in the dog role than laying points. This is a rare instance I'm going to lay points with him. So -3, -120 for me. I will bet Seton Hall.
Seton Hall here. Seton Hall -3, -124. Bobano. So we have the corner of Spoons and Bobano Boulevard. We roll on 3 p.m. Eastern, the Big 12 tournament quarters. UCF Knights 21-10, 9-9 in the Big 12 at number 2 ranked Arizona Wildcats 29-2, 16-2 in the Big 12. T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. That's a big win for UCF. Impressive. Bearcats are a tough team. Beat them in overtime 66-65. Snapped a 3-game losing streak. Got to feel good about their situation here against mighty Arizona Wildcats. You just want the chance to play them and move on, and they have that chance right now, and they were slipping. That was a tricky game. The line didn't really make sense to me. I thought Cincinnati should have been a bigger favorite than 2.5, and was very fortunate to stay off. Arizona looks like the real deal. A very, very tough seed, a number 1 seed in the NCAA tourney. They had, some injury issues, cost them a couple games at Kansas and at home to Texas Tech, and then they close out with 6 straight wins by margin and look very good doing it. They went to UCF, beat them 84-77. It was a tough game. UCF battled in that one. Now UCF was at home. In that one, Arizona were 9.5-point favorites, opened at 9.5, closed at 9.5. Let's get into the line history and hand this over to Ian. We have a total of 159. This one opened up at 158. And then on the point spread here, we have, as we speak, Arizona at -16 at -106. Opened up at 15.5, got up to 17.5. Sitting here at 16. Cash flow wise, 66% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on Arizona. The line moving in their direction. 63% of tickets on the under, 90% of cash on the under. Ian Cameron, take it away.
I just think it's dangerous because Arizona, when they play their A game, they can beat anybody big, but away from home, they showed a little vulnerability at times. And this is an experienced UCF team under Johnny Dawkins. They've got some upperclassmen. They've got some senior leadership. It's a team that covered both meetings this year, head-to-head against Arizona. I think both games were decided by single digits. I think it is a few too many points. I'll back UCF here, +17, -115. Also take this over. Both games went over the total. Both got into the 160s. This effed up court in the Big 12 tournament, I hate it, and people are complaining about it. That being said, we did see a high-scoring game with Oklahoma State TCU, went way over the total. So this court is capable of generating an over, and I think it is a bit of a back-and-forth game. I don't think Arizona is going to be locked in defensively either. I could see this being a back-and-forth game. UCF's had some high-scoring games down the stretch, so I will add over 159 -110 as well.
Over 159 -110 for Ian Cameron. This pace is absolutely perfect, Ian. Let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling here. 3 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board. SEC tournament second round. We head to Nashville, Tennessee for this one. Auburn Tigers 17-15, 7-11 in the SEC. At the number 25 ranked Tennessee Volunteers 21-10 and also an 11-7 in the SEC. Tennessee certainly didn't look like a juggernaut down the stretch. Going to Missouri, lose by 4, lose by 2 at home to Alabama. Beat South Carolina. South Carolina, of course, 4-14 in conference. I mean, what does that mean? And then lose at home to Vanderbilt. Not very impressive. Auburn won 2 of their last 3. They struggled on the road, but were able to deliver some quality at home. And here we are in Nashville for this. This is a tough spot for Auburn. We saw these teams face each other. It was a Tennessee victory, 77-69 at home over Auburn. In that, it was a tighter game. Tennessee shot 44 and 31 from the field and 3 respectively. Auburn struggled, 38 from the field, 23 from 3. Tennessee played sloppy, 15 turnovers, but they out-rebounded Auburn badly, something they expect to do here as well. Tennessee in that one opened up at 6.5 and they're now 5.5. Alex Cruz says Tennessee easy cash. AM says all the value is on Tennessee at -5. Says nothing for me here. Let's take a look at this line history and cash flow. Line history wise, we have Tennessee -5.5. They opened up at 5, got 5, got up 6. Now they're at 5.5. And then from a total standpoint here, we have Tennessee. We have the total at 145, a big drop from the 149 opener. Now here, Ian, and it's a very tricky thing to say, but do we benefit in this situation from Tennessee's poor play down the stretch and the thought that they're capable of turning it on here come conference play? They're not. I mean, 60% of the tickets, 56% of the cash. I mean, if this game had been played 3 weeks ago, I mean, is this number bigger? And is there 80% of the cash and tickets on Tennessee? It's a tricky thing to think you can take advantage of a team's poor play and want to bet on them. But can we do that here? Take it away.
Well, for Auburn, this has to be an all-out game for them. Like, they're not secure of anything, and they're not in the tournament right now. They need wins, and this would definitely help beating a ranked team in Tennessee. I expect a great effort from Auburn, but I don't think this team is very good. And actually, what I want as a fan is just Tennessee to win and win this game decisively, blow this team out, and then I don't have to see or hear father and son Pearl, Bruce and Steven whine and kvetch and all this nonsense that they've been doing over the last few weeks about how their beloved Auburn Tigers belong in the tournament. No, you don't. You've been a mediocre team all year, haven't beaten anyone really consistently. You haven't beaten a slew of good opponents all year. You had some terrible losses too. But they do have a shot to get themselves closer to the bubble, at least if they win here. I don't trust them enough, though. I thought, they beat a really bad Mississippi State team. And even in that game, the first half, they struggled to pull away. Only late did they really gain separation. So I think this game is going to be a stay-off game for me. Kind of lean over, but not one of my favorite totals.
We've seen a pretty legit drop in the number. What would keep you off? Now, you made the point that this is a must-win of all must-wins for Auburn. Yeah. Is that what's keeping you off of the Volunteers in this?
A little bit. Plus, it's Rick Barnes. But although Rick Barnes usually does well in this tournament, right? Yeah. The conference tournaments. He's actually pretty good. We've seen Tennessee make a run in the SEC tournament. They've gotten to the final before. Mm-hmm. It's the NCAA tournament. This guy never does anything. So this tournament, he's actually pretty good. So I could only look at Tennessee, but because Auburn needs this game like blood for tournament hopes, I'm not going to bet it.
Yeah, because Tennessee gets bounced here and there in the tournament. 11-7 in the SEC is going to print you a tournament ticket.
Yeah,
I think that Tennessee smacks. But
I hope so.
Okay, I have some interest in Tennessee here. I think I may be moving on them. Here. Let's roll on. We have the Mountain West quarterfinal. UNLV Rebels 17-15, 11-9 in the Mountain West. Playing at the Thomas and Mack Center. Playing at home in Las Vegas, Nevada. At the Utah State Aggies, 25-6, 15-5 in the Mountain West. It was funny watching the Aggies down the stretch. They looked so good. And then all of a sudden, down the stretch, they have 3 road games where they look bad. And that wasn't an issue for them earlier in the year. We watched them go into New Mexico as 1.5-point dogs and beat them by 20. Follow that up by going to Laramie and beating Wyoming, which is not easy to win in Laramie. They won at Colorado State. I mean, this was a team that had, they did lose at Grand Canyon, but before that, they win at Boise State by 25. There were no road issues for this basketball team. They looked like they were clearly the class of the Mountain West to me. And then they lose at Nevada. They get crushed at San Diego State. They beat Grand Canyon, and I mean just beat them. It was not a real great performance. And then they go to the Thomas and Mack Center and get annihilated on March 3rd by these Rebels. And then they close with the win at home over New Mexico. It's just such a funny close to the year. What have we seen from UNLV? They got stronger and stronger down the stretch. This is a team that comes in winners of 7 of 10. They won at Boise State, and then of course they had the smack just destroying Utah State. And even when UNLV went to San Diego State, that was extremely impressive. There was no letdown. I mean, they lose 89-86. They beat Wyoming. It was a very interesting line. It wasn't indicative of a smash and grab for UNLV at all, and it wasn't. UNLV, the line, I had it queued up, and it moved from 4 to 3 during the show, and I stayed off of it. TJ still moved it to 3 and got the push. This is a fascinating situation here, and my initial thought is, well, now Utah State turns it on, but it's a tricky thing. We just talked about it with the Volunteers. Are we going to get that here? So let's hear from Bobano. This total is a 157. I see a lot of 156.5. This one opened up at 159. And then on the point spread here, we have UNLV plus 7.5. It's a big line. It opened up at 7, immediately went to 6.5. This line moving to 7.5 has all happened today. And then cash flow wise here, this will be interesting. 64 and 64 on Utah State. 7.5 at all the legal books. Ian Cameron, take it away.
Yeah, I think I like the over in this game for sure. The side's interesting because I can't lay 7.5 with Utah State. They've clearly had problems with UNLV. We've seen some evidence where sometimes it's just a matchup difficulty already in some of these conference tournaments. So I have a small UNLV bet, but I prefer the over here. I think Utah State will score on UNLV. UNLV had to really work to escape past Wyoming in this one. So in that game yesterday. So like I said, I just think if you like Utah State, I do think it's a little bit of a premium, but I do like the over here in this game. I will only make that one official. 156 minus 110.
Utah State shot 5 of 30 in that matchup in the first round. I'm in complete agreement with Spoons that loss is going to, there'll be clear accountability from the Aggie side, but 7.5 is a huge number. It's just a massive number. It's a stronger number than I would have expected. Did you expect to see this here at tip-off at 7.5, or is it a bigger number than you expected?
A little bit bigger than I expected. But Utah State, was team to beat here. They were the favorite to win the Mountain West tournament, entering this event. But UNLV's UNLV's playing some really good basketball, and UNLV's been good in this underdog role, really good. So I have a hard time getting there with Utah State at this number. That's for sure.
Ohio State is taking a lead. Texas Tech first half. I just, should have just focused on Ohio. I all my life, if a team wins in college basketball by 50, you fade them in the first half of the next game. The problem is that Texas Tech had just beaten Iowa State. Now I wonder if when will this number be right live? Right now, it's a pick 'em on the money line. All right, let's roll on. Bobano, what was the over you got on that one? Sorry,
156. 156
flat. Okay, we're in business. Let's roll on to the MAC quarters. Buffalo Bulls, Akron Zips here. We're Rocket Arena, back Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Of course, Akron, ranked ahead of Miami of Ohio in the KenPom rankings by margin all year long. Akron opening up at 12.5, getting up to a 14.5. It's now come back to 13. So still a move towards them. From a total side of things here, we have a 159.5. So a big drop from the 164 opener. Ian Cameron, take it away. Your thoughts on the MAC quarters, Bulls, Zips.
Yeah. My thoughts is I don't want to step in front of Akron. It is a lot of points, though. 14.5. In a conference tournament game. Buffalo is 10-4 against the spread away from home. I'm a little surprised by that, but they've actually been pretty solid, away from home. Can they maintain competitiveness, though, against Akron? Because 2 meetings this year, they lost by 19 and they lost by 14. So not exactly competitive were they in those 2 games. One stayed under, one stayed over. Kind of lean over with the drop in the total. Not enough to bet it. We can move on.
Yeah, it's a big number here. AM on Buffalo plus 14.5. Justin McKelvey grabbed Akron minus 12.5. And thank you for the live updates, Godfather. That is great. I wonder if we do have any cash flow for the spot. Let me just see if I can roll down far enough. And unlikely, but it might give us something. And no, I'm not getting anything, but I will. Oh, here we are. Yeah, we are getting something. Sorry. 68% of tickets, 63% of cash on Akron. 56% of tickets on the under, but 66% of cash on the over, and we've seen this big drop. All right, let's roll on. Next up, we have the A10 Championship second round. Rhode Island Rams, 16-15, 7-11 in the A10 at Duquesne Duke, 17-14, 9-9 in the A10. We are back at PPG Paints Arena in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You know, Rhode Island, it's just L's, except for two massive victories late in the year. They beat St. Louis at home. Shout out to Nasty Nate, who was on the money line for Rhode Island. What a huge score that was. And their only other win, other than all these L's, and there's 6 of them, 6 L's I'm looking at, their other win was at home versus Duquesne. They beat them 64-52 on March 4th. You know, it was impressive. They had lost at Duquesne 76-61. What we saw so often this year was when they went home, Rhode Island got right. So here they are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So there will be more Duquesne, you would think, a whole bunch more Duquesne fans than Rhode Island fans. Duquesne snapped their losing streak after losing badly at Rhode Island. They beat Richmond Spiders 79-77. I mean, is that impressive? Not really. The line for Rhode Island at home against these Dukes, that line closed with Rhode Island opening up 1.5, closing at 2.5. AM on Rhode Island +1 here in this one. Let's take a look at the line history. We have a total at 136. It opened up at 138.5. It dropped 2 points. And then from a point spread scenario here, we have Duquesne -1.5 and -110. Opened up at 1, got to a 2, back to a 1. And it's sitting here at a 1.5. Ian Cameron, take it away. Your thoughts, A10 quarters, Rhode Island, Duquesne.
Yeah, I don't want to. If I want to fade Rhode Island, I don't know if I trust Duquesne enough. That being said, I think this tournament's in Pittsburgh. This Atlantic 10 tournament. So there is a home advantage here for Duquesne, of course, located right in the I lean Duquesne. I don't trust them enough to bet it. I want to fade Rhode Island. I don't think I'm going to do it, though, with Duquesne.
God, now, let's just touch on these road games for Rhode Island here, and then we can move past it. I mean, just initially, you know, should Duquesne have opened at, 2.5 or something like that? I know that we have some big wins, and then they just beat Duquesne. I sort of feel like this sets up nicely. If you look at Rhode Island, their last game at Fordham, they lose by 12. The road game before that at St. Bonaventure, they lose by 28. Game before that at LaSalle, broken down LaSalle team that had just, now we know there's a bounce but we're talking their 2 leading scorers the week before, and they lose. Rhode Island scores 46 points. Now, we knew that was going to happen. Well, we didn't know, but there was a thought that they would have a letdown after winning at home over St. Louis. So there's their last 3 road games. You want to go 4? George Washington lost by 5. You want to go 5 road games? They lose by 15 at Duquesne. Now, they did beat Dayton in overtime, in Dayton. So it was 5 straight road games. When I go through that bevy of road losses, does that make it more appealing to back Duquesne here?
Yeah, actually, believe it or not, it does. I mean, I know Rhode Island to me. I know I took LaSalle, and LaSalle's injury riddled and not that great. And I took LaSalle as a home dog against Rhode Island. I think Rhode Island was coming off the big win against St. Louis, though. So it was a really, really difficult spot for the Rams. That being said, pick them in this spot. Yeah, it would be Duquesne or nothing. I still might bet it small. I just don't love it.
Okay. Yeah, and AM is right. This is a 81% of cash circa is on Duquesne. The line's moving towards Rhode Island. It's a 1 at circa. So I'll let them knock me off here. Let's roll on. Mountain West quarters here, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Nevada Wolfpack 21-11, 12-8 in the Mountain West at Grand Canyon. Well, verse Grand Canyon Lopes course because we're at Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's get into the line history here for this one. And this is a big move towards the Lopes. They open up at 2. They're now -4, and it's juiced towards them. So at this point in the day, the only line that moved close to what we are seeing here is the George Washington line, and they're up 20. So that is interesting. From a total side of things, I mean, this is just a massive move towards Grand Canyon. Now, do you want the ass end of the line is the question you have to ask yourself. This total has also dropped considerably. Opened up at 139.5. Now we are dealing with a 136.5. Take it away here, Bobano. We've had a major market move towards the Lopes. Do you agree with it?
Yes, but I don't know if because I have a cheap money line here on Grand Canyon. Minus. Let me see what I got. It's so long gone. I mean, the best you can do now is like -170, -175. I mean, mine was -145. I got it below that -150. I just decided, with the short favorites, especially in tournament action, I'd usually just take the money line rather than lay the points. I just can't, recommend it now at -170. I think they do win. I think they're better than Nevada. And Nevada, blowout win against Air Force, who's, I think, quit on the season, which is shocking to say about a military school. Usually those guys always play hard, but I didn't see a lot of play hard out of Air Force yesterday. That was a team ready for their season to end. Grand Canyon, by the way, has a great fan base. They are going to travel here to the Thomas and Mack Center. They always do. They support their team very well. Going to be a good turnout, I think, of Antelope fans here in this game. I think they're the better team, and they can play this pace, this style with Nevada, slowing it down. So I like Grand Canyon. I just don't like the price enough now to recommend it.
It is certainly a big move towards them, but it's just such a blatant move. It's hard not to, I guess just pay attention. We had the teams met already this year. Grand Canyon went to Nevada, lost 66-60 in overtime. And this is just a major move towards them. So we have, and Wage Detective says,
oh boy, here comes UMass in the game against the undefeated Miami, Ohio, 71-69. They're making a run. Frank Martin.
God, so you have Nevada coming off the 35-point win. I didn't do it, unfortunately. I didn't do it here against Iowa State. I didn't fade them first half off a 50-point win. I mean, we have the opportunity to fade Nevada in the first half. They've played their last 80 minutes of basketball against one of the worst teams, arguably, one of the worst teams in America. And now Grand Canyon plays them. I have to take Grand Canyon first half here and follow the money here. So I'm going to be betting this here while we are live. Let's roll on. Let's head over to the MEAC quarters, 6 p.m. Eastern. Bobano, South Carolina State Bulldogs 9-21, 7-7 in the MEAC at the Norfolk State Spartans 15-16, 8-6 in the MEAC. And we're at Norfolk Scope Arena in Norfolk, Virginia, which should be extremely helpful for the Spartans. Spartans closed the year with 2 losses at Morgan State and then at home to Howard. The opposite for SC State. SC State started playing well. It just feels like in the MEAC and the SWAC, the dogs are barking and the favorites are not appealing. But here, Norfolk State annihilated the Bulldogs. Now, we're talking also, I guess the first meeting was pretty good. I take that back. It wasn't an annihilation. It was at Norfolk. The first one was just 89-82 at home. No harm in that. But then later in the year, February 21st, they go to Norfolk State. They lose by 19. And now, they got to turn it on again in enemy territory. So let's go through the line history and see what our guy Bobano thinks of this spot. This total's dropped 3 points to 144 from a 147. Oh, shit, sorry. Get this. There we go. And then on the point spread here, wow, it is tied up now. tied up
Yep.
in the Maction game. From a side perspective, Norfolk State is now a -9. I mean, it's hard to say that that's wrong or anything like that. I mean, it's such a we just watched, so far we talked about the George Washington move. I mean, this is now we have the third sort of similar type move. Nice job, Slow Jams. So this is a pretty massive move towards the Spartans. Is it warranted, Bobano, and do you have any interest in the spot?
Big move, I agree. And look, this is one of the best teams in the MEAC. Every year, Norfolk State, is one of the teams that's got a great chance to win this tournament. I kind of agree with the move. I just don't want to lay 8.5. So I lean that way, though. I agree with the move. It's just I think 8.5 now a little too rich for me.
Yeah, it's a very, very expensive. I wonder if it's just, like these other huge moves, if you just take them first half. And
this reminds me of this could be because South Carolina State could have a little pop early coming off the win. This could be like the Florida A&M game, where Florida A&M's the better team, but they started slow against Jackson State. But you can live bet Florida A&M if they trail. That's kind of what I'm going to do here. Maybe Norfolk starts slow and we'll get a better number live.
All right, let's roll on. We just have a few more minutes here with Ian Cameron. What a job, Bobano. Thank you for all of this. So let's just cap one more game, and then let's hear if there's
I'll give you some night picks, just the top stuff that I like tonight. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Maybe we should do that now because we only have 6 minutes.
Okay.
So why don't we do that?
Okay.
So here, let me just set up here. So that means that when we have with our guy Spooner who's joining, we're going to start with Northwestern Purdue, which gets us into the MAC championship quarters. Perfect. So why don't you just take the lead here, and I'll just be listening and writing down your action.
Let's go. Night games. Let me just go in rotation order. Give me Loyola Chicago +7 against Davidson. I can't explain why, but I've got a weird feeling this team is. I don't want to say go on a run, but I think they're going to give the Davidson a game. Let's not forget this is a program with pedigree, with some history of success at this time of year. I know it was a horrible year for the Ramblers, but I saw a light turn on for them yesterday in their win. I don't trust Davidson laying this many, so I'm on Loyola Chicago +7, -110 in that one. Florida State Duke. I'm on Florida State +17.5 here. Too many points. Duke with injuries. Duke with bigger fish to fry. Coming off a very satisfying beatdown in a revenge spot against North Carolina. It's just too many points. Florida State's playing good basketball. Is Duke capable? Oh, by the way, UMass just went up by 1. Wow, what a game we got going on here against Miami. Oh, with 3 minutes left, 3:45 left. But it's too many points. Florida State's playing great basketball. I'm on Florida State here, +17.5. Duke, salute to Duke if they cover and blow out another team. But I think this is a tough spot for them. So +17.5, Florida State. There's another team, North Carolina. I'm going against them too. I'm on Clemson, +1.5, -110 against North Carolina. I think they beat North Carolina. There's another team that's a little bit banged up. They're coming off the loss to Duke, so maybe they're going to want to play well here, get a win. But I think for Clemson, their defense can really frustrate the Tar Heels, and I like Clemson. They're +1.5, -110 in that game. What else have we got here? We've got some more. Ole Miss. I'm going back to Ole Miss +6, Jimmy, against Georgia. Ole Miss +6 against Georgia. I cashed with Ole Miss yesterday. If you watch CMAC and I on Hitting the Books, I mentioned that best bet on the show was Ole Miss. They won wire to wire.
Yeah, we cashed on them
Texas.
too.
Yeah, great stuff, Jimmy. Chris Beard knows what he's doing in tournament time.
It was, it was Justin's breakdown on Chris Beard that got us all there.
Yep.
So he should be the one that, for us, but he really led us there. So sorry, keep going, my man.
Yeah, no, just exactly what I said. That Chris Beard has a propensity to kind of turn things on, at tournament time in March. He's done it before at other places, and I think he's got Ole Miss and Georgia too. I mean, laying this many points away from home, they've been They've had some great wins. They won at Kentucky, had some good performances, but their defense comes and goes. That's not necessarily something I love out of a 6-point favorite. So I'm on Ole Miss there again, +6 against Georgia in that game. I'm going to go with a couple from Oklahoma A&M. I'm going to go with Oklahoma there, plus 2.5 against A&M. Oklahoma's playing for their, if Oklahoma wins this, they're suddenly moving closer and closer to being back on the bubble again, even without disappointing the season's been for them. But like the way they played, A&M didn't play the same way down the stretch. A great first season for Bucky McMillan, but it was mostly the first half of the SEC season. Haven't been the same in the second half. So I think Oklahoma plus 2.5. I like that over as well. 161 minus 110. It's a very high number. But I think we will see plenty of points, and you're definitely going to see plenty of pace there. That
was a +2 on Oklahoma.
Plus 2.5. Plus
Okay.
2.5. Yeah, minus 110. And what else have we? I'm trying to see. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, Tulane and Charlotte. I'm on Tulane here +2 against Charlotte. Ron Hunter, man, trust him at this time of year. Good tournament coach. Took Georgia State years ago to the NCAA tournament. I don't think Charlotte's very good. I know Charlotte to me is a favorite here. I know they obviously had the rest advantage. Tulane had to play yesterday against Memphis, but I like the way that Tulane Green Wave are playing right now. I like them +2 there, minus 110 against Charlotte in that one. And let me see, did I forget anything? I'm on Houston. I just don't want to lay it now. I got 8 with Houston. It's 9.5. I'm even seeing 10.5 starting to show up with Houston. I think Houston rolls BYU here, but I don't want to lay 10.5, so I'll keep that off the official card. I think I'll stop there. That's about it. Those are that's the strongest stuff. I've got some smaller plays, but those are the ones I like the most here for Thursday night.
What a spectacular job, Bobano, as always. Thank you for your time, energy, angles. I'm going to pop Bobano's X handle in the chat. Bobano, huge week for you over at Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Of course, NBA OG show and the Ice Guys in full steam ahead. Talk to us about what's going on for you for the rest of the week.
Yeah, well, what we got going on the rest of the week is, we do have it now. We don't usually have a show Thursday, but Connor Mack and I are doing a bonus show for the Hitting the Books channel members. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. We'll talk more college basketball on that show, plus a little NBA and NHL as well. Hitting the Books Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern later today. Ice Guys, full NHL. What a huge NHL card it is. And we'll break that down on the Ice Guys, 2 p.m. Eastern, and that's 7 days a week, Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, Sunday, noon Eastern. Oh, and don't forget about NBA OG Crew Show, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Me, Dutch, Ski, and Wham. We'll be on that later as well. So lots of shows, lots of content, lots of sports, lots of bets. And we hope all of you cash some in the chat. You too, Jimmy. And good luck to everyone. Like I said, this is a great time of year. March Madness in full force. Let's come together and let's make some money. We'll see you next week.
There he is, Mr. Ian Cameron in the house. Iowa State battling back. We have Spooner joining us shortly. We'll be going over all of these bets. Jose, can you jump on with us here? I'm going to make 2 bets while we're live, while Spooner going to be joining us here shortly. I'm going to make 2 moves here on this one. So I'm going to move on 2 first half bets. Grand Canyon first half and Norfolk State first half. I'll move on both of them. With the Norfolk State first half bet, if I lose it, I will move on them live here. Jose, we are in business. Jose, could you give us, while I'm putting these bets in, could you give us an update on all of the games right now and the live odds?
Sure. Let me pull it up real quick here. And I've got to pull up my live betting thing here real quick, and I've got to relog in here. Just 1 second there. Right now, as we continue to load, basketball, we've got a 79-80 score in UMass, and
it's just tied up at 81-81 now. 81-81 there.
There you go, 81-81. Fordham and George Washington is 36-47. George Washington is in the lead. Ohio State, and by the way, that line is 13.5, George Washington. Ohio State, Iowa. Ohio State up by 4, -1.5. Ohio State is the live line right now. St. John's is beating the dog shit out of Providence. 23.5 point line live right now. UVA and North Carolina, 33 32 at the half. It seems UVA is a minus 4.5 point favorite live right now. We also have Texas Tech. Iowa State is 22-21. Iowa State 4.5 point live favorites are Iowa State. In that game, in the last one going right now is Kentucky minus 3.5 here live. They have a 2-point lead, 20-18 early on in the first half of that game. So everyone's all eyes on Miami, Ohio right now, and it seems like they just turned over the ball.
Wow. We had Spoons talking about how he was going to fade them in the conference tournament, and maybe just leaving money on the table. Shout out to Noel in the house. $9.99 dono to bless our action. Thank you, Noel, my friend. Pumped up.
Speaking of that, Noel, I'm going to move on. I'm finally starting to get some some odds for the WBC quarterfinal games. I am betting as we speak the Dominican Republic minus 3.5 against Team Korea minus 110.
Wow, minus 110 for Dominican with all the
3.5. Minus 3.5 just came out, so that line I expect that line to go up to 4.5.
Wow. Okay, great stuff. Can you get? I'm just putting this out here on X, the 2 first half bets, and then we will continue working our way through the card. So with that being said, Jose, another update here is there going to be 0 undefeated teams in Division I basketball?
Let's find out here. I just made that bet, so I need to go back to the live betting thing. I'm seeing 85-82 UMass, but it's off the board right now. 9 seconds left here for me. 82-85 UMass here. So you guys in the chat will have to let us know. I am not watching the game currently, so I couldn't tell you, but it does seem like we are on that path here. People in the chat, let us know here. I will be very interesting to see what you guys have to say. Kong's, by the way, asking if anyone has any golf action for this weekend. So if you guys in the chat, let us know. And by the way, we mentioned this real quick while Jimmy's doing that. Pubblepalooza, like you guys said, is 13 days away. We're almost there here. Welcome party is on Thursday night. Well, I guess Thursday, the whole day, because we're going to be partying and up there at Southtown 101. Low Shack in the Bag, Sweet 16 live streams. It'll be a whole lot of fun hanging out with the fellas, breaking bread, doing that. And that's just Thursday. We do all again Friday, Saturday, and Sunday there. And we have our comic officially locked in, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I've got to go over the last email, but it sounds like it's all set. I can't give the 100% confirmation. I haven't gone over it, just been too busy with action. But yeah, and it's a really big comic who's doing us a favor here, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. So come and watch or come to Pubblepalooza March 25th or the 30th. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Okay, Jose, let's roll. My action is in. Thank you for all of that. We have our next guest ready to rock. So be ready to continue the process here. We'll see how many games we get through with Spoons. Got 54 minutes with them, but great job, Jose, my friend.
Yep. I'll see you guys later.
I love it. There's Chappie Funk. He'll be there on Thursday and Friday. It's going to go off. We're excited. Please welcome our next guest. He's been crushing all season long for us, joining us every Thursday here. He's got a great system. Major League Baseball rolls right into college basketball, which rolls into Major League Baseball. And he attacks these sports with great vigor and excellent edges and a ton of knowledge. We're very fortunate to have him capping with us. One of the stars of the Sauce Network. Please welcome our friend Morgan Spooner to the show. Spoondog, what's happening, man? How are you?
Doing pretty well today, guys. Got a bunch of sleep last night. Definitely needed it. Excited for just this action we're going to have over the next month or so. We got Selection Sunday coming up, and everything between right now and then decides so much of that. So ton of motivation baked into these spots. I'm trying to use that to help me cap, and just the information we have at hand. Excited to attack what you want to attack here, Jim. Some of my games are already off. It's not a big deal what order we go in.
Perfect.
Haven't looked at your order on the show here, so just hit me with where you want to go. Let's attack.
I'm excited. Thank you guys for joining us. First game we're going to start with is the next bet for Spooner on the card. We've already heard Bobano on Texas Southern, but our guy Spooner is on the other side with the Alabama A&M Bulldogs. This is the SWAC tournament quarterfinals and tip-offs in 52 minutes. Spooner, take it away.
Yeah, this is a really fun game. I moved on this early thinking that this line would move the other way. I honestly had this like Alabama A&M minus 125 probably. I took the Alabama A&M minus 111, the first number I saw, and some money came in on Texas Southern. They played pretty well the second half of the season in conference play. They've met Alabama A&M already this season. They beat them 89-74 in a matchup at home. I think this is a good matchup, but in my mind, this Alabama A&M team has all the pieces. They also played much better down the stretch. And just here at home, I think this should be a 2-point favorite. The other way, I disagree with the line movement. So maybe not so sharp here, but I still like this bet. This Alabama A&M team has been very kind to my bank account this season, and I'm not ready to give up on them.
Spooner, your second bet, and I remember our conversation we had after a football game on Alabama A&M live with the chat after a live stream. Your next spot on the board here happens 30 minutes after Alabama A&M tips off. This is the corner of Spoons and Bobano Boulevard, Big East Tournament quarters. You guys are both on Seton Hall. Talk to us.
So the Seton Hall team is very scrappy, I think is the best way to put it. I don't think this is a team that's going to be up 10 points at half. They might even be down 5 points at half, but that's exactly where they want them, right in striking distance. They've shown us the ability to break out like 3 separate presses, so much defensive intensity in the second half of these games. And Seton Hall has played better throughout the season. We've seen them collect some really big wins here. I would make this number closer to 4.5, 5. So to be able to get the 2.5 under possession was something I felt like I had an edge on. I had to move on it. Seton Hall is not a team that's really good at blowing anybody out, but Creighton has just lived below my expectations since the first game of the season. Obviously, they had some huge shoes to fill there with Kalkbrenner gone, and it's just a whole new team. They never really established what their coach wanted to offensively, and I think that's going to be a huge issue going up against the Seton Hall defense. Again, I would make this closer to 2 possessions than 1. At 3.5, I think I'd still move on it, but I'm much more comfortable with the 2.5.
Seton Hall, interested in joining you. And this is just for my own selfishness. And then Jose will get right back into the order. So Jose, I want to ask him about the Tennessee Auburn game, and then we're going to go right back into our order where we get to Northwestern Purdue. I'm close to Tennessee. What were your thoughts on Tennessee Auburn? Now, Tennessee closed out this conference tournament in poor fashion. What do you think of that spot?
So this is a spot where Auburn's already played 1 game in this conference tournament. They beat Mississippi State. This will be Tennessee's first game since March 7th. So not a long layoff or anything, but they don't have the back-to-back situation. I think Tennessee is the better team. I feel like Auburn's playing with more motivation here, but after a really dominating win versus Mississippi State, I don't buy into it. I lean Tennessee here at this number, but I don't know if I really want to lay 2 possessions with this Tennessee team.
Yeah, we're back at a 5.5. It's 59-53 tickets in cash on Tennessee, but we're back. For Seton Hall, it's 55-52 as well. And Seton Hall is now at 2.5. We talked about it when we were breaking it down. So it's now, so about 30-40 minutes ago, moved back to 2.5. So a half-point move towards the Blue Jays. All right, I've still got a lot to think about here. But let's roll on. Spooner, my man, excellent work. Great to have you. I know we're going to be moving very quickly, but thank you so much for joining us. Let's roll. We're going to go back into the order. The order is in our video description. I ran out of word. I had a mistake with the description, the 10,000 words in the 5,000 space. And so I just ended up just cutting the NBA and NHL, but we're going to get an NBA and NHL after college basketball. We head to the Big Ten tourney, third round. Northwestern Wildcats, 15 and 18, 5 and 15 in the Big Ten. Shout out to those of you like Troy Torrance who were on Northwestern yesterday. Swiggy saying the bracket tickets are on sale. No worries. Bracket tickets are up. So $50 entry for our bracket contest as well as our confidence pool. And thank you to Harbor Acres Cottages. They're adding $350 to the winner of the confidence pool. Now that's on top. So that's not part of the 10% payout. It doesn't go into the pool. It only is added to the person who wins the confidence pool. And shout out to Harbor Acres Cottages. It's the salty bonus here. Northwestern Purdue. So Northwestern game under their belt. Looked good, and they appealed to me in the first half spot here against Purdue. Purdue ranked 18th right now. Let's set this one up. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, which should help Northwestern have some fans in the crowd. They look good. That was a big win over Indiana. That was a big market move towards Indiana, and they take them out by 13. They lost at home to Purdue 70-66 just 8 days ago. But it was a fine performance, by the Wildcats. They were in control. They were up 34-25 at the break, and Purdue took over late. Northwestern shot the ball very well, which is, but we're talking about Purdue opened up as 8.5-point favorites and closed as 12.5-point favorites. Northwestern was in that game the entire time. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this one over to Spooner. This one popping off at 6:30 p.m. We have Northwestern plus 12.5 minus 113. Some sharp books are still at 12. I'm just looking at an offshore. The offshore moved immediately it took 2 hours to move a half point towards Northwestern. Now it's come back. So we have a half point move towards Purdue. When we get to the total here for this one, and Fordham's been battling back. And Iowa State is taking over the lead. So thankfully not moving on Texas Tech first half. Well, we'll see how it banks out, but that was certainly close. We have a total that's dropped 4 points down to 140, Spooner. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, take me a second to find it. While I'm looking for it, let's hear your thoughts. You have any? I know you have moved on the next game. Well, here's cash flow. 63% of tickets, 71% of cash on Purdue. Circa hanging at 12. There is 11.5 at FanDuel, which is a bit of a surprise. 11.5 at ESPN Bet. Bit of a surprise. 70% of the tickets on the under, 87% of cash on the under. Spooner, take it away. Northwestern, Purdue.
Yeah, I was really tempted to get on Northwestern here. In the chat yesterday, I was kind of trying to get people off of the other side of Northwestern. I feel like this team has played well in the tournament in past, and they have a pretty senior-laden team with some guys that have been here before. And there's nobody that haunts Purdue like the team that is Northwestern. We look at this. Northwestern had the crowd advantage yesterday. They will again today. Northwestern fans will be amped up with Purdue. I think this is a really big number, and that's kind of what keeps me off it. I guess the 12.5 on the road is what this number is set up, because Purdue and Northwestern met in Mackey. You would expect this number to come down from Purdue being in a home environment to here, and not a huge come down at all. So they don't respect Northwestern here. That gives me a little bit of pause. But the only side I could be on here is Northwestern. This Purdue team is going to make the tournament. Maybe they have that extra motivation to keep playing to try to get a better seed, because they didn't have a great season overall. But I mean, still on paper, they're going to be deserving of a top 4 seed likely. I imagine this Northwestern game won't make or break that. So motivation-wise, I still lean Northwestern. This is their Super Bowl the last 5 years, is getting to play Purdue. Those boo-booey games were some of my favorite Big Ten conference games I've ever seen.
It's such a big number, and
so I expected like 9.5, and that doesn't mean that's where I made the fair number, but that's kind of what I thought the line would be. And when it opened up higher than that. I think Circa had 11.5, moved to 12.5. So the people that I really respect don't agree with my opinion on this, and it's not a high enough conviction play that I'm going to be like, no, I'm going to take the opposite side of that I disagree with. It makes me more question, what am I missing in this game? And it's probably just my bias against Purdue overall. They still have a really senior-laden team as well. This team has played well in the big tournament. You could say all of those things. Some of the best guards in NCAA basketball. Purdue's underperformed all season. Maybe that's why this line is respecting them now. The books are aware of that, and they weren't going to give away that underperforming number.
Well, let's roll on to a great breakdown. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Spoons, you have moved on this one. We have a Spooner bet here, Kent State -4. I was surprised by the number. And, Ohio, fresh off almost beating Miami of Ohio to close out the regular season. I thought Kent State would be a little bit of a bigger favorite in this one. These teams met. Ohio went to Kent State and got crushed 72-57. That was the lone meeting between these two squads. 72-57 on Tuesday, January 27th. In that one, Kent State were opened up as 6.5-point favorites, closed as 5.5-point favorites. AM has moved on Kent State -3.5 at -110. And shout out to A Stead in the house. Birthday today, the big 3-6. 36 years old for A Stead.
Shout out A Stead.
Yeah, happy birthday, man. Enjoying the big UMass victory. Respect, man. A Stead celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday, my man. So let's get into this line history here. First off, the totals at 159 has dropped 2 points from 161, and Fordham has almost come all the way back. That's absolutely wild. Then here for the point spread, we have Spooner with the -4, and that's what we have, -4. -4 at -111. This opened up at 4, dropped to 3, got to 4, dropped down to 3.5, and we're sitting here at a 4. Cash flow wise for this one, we have 66% of tickets, 56% of cash on Kent State. There are some 4.5s at the legal book, Superbook being one of them. Circa has his juice to -115 on Kent State. Take it away for us, Spooner. MAC Championship quarters, Bobcats, Golden Flashes, Rocket Arena, Cleveland, Ohio.
This was another line I moved rather early on and was immediately frustrated as other books started to open. I could have gotten a low juice 3.5, and the book I chose to place it on doesn't do pregame cash outs, and I didn't really want to take the chance of having two bets on this Kent State game going into it and just planning on cashing out the 4, which is sometimes what I'll do in that situation. But I have a lot of conviction on Kent State here. They are getting a team off their Super Bowl. This is something they just had. They played Bowling Green right after Bowling Green played their biggest rivalry game of the season in Toledo, and Kent State showed up, played very good basketball in that game. I expect them to be in a similar situation here. We look at Ohio and who's their arch rival. Their arch rival is Miami. Every single time, whether it's football, basketball, you listen to that crowd. It's Miami sucks the entire game from start to finish. And it was no different in that last game. Ohio had a huge crowd advantage there. They played one of their best games of the season. And I just don't expect them to be able to follow that up. Kent State's a better team. They're a better coach team. The guards on this court, I just think really lend themselves to Kent State. And that's not something I normally say with this team, because Delrico Gillespie is the heart and soul of Kent State. And when you allow him to be a difference maker and the guards are going to be out there, I think this is going to be a very tough matchup for Ohio. This is going to be a high intensity game. It's going to be played in Cleveland. Kent State will have the crowd advantage in this game. I expected this to close like 5. I was wrong. I also think Kent State wins this game by multiple possessions, probably 7-10.
Wow. Bullish on the Golden Flashes is our guy, Morgan Spooner. Head over to the Conference USA quarters, Spoondog, Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. Both teams against La Tech, both teams finished the season conference play very, very strong. Wow, 36-33 Texas Tech, so with a cash. Huh. 36 Iowa State. Sorry, Let me just see what the hell's going on here. Okay, no, wouldn't have cashed. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Okay, thank you. Here we go. Blue Raiders, La Tech. Middle Tennessee was very strong down the stretch. I felt like that's something that we expected. La Tech being strong down the stretch was something that we didn't, and something that the market kind of was indicative of in their prices. And I cashed with La Tech a couple times down the stretch. The Blue Raiders closed with 5 straight wins. They look good. They had, and I went over this here because I was like, God, La Tech made me money down the stretch. I was like, I'm ready to go back to the well. The first time these two teams met, Middle Tennessee played La Tech at home January 2nd, destroyed them. 37-point victory. Then they played again, La Tech seemingly, getting right at home, and it was a 59-58 basketball game. But 5 straight wins to close up shop here for Middle Tennessee, so it feels like they're peaking at the right time. And you can say similar to La Tech. La Tech closed out conference play, with winning 6 of 9 games. They beat Sam Houston at home. They went to Missouri State. We're seeing what they're doing right now. They beat them. They lost at FIU, which can be a tough place to play. They beat Missouri State again. They went to Liberty and beat them 76-71. Then they absolutely annihilated Delaware 81-38. Just unbelievable. And is that long enough for them to forget? I mean, a 50-point win is not something that's appealing. Here we have La Tech opening up at +2, down to 1.5, now up to 2.5. That move came at 10-20. So there's been a half-point move towards the Blue Raiders. And we get in Fordham coming all the way back. Unbelievable. Wild stuff going on live. And that second half over in the Providence St. John's was, again, just like we saw yesterday when the very high-ranked teams blowing out the opposition. It was in the Iowa State game. The second half's going to fly over because the defensive intensity drops off. Should have been moved. I don't know why I'm sitting here on the fence. I guess, multitasking. Total here at 132, Spooner. Your thoughts on, did I not even give the spread? Sorry, I'm tripping here. Let me just quickly go back to the spread so I can see it again as well. So the total at 132, no movement. And the line history here on the spread has a La Tech. Oh, yeah, +2.5. Take it away, Spooner, my man.
Yeah, this is a interesting line to me. I thought it was short. Middle Tennessee was like 6.5-point favorites and 4.5-point favorites, 3.5-point favorites in the original 2 games. So here on a neutral, only 2.5-point favorites to La Tech. You would kind of think that means that Middle Tennessee didn't finish the season well, but if you look at how they finished the season, it was on 5 straight wins. So the line didn't make a lot of sense to me. It kind of kept me off. A big part of me wanted to just hit Middle Tennessee at open. It's moved that way some. I still don't have the conviction on it, even after seeing the market agreed with it, that I would have, I don't want to press that button now still. Louisiana Tech has played some good basketball. I've seen you on them. That Liberty game was impressive to me. I don't make much of the destroying of Delaware, but at the same time, I mean, that's kind of one of the rules of basketball. You never back a team off a 30-point win. I have questions about this line. If I was ever going to move on it, it would have been an open with Middle Tennessee. At this point, I don't really have interest either way, but I think Middle Tennessee wins this game. I think they should have opened 3 to 4 point favorites, though, and they didn't. So that opening line is important to me in these games. They have a lot of information. There's so much floating out there in some of these conferences that maybe there's something that I'm missing here.
God, I have interest in La Tech, man. Interest in them. But again, I'm in complete agreement. Like, how you don't back a team off of a 50 or 60 point victory, although Iowa State seems to be handling it. That's a little different because they lost so badly at home to Texas Tech.
Also, five days ago, you're talking about a Delaware team that, I mean, I think they had 7 of their scholarship players out by the end of the season. Like, it was a completely different story. Now this is the start of a new season for La Tech. Like, it's not just the next game. So I don't know that you can't back a team off a 30-point win really fits in this specific situation, but it was something that was on my radar when I paid attention to this game. It's always on my radar.
The line is short. La Tech is somewhat appealing.
Just for clarity, Ken Baum doesn't agree with me. They make this a 2-point game. So
I've got questions surrounding it. It's not a slam dunk or anything. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We have the Taint play of the day in our next one. I've also, without knowing it was Taint play of the day, I've doubled down on this spot and I pulled out the Florida State hat for it. It's not a fun thing fading Duke, but just feels like Florida State's playing their very best basketball. Matty Ice, Taint play of the day is in. Florida State plus 17.5 from Matty Ice. He says, Florida State playing good ball right now. Only lost by 4 in regular season. Duke down a few players. Love this spot. Says, let's eat, fam. Taint play of the day. Florida State plus 17.5. Bobano on it. I'm on it. I also have the plus 10.5 first half. Florida State, as Matty Ice said, they're playing good ball. Winners of 7 of 8. They've just really turned it on. They had that 5-game losing streak where people sort of gave up on them. And since then, they've just been absolutely rolling. And they played Duke tough, 91-87 at home. That was game 2 of that 5-game losing streak. Now, Duke seems, when you have freshman superstars, your trajectory is a little different than other teams. And it seems like Duke is so much better than they were back then. They're just seemingly beating all these teams by margin. I made the mistake of getting in the way of them with Virginia, and they annihilated Virginia right from the tip. It was no contest. They won by 26. They went to NC State, won by 29. Even the North Carolina game, maybe we thought that they would win by more margin because Carolina, has put the L, or one of the L's, on their scorecard. But this is a team that's rolling right now, and I faded them, and I'm nervous about it. But I did double down. This is a double up. 16.5 I'm looking at right now. Now, this opened at 19, so I'm not patting myself on the back. I just got the 17.5. But now it's 16.5. That's good to see. The first half is what I really want to see, because when I got the 10.5 and minus 110 at BOL, it was minus 135 at 365. And I don't always have money in my BOL account, a Bet Online account. I do now just because we're going down to Texas, and I'll be using it in San Antonio for live betting and for lots of things. So here we go. That first half is now a 10. I see one book at a 9.5. I like all of that. I got that 10.5. I'm on the Seminoles. Shout out to the Big Ragu, Florida State fan. Take it away for us, Spooner. Florida State Duke.
Yeah, Duke's running into some injuries heading into the NCAA tournament. I believe it goes without saying that this team has a 1 seed locked up. So when we talk about motivation, I feel like this is one of those teams that might not have a ton of it. Under Shire, Duke's done very well in the NCAA tournament. I believe they've won it twice since he took over. The first season right after Krzyzewski in 2023. But then in 2024, another year, Duke had a great team. They lost in the very first game to NC State in that tournament. NC State went on a run that tournament. So kind of brings me to similar spot with Florida State. This was a team at the beginning of ACC play. People were putting in the bottom of the conference. This team's really bad, comparing them to teams like Boston College, but they really turned it on. They played some good basketball, and we're talking about Duke's starting center being out and one of their starting guards. This could be an issue. I guess it's not maybe a starting guard. He's the 6th man off the bench, kind of looking at starts versus minutes. But 2 very important players to their roster. I think at this point, Duke cares more about getting healthy. If they lose this game, they don't have to play another game for at least a week. So it'd be a good situation for them to just kind of check out. I think the big number, it's something I looked at. I kind of expected Duke to take money and the number to grow, and I might be able to get something better at close. I like Duke. I think they're a great team, but I don't think they have the motivation to really go in here, blow out Florida State, and continue to move on. I think Florida State could gain more from this game than Duke could.
Yeah. It's a well put and strong breakdown.
What did you say the opener was?
19. We're down to 16 and a half now. I mean, I only got 17 and a half. So
I said I won't play this. I saw 17 at Circa. Where were 19s? Wow.
Bet Online opened this up at 19.
Yep. DK had an 18.5. Hard Rock probably had a 19 at one point. Nope, 17.
And we have
53%
of the tickets, 63% of the cash on Florida State. So, but 53% of tickets is fine. Circa hanging the 17, but I see a bunch of 16 and a halves at the legal books. I've doubled down on Florida State here and very pumped up about the game. Also, I've started out 0-1 today, so I'm looking. I mean, God,
probably with you there with my Iowa ticket.
Well, Providence has outscored St. John's by 8, and they're menacing here. That the second half over now is a mess because St. John's I didn't bet it, but St. John's has only put up 13 points. So everything's fine, but my loss was horrific. It doesn't matter. It's, some will say that those losses are better than a 1-point loss. Let's roll on here. BYU Houston. BYU coming off a 68-48. I mean, BYU's now, but this is their third game, right? We're in the Big 12 quarter. So they take out Kansas State, follow that up by holding West Virginia to 48 points. They've been playing impressive here. But Houston is a very, very good basketball team. They did have the hiccup, a very it was a 3-game losing streak, but Iowa State, Arizona, Kansas, those are tough basketball teams. And now they have since then beat Colorado, Baylor, and Oklahoma State, seemingly have got back on track. They defeated BYU at BYU 77-66. It was very impressive. They're an impressive basketball team. The question is, should they be this big of a favorite? We know with the Richie Saunders injury that this is a BYU team that on their third game in 3 days, playing a lot of heavy minutes. AM had the projection here, Houston minus 5.7. So he's on BYU plus 9.5. So is Justin McKelvey on BYU plus 9.5. Godfather, thank you for the update. That's just wild. So let's take a look at the line history. Sorry, I got first half up here. So let's move over to full game. Line history wise here for our next spot on the board. We have I can get 9.5, but this opened up at 8 last night at 9:29 p.m. 20 minutes later, it's at 8.5. An hour and 20 minutes later, it's a 10. Back to a 9 to a 10. It's a pretty strong move towards Houston. Idea being they're just going to wear BYU down, playing their third game in 3 days with their fresh legs. And I imagine that's what they're going to do. Just, so strong defensively. This total's moved heavily. If we're to believe the opener, I don't know. They said it was a 152, and 10 minutes later it was a 147.5. I don't know if we need to believe the opener here. And then cash-wise for a monster basketball game here. BYU, Houston. 82% of the tickets are on Houston. Just 59% of the cash. 58% of tickets on the under, 83% cash on the under. It's a public spot. There's been no buyback here. Buyback. Justin says Beyonce will keep them in the game. Take it away for us, Spooner. Cougars in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, I've had a really hard time trying to cap the BYU team without Richie Saunders on it. Part of me thinks this number is a little large. It should be, I forget what AM said there, but I think I probably have it between 6 and 7.5, somewhere around there. So definitely a lot of respect to Houston. This is a Houston team that's only been in the Big 12 a few seasons now, and they've showed up for all of these Big 12 tournaments. They are no bye games for them. So I wouldn't be surprised at all. 15-point win, 9-point win the last couple of seasons to open up. BYU's dealing with injuries. This Houston team's really good. The level of offense they played with all season is what should concern the rest of the nation, because now that defense is catching up, and Calvin Sampson teams always step up in tournament situations. I don't ever like to really be on the opposite side of them. Numbers a little large. I don't know if somebody might possibly be sitting out for BYU that's not indicated with that number because it's almost that much larger. But I guess here at the specific number, I'd be on BYU, but I'm not betting against Houston, Calvin Sampson in a tournament situation.
Hupstead's being downgraded to unlikely. So Texas Southern's leading scorer, leading rebounder, unlikely to go.
I hate to see it.
Was that your thought that he was going to be unavailable?
It was one of the things that was built into it. It's a tough game looking back there, but I was making a sarcastic comment. Hopefully the guy's fine very soon. I wish the best for him and his family, but I hope he sits on that bench the entire game.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. I mean, but obviously there is an expectation that BYU will have tired legs here late in the game. So Houston could be a live look if BYU jumps out early. But I can understand the idea that this is too many points as well. Yeah.
There's this court is disgusting. Houston hasn't played on it yet. You don't know what might show up here. Like the level of intensity required out of a Houston player is incredibly high. We're talking about a court that's filled with lights. Like photosensitivity is something that's really high in human beings. Like 25% of people experience issues with it. So you're telling me that all the guys on Houston, you could have a guy hit a migraine 4 minutes into this game, not be able to play the entire game. Houston's still going to have a great seed in this, and BYU ends up playing well. I don't know. This is interesting. I hate this court. It still just could never get against Sampson. The games you bet against Sampson are like early in the season or meaningless ones after he has everything wrapped up.
Let's roll on, my friend. Our next spot on the board, we have reached the Stacks play day number 2. Stacks play day number 1, NC State plus 5.5. Number 2, UConn. UConn minus 15.5 from our Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Xavier, UConn, and UConn coming in off a loss at Marquette, which is, probably helpful just to stay sharp. I mean, they already had a loss a couple weeks back, so maybe it wasn't as necessary. Xavier coming off an 89-87 victory over Marquette, which gives them the opportunity to play UConn here. They got annihilated at UConn on February 3rd, 92-60. They played UConn at home on December 31st. Again, annihilated 90-67. They've not looked good in this matchup. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand this over to Spoons. This total is a 151.5, opened up at 149.5. And from a point Ohio State smacking. That was a possible opportunity to trust the market there, but I'm fine that, it is what it is. We'll move on. From a spread perspective here, we have UConn now minus 16. It's a minus 105. Opened up at 14. At 11:02 p.m. became 15. 11:33, 15.5. And at 9 this morning became a 16.5. Now a 16. Turned out to be the high water mark. And then when we get to the cash flow for this spot here with the mighty Huskies, we have 57% of tickets, 78% of cash on UConn, 60% of tickets on the over, 66% of cash on the over. You're going to have full screen here with this breakdown. I'll be right back. I got to take care of something, but I'll be back in less than a minute. I'll be right back.
This is Big East Conference action here. And this is a gym that Connecticut really owns. You'll have a ton of UConn fans in this gym. Xavier played a really good game yesterday against Marquette. Really could have gone either way, but Xavier ended up pulling it out. Made a joke in the comments yesterday that Patino might have the second half rim a little tighter for that Marquette side. And I think there might be some truth to that with some of these conference gyms when you have an actual inside person in working in these gyms, but that's not going to matter today. I think UConn is absolutely going to destroy Xavier. These teams don't match up well with each other. Connecticut's guards can walk away with this by themselves, but I just think solo ball has nobody that's going to shut him down tomorrow. Terrace Reed, this is a really nice spot for Connecticut to open up, have a huge game. I think they want to win this Big East tournament. I think it's beneficial for them. I think they can lock themselves up with a really nice seed if they go through and run this tournament. I think there's a lot of motivation for them to do that. And the way that the UConn fans show up in this building is nuts. So I know they'll have a large edge with that crowd.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. What kept you off backing them?
16. It's large. I don't think I would make that. I struggle making numbers past 2 possessions. I wouldn't make this number that. I think 4 possessions is probably where I would need this to be on UConn. Yes, I think they run the team. Obviously, the first game happened, but we're still talking conference action. The Xavier team is full of Division I athletes. I don't think they're going to bend over or anything, but 4 possessions is one thing. Now we're talking 7 possessions to have to get to minus 16. I don't know. It's too much for me. I like the Justins on it. It gives me confidence in the side for anybody that wants to do it. But it's not for me.
Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, Spoons. We cashed on Ole Miss yesterday. It was a great breakdown by Justin. The market was also very strong. The public, on Texas, line moving towards Ole Miss. The fact that they would dominate, from tip, dominate might be a little much, but to be in control, let's say, was a surprise. And here they faced Georgia. Georgia finished the season quite strong. Winners of 5 of 6, won at Kentucky by 8, took out Texas by double digits at home. The lone loss was at Vandy, beat South Carolina home by 19, took out Alabama home by 10, closed up shop by winning at Mississippi State by 6. They look very, very good. Very good. They had a very tight game with Ole Miss earlier in the year, January 14th at home. It was a 97-95 Ole Miss victory, and it was a really exciting ball game. Ole Miss were 10.5-point dogs, so Georgia were 10.5-point favorites at that point. AM has moved on Georgia minus 6.5. He's got the projection at minus 11.1 here. We've already heard from Bobano. He has moved on Ole Miss. This is a little different here. Line's not moving towards Ole Miss. It's moving towards Georgia. This got up to a 7 at 9 this morning. Opened up at a 5. I'm thankful for the money yesterday, and don't need to go hunting for more. My question is more the opposite. Is it time now to fade Ole Miss? This total opened up at 156.5, which is right where it's at right now. Take a look at the cash flow. I think it will be beneficial here. We have 50-50, so 50% of tickets, 52% of the cash on Georgia. Certainly feels like the offshores are much more bullish about Georgia because here at Circa, it opened up at 6 and it's at a 6, so there's been no movement. Take it away for us here, Spoons. The next spot on the board, Rebels Bulldogs in Nashville.
Yeah, I lean towards Georgia here. I don't have a huge edge on this number. I feel like it should be somewhere around 2 possessions. If I could get a 110 5.5, I might pull the trigger right now. Ole Miss played a great game of basketball yesterday, but we recognize why, or not we, Justin told us why. He's like, this is his ex-team he's going up against. This is their Super Bowl. We talked about it earlier. We fade teams off their Super Bowl. I don't think they're going to walk into this game with the same intensity that they had yesterday. I think Ole Miss played their best game of basketball. This Georgia team went through it through the course of the season. They lost their leading scorer. They lost their leading rebounder. Everybody's kind of back healthy. This team's playing good basketball. When you watch these guys out there, they're long, athletic guards. They move fast. Numbers can open up quick with this team, and especially if we're talking about a little bit of a down spot for the opposite team. I really do feel like Ole Miss is going to have a hard time kind of backing that game up. This is this will be the first game of the season, or not the season, but the SEC tournament for Georgia. I look for them to show up, play a really good game of basketball. I'm price shopping right now. There's 110 available on legal books. It's not one I have access to. There's 115s. I'll keep an eye on this game. This doesn't tip off till 7. If I get 10 cents on the 5.5, I think I will move. If I could get a plus money 6 with an alternate number, I might do that as well. I'm going to come back and circle around to this, but this is something I have interest in. I've grown on this Georgia Bulldog team over the season.
I think it's time to fade Ole Miss.
What can you get on offshores? Can you get at 110, 5.5? I would.
No,
I don't think that'll be left by game time.
No, I don't believe you can, but I will double check here.
So if you have Fanatics and you want to bet that,
yeah.
I would take that right now. I just can't do that.
There's one at Bovada Bodog minus 115. So yeah, I'll pull up Penny here. Yeah, I think that we fade what we saw yesterday. I also would have some concern about the double result or anything like that for a double down, just because Ole Miss could pop off early. But we cashed with Ole Miss. It was a hell of a breakdown, and now we fade them. So
nothing's better than doing that.
Yeah,
identifying the get up spot and then fading the letdown.
Yeah,
You're now in perfect position to do it.
You must have conviction. We have Bobano on the other side, Ole Miss plus 6. We Bobano on this one as well. We head to the ACC Spooner second round action, Birmingham, Alabama. We have Tulane Green Wave plus 2, minus 110 from Ian Cameron. 18 and 14, 8 and 10 in the American. Charlotte 49ers 50 and 16, 9 and 9 in the American. Let's get into this line of history. We have Charlotte opening up minus 1, now minus 1.5, half-point move towards them. And then from Toledo, by the way, firing out a 12-4 lead early. And from a total side of things here, we have a 142.5, another total that's dropped. All these totals seemingly are dropping. AM has Charlotte minus 1 here for him. Spooner, we have AM on one side, Bobano on the other. Did you have any interest in Charlotte Tulane?
When I looked at this game last night, my initial lean at the number was to Charlotte. Charlotte's got a pretty decent team. I believe they're missing their starting point guard in the last 2 games, though. I was just double checking to see if there's any information real quick on X or anything like that to be concrete with it. And I don't see Major Freeman is his name. Starting shooting guard, point guard for Charlotte. Decent scorer on the team. I think that will subtract from their ability to really play well. They have I still like this Charlotte team. It's tough to fade them, but seeing them lose back-to-back games without them, they had just played an awesome game versus FAU before that. If they were fully healthy in this game, I would move on Charlotte. The fact that they're not fully healthy probably means I should move on Tulane, but I've seen a lot. This Charlotte team has Anton Bonke down low. He's 7'2", just an absolute issue in this conference. I question how well Tulane will be able to handle him today. Obviously, these teams have already matched up a couple times throughout the season, but Bonke's really gotten better, and that's one thing that Tulane doesn't have a ton of in size. They have one guy that's 6'10", and then after that, your backups are all going to be 6'7", 6'8" guys trying to guard a 7'2" person. Charlotte then will be able to get some nice wide open jump shots off those doubles. I've seen them do it quite a few times this season. I like how their offense runs. What's keeping me off is that injury to one of their starting guards. Ball handlers are so important when you're talking about really tight conference play. This game is a 2-point line, so that indicates that there's going to be a lot of back and forth action. When you put guys that aren't comfortable dribbling the ball, taking free throws at the end of games, there's a reason those guys weren't there in the first place, and that's because the coach didn't have the confidence, and the confidence didn't exist because they probably didn't earn that. So ultimately, I kind of think that Bobano's right here. I won't be on this game.
69% of the tickets, 61% of cash on Tulane. We've had Circa move this a half point towards Charlotte. They had moved it a full point, brought it back a half point. We have Justin on Tulane here. Man, Bear, Pig in the house. What up, my man? Let's roll on to and Billy Freeman says Butler and Freeman both questionable for Charlotte. Tulane.
I was going to say I found a injury report, but there's nothing concrete with it. It just says questionable, so he could be in. And if Freeman's in that game, that does change things for me. I wouldn't say Tulane, but I'm not going to play it either way. It's too close.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Great job, Spooner. We have 8 more minutes here, but we should give them a couple minutes of breathing room here before that. So let's go with 6 minutes here. We have the A10 Championship second round. So we just watched Loyola step up, and Bobano is going back to the Loyola well. He's going back to the Ole Miss well as well. No pun intended. Let's get this one set up here. Facing Davidson in Pittsburgh, PPG Paints Arena. The Ramblers have been so bad this year. All of a sudden, they've won 3 of 4 when it's all on the line. Only loss coming to St. Louis. It's wild watching them step up, but that's what they're doing. Now, they have faced Davidson twice. They lost both games. They lost at home 79-64, went to Davidson and lost 84-64. When do we say enough is enough from the Ramblers? And Davidson's a tough basketball team. And look, who cares what they did against LaSalle? Was it LaSalle? Am I tripping now? Was that who they just played?
Yesterday, Richmond.
Richmond. Okay, yeah, that's right. No, you can care about Richmond. LaSalle was the earlier game, my bad. Let's get into the line history here. We have Davidson 6.5 from a 5.5. This got up to a 7. It's a pretty big move towards. Remember, yesterday the line was moving towards the Bonnies. From a total standpoint here, we have a 132. This one opened up at 133.5. 1.5 move towards the under. And let's just see if the cash is on, because I'd love to see the public hammering this team that people all have a vividness bias on, and they don't. But 55% of tickets, 92% of the cash on Davidson. A ton of cash on Davidson. And this line has not moved really. 6.5 opener at circa. It's at 6.5. Maybe I should tap the brakes a little bit. Let's hear from our guy, Spooner. Loyola, Davidson.
Yeah, I lean to the really square side here. I think it is easy to take Davidson. Loyola Chicago did play really well yesterday. That's not anything that's been a regular reoccurring thing for them throughout the course of the season. Loyola Chicago finished the season with 4 conference wins. 3 of those wins came at home. Their only road win came to Rhode Island in the beginning of the season. Obviously, Drew Valentine, pretty respected coach. Has gotten this team to the NCAA tournament before. They always played better basketball in Chicago. They got their 1 win yesterday versus Richmond. I don't think they followed up with a win versus Davidson. I don't think it's that particularly close. We look at those first 2 games, and they beat the brakes off them. So this would only be Davidson for me. It feels square. It seemed like the number wasn't that large to start with. I believe it's taken money, and it hasn't really moved. So there's some respect being paid to Loyola Chicago, and I think it's more than just recency bias.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So I had an issue with the video description, and it cost me like 30 minutes. The next 4 games, I was wanting to bet. Now we don't have time to go through all of them. We can only go through the. Well, let me just ask you here of the Maryland Eastern.
I didn't even look at this game, to be dead honest with you. That's underneath me.
We can skip this. I can do this one with Jose. Arkansas Pine Bluff, Southern Jaguars, Southern Utah, UT Arlington, Colorado State, San Diego State Aztecs. We only have time to cap one of them. But I wanted to move on all 4. I wanted Maryland Eastern Shore. I wanted Arkansas Pine Bluff. I wanted Southern Utah. And I wanted Colorado State. Which one of these 4 games do you want to discuss before we put a bow on this?
The Colorado State one and the Southern Utah ones are the ones that appeal most to me. So pick between those 2, and I'll be listening closely along. Give me a minute to get my headphones in and back on track, but I'll be there listening to your words. So if you want to put one game in there before you hit those 4, I'll also try to give you any comments that I can after.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I would like to go to. Let's just talk about this Mountain West spot: Colorado State, San Diego State Aztecs. Here, Colorado State has just been bet on for a while, and that was certainly a difficult basketball game to have this opportunity here today. Let's go over it all here. The Aztecs have just not looked that good. Now, one of the losses was at Colorado State, 83-74. And what did San Diego State do? They bounced back and beat the Aggies by 17 at home. So, and then the last time we saw San Diego State at home, they just barely got past UNLV. Honestly, I've got Colorado State above UNLV right now. That was not a very good loss at home to Boise, but they're going to be slip-ups along the way. Would they beat, as I said, February 21st, they beat San Diego State at home. They lost by 23 at San Diego State, so you've got a little of both sides. But for me, this is just a bet on Colorado State Rams basketball team. And the Fresno, look, I want in on Colorado State, and I couldn't bet them against Fresno. The market would not allow me to. And, of course, it lands right on the 4. So there was but it just, the idea was that Fresno was live in that basketball game, was what the market was indicating. This total's dropped 2 points from 143.5 to 141.5. And then on the point spread here, let me move over here. And then on the point spread, we've got Colorado State plus 5.5. It's not moving. There was a point where it moved a half point towards San Diego State, but it's come back. I'm happy it's not moving because, I want to get involved in this game. So if I can get to the cash flow, here we got it here. 67% of the tickets are on Colorado State, so they are public, but only 53% of the cash. Nobody's moving this line at all. Justin McKelvey's got Colorado State plus 5.5 in his pocket. AM got Colorado State as well. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, I was just price shopping a little bit. Minus 105 is the best number available to me on that Colorado State game. Circus had no movement on this game since open. San Diego State, Ryan Dutcher teams are always very good basketball teams. They show up in tournament plays. They're not easy outs. This will be their first game of the tournament. Kind of feel like that Fresno game was a great warm-up situation for Colorado State. It's a team that's used to playing at elevation. I don't think they're going to be super tired playing here or anything like that. San Diego State, I have some question marks about. We're talking about Magoon Guath, one of their best players. Missed 7 games with injury this season, maybe 6 games. Missed the first 2 games, and then he missed 7 games in a row in mid-season. He didn't start last game out. He's been getting reduced minutes since coming back from his injury. Also, LZ Harrington, their freshman star guard, was out in the last game. He's already confirmed out for this matchup. So I have some questions on how healthy this team is, how really well they are. I think Colorado State's playing great ball. I like that 5.5. I like that minus 105. I don't worry too much about ticket splits, Jimmy, in college basketball. You can tell me that it's the popular team. I don't know if that'll even be true by the time this game tips. I think Colorado State is in a nice buy spot. I would rather have a 6. It doesn't look like 6s were ever really available at any affordable spots, but a low juice 5.5 is really intriguing right now. I'm looking at that 105 that's available.
Yeah, I want in. All
right. Best of luck with the rest of your action today. Everybody in the chat, go get that cash. Let's have a great weekend, a great rest of your day. Let's continue to enjoy college basketball. It's about to be gone. I'm going to be really sad to see it go. It was a fun season. Enjoy it, Jim. Get the cash.
Oh, you are a class act, my friend. I'm going to pop our guy Spooner's action here in the chat. So I pushed Brizzy back to 3 p.m. So we have an hour to finish off the rest of the college basketball card. I've hit the NHL card pretty hard. There's a few spots that I want to. I'm not that hard. I've only moved on 7 bets. And I believe 5 minus ones. So I'm looking forward to get back to it. And there's a couple more bets I want to make on the NHL card. We'll get into that. But right now, I want to take a second to go back just to the Tennessee line. We're 59 minutes away from action here. So let's grab the line history here for the Tennessee spot again. Has it moved at all? So it's just I guess nothing. There was one move about an hour ago, 5 cents more towards Tennessee. Let's go to the cash flow in this Auburn, Tennessee spot. Is it that I want Auburn to lose? I don't want that to get involved here. 56 and 55. Circa hanging a 5.5. They opened it at 5.5. Did get to 6 for a minute, back to 5.5. Feels like this line is pretty tight. I guess I could let it go. Which is going to give me no. And we'll just look to move live. I had a great chance to move live. Great chance to move live on Virginia, because I wanted them pre-flop. I could have moved live. We have Iowa, banging back here, down a point with 8 seconds left, fighting hard. Virginia up 6, so the stacks play today on NC State plus 5.5. Still now up 8, but still well within reach. Iowa State smacking Texas Tech in the mouth. Kentucky up 14 on Missouri. I think it was telling that the public was on Missouri and the line wasn't moving. All telling. Toledo up 20-10 on Bowling Green. George Mason and the Bonnies game about to start, and same with the Alabama. Texas Southern has started. All right, so I guess there's no. So the Mason game's already out. We have whiskey backers. I've left that alone. So I don't have that much action, which is okay. And I don't know if I move on Tennessee. There's no move yet for me on Tennessee. So let's roll on. Jose's going to be joining us here shortly. So let's roll on. Our next spot on the board is MEAC tournament quarterfinals here. Maryland Eastern Shore Hawks 9-22, 5-9 in the MEAC at North Carolina Central Eagles 12-17, 8-6 in the MEAC. Of course, we're in Norfolk for this one as we've got Norfolk first half in that first meeting. Let's set up the line history here because I want Maryland Eastern Shore. And now they're 1.5 point favorites. Good God. Stupid. I mean, I had them at a plus. This is Delaware State written all over it, man. Maryland Eastern Shore is going to win this basketball game, and I should have had them at plus money. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not going to say that. It always matters. It always matters. AM's got the Maryland Eastern Shore plus 1.5. This is a bet that I think I should probably bet sooner rather than later. Let's just move over to it quickly here. You have a 5-9 team in conference against an 8-6 team, and they're favored. Team that won 9 games all year. A team that's only beaten South Carolina State over the last. I mean, so you have a favorite that's won one of their last 10 games. Now, they played North Carolina Central really tough. They played them twice and played them tough both games. So I get why it's a tight game, but the Juice says Morgan State looked shady. Yeah, they looked shady, man. And the books told us, and the books are telling us here. So I'm not going to stop and move on it right now, but I'm going to be on Maryland Eastern Shore. I'm going to be on the Hawks in Norfolk. Being around the MEAC and the SWAC long enough. I mean, why in the world were we on Delaware State yesterday? Sometimes you got to let the book speak. And let's see if we want to do that here in the SWAC. Let's head over to the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions, 13-18, 10-8 in the SWAC. At the Southern Jaguars, 15-16, 11-7 in the SWAC. We're at the Gateway Center in College Park. So this is one I could get off here. I could let go of this one. Let me just get over to the matchup quickly, and then we'll get into the line history for the next spot on the board.
I can help you with this.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, can you give me the line? Because maybe this is just a little much here. Maybe I can let go of this one because, the one thing, you Maryland Eastern Shore, and you're like, look at the line. I mean, it's so telling. Now they've moved to favorites. Come on. Here, Southern being as big of a favorite as they are, I mean, you have a Southern team's a game up on Arkansas Pine Bluff in conference. North Carolina Central is 3 games up on Maryland Eastern Shore, and yet they're the favorite. Arkansas Pine Bluff AM's backing, and I want to back them too, but I want to hear the line history and cash flow and things of that nature. So take it away, Jose, my man.
Yeah, Arkansas Pine Bluff. There's no bet percentages on this game, but I can tell you this opened up at Southern -4.5 here. Bet Online has it at a 5 right now. There's still a lot of 4.5s available, but 5s at Bet Online and Bovada. Here, 4.5. It was 5. It got down to 4 even, but it's come back up to 5 again on Bet Online.
Yeah, that's a big deal that this line. Miss Smokes a lot. She's back in Arkansas Pine Bluff, but it's a big deal to me that this line is as big as it is. You know, we talked exactly why, like a Maryland Eastern Shore or why Delaware State was so appealing. Here, I mean, what happened when these two teams played last? Arkansas Pine Bluff went to Southern and beat them 75-74. You know, this line is telling. This line is telling me that Southern is going to take care of business. Circa opened it at a 5, moved to 5.5. Now it's a 4.5. Well, that is important. Let me move over to it now. Sorry, that's the Alabama A&M Texas Southern game's off. So yeah, Circus got this at a 4.5 from a 5, moved 5.5 back to 4.5. That is telling. This line shouldn't be 4.5 or 5. You know, it shouldn't be. I think that's so initially I was like, why is Arkansas Pine Bluff, 5-point dogs? Doesn't make sense to me. And I think that's what the appeal. Now that I'm sitting here, why is Southern such a big favorite? 1 game up in the SWAC, lost Arkansas Pine Bluff at home. I think this is telling on the AM says when Circa moved to 5.5, it was also 5.5. Now 4.5 -110. Very interesting. And if it stays at 4.5 here, I might not move on it, but this is too big of a line. It's too big of a line. And usually if I'm on one side for my whole career, if I'm on the side, the market takes me off, I just stay off. Now I'm trying to legit the flip. And so I'm interested in Southern now. All right.
You're not moving on the Maryland Eastern Shore game because it's too late. You don't want to.
No, I'm moving on them.
Oh,
I don't care. If I'll pay for an expensive money line if I have to, and I don't mind letting the market marinate for a little bit longer. But I'm gonna have to pay, and I'll pay up to 135. If the market's just being so blatant, I'll pay for it. It didn't hurt me not moving on Colorado State. Because these were when I called you in a panic. I was so angry. Let's roll on. Here. Again, I have not moved on Tennessee yet, and I'm not sure if I will. But I guess they'll take a little bit of the pressure off if I don't. Jose, let's roll on to the WAC tournament quarters. Southern Utah, UT Arlington.
Yeah, UTA, Southern Utah here. UTA, the classic fallback school here in San Antonio and in Greater Texas. 5.5 openers here, 5.5 still at Bet Online, 5 at Bovada, but 5.5 everywhere else for UTA here in this game. And for the bet splits, we have 80% of the bets, 81% of the money on Southern Utah. Line has not moved.
God, Southern Utah, is that public? I did not expect that. 3 games back in conference. AM and Dizzy on UT Arlington. Southern Utah, has played up to the level of competition. Those were, I know they're coming off 2 losses at home, but, Utah Valley, I mean, we're talking about the top teams in the conference, Utah Valley and Cal Baptist. And they were in both of those games until late. UT Arlington did win a couple of road games to close of the year in impressive fashion. The first time Southern Utah played at UT Arlington, they lost 80-61. Then they played at UT Arlington a second time. The first time they played them was at home, January 3rd. They lose by 9. Then they go to UT Arlington, lose by 19. Then they go to UT Arlington and beat them 78-73. Spooner in the house. Great to see you. Thank you. And great job, Spooner. I think that I felt, at least without... Look, UT Arlington was a mess. Then they beat Tarleton State, and then they beat Abilene Christian. We just saw Abilene Christian smash and grab Tarleton State. yesterday. 2 road victories to get a little bit of confidence here. In saying that, when UT Arlington played Utah Valley and Cal Baptist, they lost by double digits to both, by 12 points to both. Southern Utah just steps up against the level of competition. And I wonder if, and I do feel this way, that in markets this small, if I shouldn't be too uncomfortable that this is a public spot. What did you say the cash was again?
80 and 80. 80% of the bets, 81% of the money on Southern Utah.
Jesus. I mean, that's just a ton, 80 and 81. Circa's just left it at 5.5. Okay, well, this will be a wait. I'm going to wait on Southern Utah. I certainly lean in their direction here. I think that they'll make this a game. And I'm a little surprised that there's so much action on them. So I'm going to wait a little bit. We've already capped that Colorado State Rams game. I'm moving on the Rams. So we skip over to the Conference USA quarters, Tennessee State Owls, Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. And we're getting there. We'll be done this for 3:00 when we get into NBA. So NBA's in 47 minutes. Nasty Nate running hot, man. Excellent work. Beautiful work. Richly deserved. I handled that game poorly. Take it away for us, Jose. Let's roll.
Kennesaw State 1 point underdogs here. They were a pick 'em, and now they are 1 point underdogs. Bovada has a 2. A lot of places have 1.5 as well. So the line is moving towards Western Kentucky here. And there's 66% of the bets, 83% of the money on Western Kentucky.
And how big has the move gone?
From pick'em to -1 to -1.5 to 2.
Huh, interesting. These are two teams that they played such tight games already. I guess not the first one. I didn't realize that. The first time Kennesaw State went to Western Kentucky, they got slapped in the face. Oh, no, they beat them. Shit, sorry, my bad. 81-65. Wow. Then they beat them again 72-69. You have a team that's beaten their opponent twice and the line moving away from them. That is interesting. Let's go over that. So the first game, 81-65 at Western Kentucky. And in that line was Western Kentucky opening up as 6.5 point favorites, closing as 7.5 point favorites, and losing outright. Then we have the second meeting between these teams. Another victory, for Kennesaw State at home. This time, Western Kentucky were 4.5 point dogs. So a 12 point move from the first time they met. I mean, egregious here. And then when we get to the game now, Kennesaw State coming off back-to-back losses at UTEP and at New Mexico State to come into this. God, I mean, Dimitri on Western Kentucky. It's a pretty legit move towards Western Kentucky here. Losing to the opponent in 2 straight games, and now you're the favorite. God, I mean, is Western Kentucky the team that's playing the better basketball, moving in the right direction, and going to take out the team that beat them twice, that they were huge favorites over in the first meeting? I'm certainly interested in Western Kentucky here. And we have AM no bet here in this one. Okay, I'm very interested in Western Kentucky. I don't believe I've taken a team, though, to stop or to win the third meeting when they've lost the first 2. Ohio State taking care of business, says the wager detective. Providence only lost by 13, too. Wow. Fuck. God, it was great live bet. It was 23.5 at halftime. The live over. I'm just not handling the live action where I should be. But let's roll, Jose. I'm interested in Western Kentucky. Let's move to the Matadors Tritons game in Henderson.
Yep. Cal State Northridge versus UC San Diego here. We've got a 3-point line for UC San Diego. It's 2.5 now across the board. 3 was the opener there. For San Diego, we also have no information on the side. We have total information, 80% of the bets, 83% of the money on the under, but no information on the side.
So is it clear the line's moving to the Matadors, to CSUN?
It moved. It was opened up at 3. Excuse me, at Bet Online. It's 2.5 now. Minus 105 to UC San Diego. It's 2.5 across the board here. My bookie opened it up at 4 UC San Diego. It's not 2.5.
Wow. I mean, God, the Tritons looked so good down the stretch, and CSUN didn't really. But I mean, San Diego played CSUN at home, lost 84-79. Went to Cal State Northridge, lost by 17. So I wonder if you can, the problem is the Tritons are just playing at their best right now. I think I agree with this market move. And we're not getting any information on the cash flow. I agree with the market move. Let's see what Circa has done here in this one. Circa opened this up at a 3. Now it's a 2.5.
There's another.
I'm interested. Spooner on the Kennesaw spot said, Kennesaw had great chemistry. Losing your most efficient player to a cheating scandal, then playing better ball. The team is tough. Kind of game I want them. Would have been easy to give up. That's an interesting breakdown from Spooner. Thank you for adding that. The Juice thinks that CSUN can snipe the mighty Tritons here. Well, I'm going to spend more time on this spot. It just, and the Juice saying bad matchup for the Tritons. There was times where it felt down the stretch that the Tritons were showing their true colors, that they're going to be a tough team to beat here, that they can give Hawaii a run. Now I don't know if that is the case. But they sure look great down the stretch. Okay, I'm going to need more time on this one. I've got question marks and asterisks besides CSUN. Market indicating that CSUN's very live here, but they didn't look good down the stretch. And I think I should put faith in that. I'm going to add more question marks. Let's roll UCLA, Bruins, Rutgers, Scarlet Knights. Jose, next spot on the board.
Yep. Remember, Jimmy, there's 3 things in life: your family, your religion, and Rutgers basketball. Here we've got a 11.5 opener for UCLA. It is now an 11 across the board here. Heritage still has an 11.5 here. Rutgers has 58% of the bets and 69% of the money on them. So UCLA big favorites, but everyone spits on them anyways.
Wow. Big favorites. It was an impressive game Rutgers played against Minnesota. Minnesota's not a easy team. I mean, Rutgers had lost by 19 at Minnesota, so to bounce back like that's impressive. They now won 3 out of 4 basketball games, and it was almost 4 out of 4. Right? They went to Michigan State and almost took out Michigan State. Rutgers being coached very well and playing good basketball. We only saw them play UCLA once. It was at UCLA. 98-66. UCLA absolutely annihilated them. Does feel like Rutgers is moving in the right direction. Let's just see what the line was for that smash and grab for UCLA. God, and it wasn't really until the second half that they really dominated. UCLA shot 56 from the field, 57 from 3. Now, they were 13.5-point favorites, now 11.5-point favorites on a neutral. Huh. And what was the cash flow?
It was, or is, I should say, 58% of the bets and 69% of the money on Rutgers.
Oh, wow. Public dog. Yeah, that's not appealing. Obviously, a bias from watching them beat Minnesota. I mean, they've gotten better as the season went on, which is something. Could UCLA overlook them? Yes. Is Rutgers more appealing first half? Maybe. All right, I'm going to take more time with that one. Let's roll on TCU, Kansas Jayhawks.
Yep, TCU versus Kansas here. Kansas only a 5.5-point favorite here. Surprisingly enough, here Big 12 is deep. Opened up at 5. Is now 5.5 here. So some love coming to Kansas here. On the betting markets, there's 52% of the bets on Kansas and 80% of the money on Kansas.
TCU's been playing great ball. Another team playing great ball. Winners of 9 of 10. The one loss at UCF. Winning close games. They haven't been smash and grabs, close games. But they've been playing very well. What's Kansas going to do in this tournament? I mean, they need to show out here. TCU went to Kansas. 104-100 overtime victory for Kansas. They played tough in that basketball game. Tough. It was a high-scoring game, went to overtime, and they were in it the whole time. Peterson went for 32 in the game, and they were still right there. Virginia covering the 5.5. AM looking at TCU +6. Public on, and Spooner says, was looking at neutral and road splits last night. Was shocked to see TCU actually plays better on the road than most teams. Top 25 in the nation adjusted road splits. I don't see why TCU can't keep this a close game. They've already shown us in a more difficult, well, I wouldn't say more difficult situation, but this is a neutral. That was at Kansas. I'm interested in TCU. I'm going to let the market marinate. Shout out to Big Show Picks in the house. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, Jose. We go back to the SEC. Oklahoma off a big win, and Bobano backing Oklahoma and on the over in this one. We're in Bridgestone Arena, Nashville, Tennessee. Jose, set us up.
Yep, we've got Oklahoma, Texas, A&M here for this one. Shout out to Dabby Cab. A lot of people betting the Oklahoma Sooners today. 59% of the bets, 92% of the money on the Sooners here. This opened up at a 2. It has moved to a 2.5 at BOL to Texas A&M here. Bovada still has a 2, but it opened up at a 2.5 there and dropped down. So 2.5s across the board. Otherwise, everyone, well, not everyone, I guess, but a lot of bets and money on Oklahoma in this game.
I mean, they're playing the better ball, these two teams. Texas A&M making everything look very, very difficult right now. We have an Oklahoma team that all of a sudden won 5 straight games. All of a sudden won 7 of 9. Now, they lost at home to Texas A&M 75-71 just on February 21st. They lost at Texas A&M on January 10th, 83-76. It just feels like a different basketball team right now. Missouri on the trail at least here. AM says all the value was on the -2 with Texas A&M. Bowling Green leading at the half. Wow. San Francisco 49er on Aston Villa in soccer. This is another interesting spot late. Bobano expecting Oklahoma just to keep playing good ball. This has moved to, so this opened up at 2 and quickly went to 3.5, and now it's come back to 2.5. That's a initial move towards A&M. Jose, what did you say the cash flow is at?
It is again, where is it? 59% of the bets, 92% of the money.
On
Oklahoma.
Yeah. The Juice says he's on the Aggies Island. Big bets are being placed on Oklahoma. They're playing their best basketball of the year right now. It's a very low line. I don't want to believe what we just saw last game, but you could say, well, just believe what you see in the last 9 games. The big bets, though, have not moved the line towards Oklahoma. I'm going to stay off of this spot. And Spooner did move on Colorado State. I love it. The Juice says Aggies roadblock to stop Sooners momentum. I feel that. But let's roll on. Jose, my man. Let's go to the Nova Georgetown game. I'm going to be off the Sooners A&M game.
All right, Georgetown, Villanova. When you think of this game, obviously everyone thinks about the national championship game between these two teams. 62% of the bets, 85% of the money on Villanova here in Madison Square Garden. The late game for the Garden seemingly tonight. This opened up at a 7. It is now a 7.5 here across the board. Only my bookie is the only place that has a 7 right now, but 7.5s across the board here. Half-point move towards Villanova, with again 62% of the bets, 85% of the money on them.
Yeah, I guess would you want a bigger move? They played Georgetown twice. They waxed them twice. 66-51 at home. And then they go to Georgetown, beat them 80-73. I mean, this is now the question is, are they going to obviously cover the number? But they've won 9 of their last 11. Who'd they lose to? UConn and St. John's. Nice job, Chris Warren. I love it, man. AOD says Hoyas, baby. AM on Georgetown plus 8.5. The line seems, pretty sharp here. All this money coming in on Nova. We're playing really good ball right now, but the line not really moving. We have Miss Smokes a lot on the under. I think this is just right where the line should be. And I'll look to maybe get on Nova live, but I think this is right where it should be. The Big East quarters. Let's go back to Georgetown here for 1 second. If there's any reason to... I mean, who cares? DePaul and Providence. It was all L's. The problem is they can keep it close. Even these games, they're losing. They lose at St. John's by 3. They lose at UConn by 4. Why wouldn't they be able to stay in this game? I'm comfortable staying off. I'm not going to get in the way of Nova here, but I'm not going to back. It feels like a tight line, sharp line. Let's roll on to Florida Atlantic, North Texas.
All right. Florida Atlantic, North Texas here. A few more games left on our college basketball slate here. And we've got a good one seemingly coming in this game because we have a pick'em line here so far. As for the bet splits, there's a lot of Norths. 50-50 ticket split, 81% of the money on North Texas in this game. This line opened up Florida Atlantic minus 1.5. It is a pick'em right now at Bet Online. Bovada and MyBookie have already moved this to North Texas minus 1. So it seems like we will see North Texas minus 1s here coming very soon.
Wow. Yeah, obviously the coin flippy feel to this one. Exact same records in conference for the Owls and the Mean Green. They both closed winning 3 of their last 4. Now, they did play each other, and it was an extremely tight game, 73-72 at North Texas. It's just happened in this one. North Texas shot poorly, though. 28 from 3, but this one opened up at 2.5, closed at 2.5. North Texas won by a point. This feels coin flippy, man. This is just going to go right down the wire. I don't feel like there's an edge here. Do you feel like there's an edge on this one?
I just trust the market, if anything, and just betting North Texas would be my move in this game.
So how big has the move towards North Texas been?
It's gone from minus 1.5 FAU to it's probably soon going to be minus 1 North Texas.
Okay, so let's see what Circus. So Circus got this at a pick'em. They opened it up minus 1.5 Florida Atlantic. Huh. Yeah, Birmingham, Alabama is not going to be a lot of Florida Atlantic fans. They're not going to be a lot of North Texas fans. Yeah, I see. I mean, we just watched Ohio State handle that, the dogged favorite. I mean, the markets can be very telling. I have interest in North Texas, but I would need to study it more. We have just 3 games left before the NBA. I just sent Billy a message that we'll be starting at 22, so at 2:40 p.m. in 9 minutes. So 9 minutes for these last.
Did we skip Clemson and UNC? Did I just not delete it? Did we talk about it?
No, you're right. We skipped it. We went from TCU right to Oklahoma. Let's go there. That's great call. Thank you. Great find. Clemson, North Carolina. Good call, man.
Fascinating line in this one because it opened up at a pick'em. Pick'em for a North Carolina team that's ranked. Obviously, they don't have their best player anymore. So that's a big factor in that. So maybe you should take that with a grain of salt with this line. But pick'em, some places have -1 at BOL. It's -1 here for Clemson, for North Carolina. 55% of the bets on North Carolina, 50-50 tickets split each way.
Sorry, Will. Yes, Bobano's on Tulane. I will double check that. Justin McKelvey with North Carolina in his pocket. The Juice and Dizzy and Wager Detective on Clemson. I think that it probably helps. I don't know if it helps, but you like to get a win under your belt in the conference tournament, and Clemson got that comfortable win against Wake Forest. They weren't playing good basketball down the stretch. One of their losses came at North Carolina, 67-63, 9 days ago. Just 9 days ago. That's their lone meeting with the Tar Heels this year. I mean, this is just a coin flippy situation. I mean, we can go to that meeting but I mean, this is going to likely come right down to the wire, and you got cappers on either side of the fence, which I understand. That 67-63 win at North Carolina. North Carolina was only 2.5-point favorite, so I guess it feels like this line's come back slightly. You just can't trust Clemson shooting from the outside. Clemson does a lot of things right, but God, you'll sit back and hope for some 3-point shooting, and you just won't get it. Toledo money line alive for Morgan Spooner. Wager Detective at North Carolina last meeting. Yeah. The Juice says yesterday Clemson was the easiest cap of the day. They weren't going to let Wake get out to a fast start like their previous meeting. Yeah, this is a very difficult spot here. Can you hit us with the cash flow one more time?
55% of the bets on North Carolina, 50-50 ticket split. Just a few minutes ago, it just changed. 54% of the bets and 52 now on North Carolina. So the North Carolina bets are coming in.
And Bobano on Clemson +1.5. Yeah, I'm off of the spot, man. I'm off of the spot. Let's roll back to the WAC, man. Abilene Christian, Utah Tech. Are we to believe what Abilene Christian did yesterday? They've been known to turn it on this time of year, but this was a weak team this year. Take it away.
Yeah, 2.5 opener for Utah Tech, and Bovada has 2s, but the rest everywhere else has 2.5 here. Bet Online is juiced towards them at the 2.5 here. As for where people are betting in this game, I have no side information, just total, unfortunately. But it seems like Abilene Christian, if they're as bad as they were all season, they're only 2-point dogs. Is interesting.
Well, it's nuts. I mean, it's Abilene Christian has not been good to me this year, but and I didn't know what to do with the Tarleton State spot yesterday. I thought that they had beaten them handily, but I guess 80. I thought they were smashing Tarleton. They were up 14.5. Tarleton State had a big second half. Look, what do you make of this line? We've been succeeding in these situations. Obviously, nobody in their right mind would want anything to do with Delaware State, but why were they at 2.5? It made no sense. Why would Abilene Christian be at 2.5 here? Now, they went to Utah Tech, played them tough, 85-81 loss. They lost at home in another tough one, 76-70. And so Utah Tech is attempting to beat Abilene Christian for the 4th time. All these games have been so close. Not the first one. The first one, Abilene Christian got smoked, but every game's got tighter. They lose 79-64 in that first game at home. Then they lose 76-70 in the second game. Why don't we just take a look at these lines and compare them to what they are now? Maybe they just fit in right perfect, but let's just see. The first time it was starting out the WAC for each team, and Abilene Christian were 5.5-point favorites at home and got smoked. Got smoked by the Trailblazers. So 5.5 points, they get smoked. Then they play them once again. They play them once again at home again. They lose this time by 6 points. Again, Utah Tech completely in control, dominate them. And here, Abilene Christian, 3.5-point favorites. So we're going down 1. Oh, great job, Kong. Love to see it. Love to see all these guys cashing in the chat. Then they go to Utah Tech, and it gets closer. This time, 85-81. Again, Utah Tech smashes them in the first half. And Utah Tech on the road, 2.5-point favorite. So the line's been adjusting throughout the season. I guess nobody expected Abilene Christian to be this bad. The fact is that can you beat a team 4 times in the same season? And now with everything on the line, this line sitting here at a 2.5. Let's just see what Circa has this at. I think it'll be very telling. Circa's got this at a 2.5. They just opened it up at 2.5 and left it there. Why would they be sitting here at 2.5? Abilene Christian has to be bet here. 5-13 in the WAC and team is 11-7. Now we know that sidewise, line-wise, it makes sense from the earlier games here, but I am definitely interested in Abilene Christian here and going to move on them. This line doesn't make sense. It's just Delaware State all over again. Let's roll on, Jose. 2 games left before NBA.
Yep, we've got San Jose State, New Mexico here. 15-point favorites are New Mexico here. It opened up at 14 and has gone up the point to the 15 here. As for betting markets here, we have 75% of the bets and 95% of the money on New Mexico here. So everyone expecting San Diego or San Jose State to get blown the fuck out tonight.
I mean, they closed poorly and then took out Boise State yesterday, which was shocking. Speaking of closing poorly, it's not like New Mexico was playing well down the stretch. You know, New Mexico, could they overlook? I mean, it's tricky, but I wonder if they could overlook this spot. When let's go over that last meeting. They win by 10. New Mexico wins by 10 at San Jose State. Then San Jose State went to New Mexico and lost by 23. It seems like the gap is tightening. But look, San Jose State's last, before the upset against Boise State, I mean, they can't keep this magic going. Do you want 16 points? The Juice says Lobos can go through the motions here. I think the reason why they might not is just because Boise State is a good team. So I'm sure that woke everybody up that San Jose State did that. And losing at home to Colorado State and then losing at Utah State by 4. I mean, I think I was a little harsh on them playing poorly. It does feel like a situation there where they should be able to smash and grab. We have a chance to. It's not like we can sell San Jose State high because it's still 16 points. I don't know. I'm gonna look at New Mexico a little closer, but it just feels like too many points here, especially if San Jose State Spartans got a little bit of confidence, which they did. Public on New Mexico, line moving towards them. Let's roll on to our final spot on the board here, and I will let Brizzy know. Here we go. Okay, let's set up the final game.
UC Davis, Cal State Fullerton. Cal State Fullerton, a baseball school, so it's nice to see them participating in the basketball here. For Fullerton here, we have 58% of the bets and money on UC Davis here so far. As for the line movement here, wow, this was -1 UC Davis at one point at Bet Online. It is now -2 Cal State Fullerton here. Bookmaker opened this up -1 UC Davis. It is now -2 Cal State Fullerton. What's another one I can use here? We'll use Heritage. Sure, Heritage, same thing. -2 to -1 UC Davis to -2 Cal State Fullerton.
I mean, the opening line was the surprise here, but the Juice an AM all over UC Davis. The Titans played great down the stretch. Now they just squeaked by UC Davis 93-92 at home, but look at the losses. They did lose bad at UC Irvine. That's it, because they lose at home to Hawaii. We know what Hawaii is like here. A tough team. They lost at UC Davis by 5. This game's going to go down the wire. It certainly feels like the Titans are the now team. The Aggies have been a Jekyll and Hyde team that I backed a few times this year. Let's see what this line was for UC Davis Fullerton last time these teams met. So they met at Cal State Fullerton. It was a 93-92 win for Cal State Fullerton. Cal State Fullerton were only 1.5 point favorites. So the fact that Cal State Fullerton are favorites here on a neutral and it's gone from dog to favorite. And I am saying circa respecting the money coming in on Cal State Fullerton. How much cash is on them?
It is 58 and 58 on UC Davis.
This is the books are tipping their cap here. It's got to be Cal State Fullerton. The Aggies this year. Now, again, I'm going to have to go over these numbers because I'm going off of a vividness bias. But they were so much better than they were. They were so much better at home than they were on the road. Let's go over this one more time here. Let's just look at their last few road games. Now, I know, of course, this is not a road game, but they're in Henderson, Nevada. It's a neutral. But their last road game, they took UC Irvine to overtime. That was impressive. Long Beach State, they won in overtime. They did not play well. Came back late. Beat UC Riverside. Again, they looked terrible in the first half and then came back late. They lost at Cal State Fullerton. They lost by 17 at UC San Diego. They barely got past Cal State Bakersfield, who are trash. They lose by 16 to CSUN. They lose by 8 to Cal Poly. Yeah, I am very interested in Cal State Fullerton. I feel like that's how I'm going to end my card here, Cal State Fullerton. Jose, stick with me as we do a final review of all games that are yet to be played here. So at 3 p.m., we have Bobano on UCF plus 17 and the over 159 in UCF, Arizona. I had a lot of interest in Tennessee, and I don't think I get to the window here. I'd love to see some late movement towards them, but if this is just going to stick at 5.5, and we're going to assume that Tennessee is still public, 54% of tickets, 57% of the cash, just sitting at a 5.5. I'm not going to move on Tennessee. Going to cut Tennessee here. Then we have Bobano on the over 156 in UNLV, Utah State. I'm on Grand Canyon first half in Grand Canyon, Nevada. I got 1.5. I'm on Norfolk State first half. I got 4.5. We have Spooner on Kent State -4. I have some interest in La Tech. I will study it afterwards. Lots of time to get that in. I doubled down on Florida State first half and full game. Taint on Florida State. Bobano on Florida State. Some interest in Houston. It seems like a lot of points. I think that we fade Ole Miss. Now, Sugary Salts is on UCF first half here. We cashed with Ole Miss yesterday. We're going to fade them today with Georgia. Now, Bobano's on Ole Miss. I got to make sure I have the conviction. I expect that I will. Bobano's on Tulane +2. He's on Loyola +7. I'm going to be on Maryland Eastern Shore. I expect to be on Southern. But again, I'm flipping off of Arkansas Pine Bluff, so I want to make sure that I have the conviction. I have some concerns about Southern Utah just because it's so public right now. I imagine that will change. It's only 245. I'm moving on Colorado State. I have a ton of interest in Western Kentucky. I'm questioning whether or not I move on Cal State Northridge. Certainly feels like the books are tipping their hat a little bit in that one. I have some interest in Rutgers first half. I think I can get there. Then TCU. Bobano is on Clemson +1.5. He's on Oklahoma +2.5 in the over 61. I still have interest in Villanova. I copied and pasted AM being on Georgetown. Others that are on Georgetown will take more time. The market's telling with North Texas. I think I get there. Abilene Christian, I will be betting. And it seems like Cal State Fullerton, I will be betting as well. And that is 44 games of college basketball action. Seeing a lot of you guys in the chat getting paid, man. I love to see it. By the way, Matty Ice says if Missouri covers the 2.5, he's sending someone in the chat $25. It's tight right now. Kentucky up 5. Toledo.
Jimmy, can I quickly give out my action here?
Absolutely.
I'm just tacking on just some of your bets here. It was Maryland Eastern Shore, the dog to favorite that you're still betting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm glad it's a myth then. Yeah.
That's got Delaware State. Both Abilene Christian and Maryland Eastern Shore have Delaware State Hornets all over them.
Clemson +1, Abilene Christian +2.5. Fullerton -2, and East Maryland Eastern Shore -1.5, all -110.
Nice, man. Nice.
I bet them all, and I doubled my bet on the DR, my 3.5 -110. So that's it. And Michael B. Jordan, most importantly, Michael B. Jordan to win the Oscar, Best Actor, -200, 50 to win 100, or excuse me, 100 to win 50.
I love it. I love it. Great job, Jose. Which fools, Big Scott? Which fools ain't covering? Because there was a lot of fools that we just talked about. The Delaware, some of those lines. I mean, look, we'll see how it bangs out. We'll talk about it, of course, tomorrow. But I mean, who in their right mind would have been on Delaware State Hornets yesterday? And both Abilene Christian. Abilene Christian's a little different because they have a game under their belt. But the Maryland Eastern Shore, both those spots are very, very interesting. Thank you, Nate. We have Bridgie.
I forgot. I'm gonna bet I'm gonna fade the Leafs tonight. I'm gonna be on the Ducks. I believe that the Ducks are playing them.
Yes, they are. I wonder if that. We're gonna break down NHL here after NBA. We're gonna start with NBA, but we are going to hammer. We also have possible live action for us as well. Right now, George Mason up 7 on the Bonnies, of course. Creighton up 1 on Seton Hall. Wisconsin up 1, 3-2 on Washington. Louisville, Miami, Florida starting. UNLV, Utah State starting. Texas Southern up 4 on Alabama, A&M. Shout out to Robert Cherry in the house. And TJ says, good spots, Ducks and Dominican Republic. You're on both.
Yeah. What is the first one you said there? Sorry, I didn't catch the
Ducks
first.
and Dominican Republic.
Yeah. I mean, TJ, I bet it was funny. TJ said to hammer 3.5, and I said 5 minutes right before you came in here. TJ was like, "Oh, I'm betting the 3.5 there." Korea, their best player. I am a person removed from one of their best players, Jimmy, and I know he's not very good. So it's just not happening.
Well, Dominican running hot right now, and so is TJ. So.
And I'm already pre-preparing to bet the Dominican Republic against the U.S. as a mini hedge in the semifinals. I'm pre-preparing myself for that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. They're running hot. Jose, great job. Thank you for all of this. Don't worry about NHL. I can just run through it.
Let's get home with these bets here, huh?
Actually, you know what? If you don't mind, I think it would speed things up. NHL.
Sure.
Actually, let's do that. It'll speed things up. If you set up the lines, and I'll just hammer them down.
Sure.
Okay,
no
cool.
problem.
Cool.
And TJ, that is a rumor. TJ, that is a rumor.
All right, let's roll into NBA. Thank you guys for joining us. It is Thursday, March 12th. Excited to cap this NBA card. I have moved on one bet. Of course, you guys who run with me know what it is. It's the bet that just keeps giving. I'm very nervous to look at the total. One thing about that angle of betting the under on a double-digit favorite on the first of a back-to-back is I'm not entirely sure when to move on it. I obviously just want it at the highest point. I'm very nervous to look what it is right now because I bet it. I figured that it was going to move down. It had gone down and come back up, and I figured it was going to go back down again. We'll see. Let's bring on our guest star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. Our Locker Room Talk podcast is out right now. We got UFC Vegas this week. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good. Nice little Thursday afternoon here. Hopefully we can get to some cash today. Kind of a lot of games on the card, but not a lot of spots.
Well, let's move here, and thank you so much for joining us, my man. We have Sixers Pistons to get this all started. Pistons, of course, first of a back-to-back. And I moved on the under. Looks like it's up a half point. We'll see if that's the case. I got the 222. remember in this spot, the beauty of it is that if it's soaring over, you put a full unit on the live under at halftime. And we haven't had a chance to live bet an under because we've just been cashing them. Sitting back and cashing them. Most of them almost no sweat situations here. So that's what I'm on. I'm on the under here. We have the Pistons snapping their losing streak against Brooklyn, won by 38. I was on them first half. I told you I wanted first quarter too. I've just never bet a -4.5 first quarter in my life. They dominated the first quarter. That was an ugly losing streak. One of those losses were to Brooklyn, and they bounced back. Of course, we're talking about the Philadelphia 76ers, which means let's take a look at their lineup. This is not a fluid situation for the Sixers. So for the Sixers, we have Oubre out, Maxey out, of course, George suspended, Embiid out, Broom out, Bona out, and Drummond questionable. On the other side of things, Ozer Thompson out, LeVert out for the Detroit Pistons. What an ugly, ugly, ugly situation this is. Brooklyn back home off of those 2 road games. They had the day off, though. Let's get into the line history here for our first spot on the NBA board and hear how Brizzy is planning on attacking this. Just give me 1 second here. Let's get this over to NBA as well. So here we go. We have the Philadelphia 76ers right now at plus 15.5. It's 15.5 across the board. It was 15.5 when I looked this morning, when I looked last night. This opened up at 15.5, dropped to 14.5, got back to 15.5. It's just been sitting here at 15.5 with no movement. Now here is the total. 222. And a sharp book I'm looking at is 221.5. I'm fine. At least this, could have been worse. This did drop initially down to 220.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 59% of tickets, 86% cash on Philadelphia. Books aren't blinking. It's not moving towards them. 64% of tickets on the under, 77% of cash on the under. Billy Brisbane, take it away. Sixers, Pistons.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those spots where you can't really just complicate this. Like, you just got to go with the Pistons here. I think the Pistons are the bet. And my greasy narrative theory here in this game is, first things first is, it just could be dark days in Philadelphia for the next couple of weeks. Maxey was supposed to be out only for a couple of games, and then a news report came out yesterday that he's going to be out for about 3 weeks now, so that's damn near the rest of the season. Embiid's going to be out. Kelly Oubre is also out for the rest of the month as well. The Sixers kind of look like a destined team for the play-in, man. Like, Charlotte ended up being like one of those teams that moved out of the play-in to probably a playoff seed. And I think the Sixers are going to have to help the NBA prove their narrative that the play-in matters, and they're trying to get bigger market teams onto these play-in spots, if you remember in years past. And I think the Sixers are going to be a part of that script.
Yeah, you know what? The Pistons have not been playing well at home. The last time they were here, they let Brooklyn come back from, 20 down and beat them? That was another spot for our unders here. I mean, this is just...
line opened up 11.5 up to 15.5 tells you everything you need to know. I mean, if you look at the Sixers starting lineup tonight, it looks like the corpse of our bench. Cameron Payne was out here having to put up fucking 7 threes, and we're still losing games by like 20 points. So it's like, we won that game against Memphis, but you get the narrative and theme that I'm saying. It's not like the Sixers are coming in here off of 5 straight L's and they're super hungry. This is a one-off road game. We saw the last time the Sixers had played like a one-off road game against a high-caliber team in the East was that Charlotte Hornets game. It was just like a random afternoon. Granted, it's not the same start time, but I don't think the Sixers are about to be hungry in here for a one-off road game. I think we're just going to end up putting this game. Sorry to Amazon Prime, but they got the shit end of the deal. They keep on getting the blowout games.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're just, the only concern, and it's a real concern, is just that Pistons, and the reason why the unders cash so often is because Pistons could score 15 points in the fourth quarter. They could score 15 points in the fourth quarter and still cover the 15.5.
I mean, just look at the Sixers box score in their last game. I don't think 139 points is appeasable. We had Kelly Oubre. He had 31 points, 12 rebounds, had 44 PRA. He's not in the lineup tonight. Quentin Grimes out here with 22 points, second leading scorer of the team. If you're looking at player prop markets, he would definitely be a name to circle. VJ Edgecombe, I think, is going to play a lot more point guard with this roster construction of a team. He had 5 assists in his last game with 3 steals, 21 points. Dominic Barlow, 33 minutes. Like this is not. If you just replace the team name and I gave you the players on the team, you would think this would be one of the bottom 8 teams that we look to fade every time they come up on the NBA slate. I mean, we're out here playing Dalen Terry, 21 minutes off the bench. Trenton Wofford as your backup center. Do I go on? I mean, this is the bare minimum of an NBA roster. The Sixers should be thought of in the same category as the teams that we look to fade every time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was a difference in, the Pistons being an angry group last game, and so they came out with authority. But God, you got to think it happens again. I'm shocked to see the Sixers as a public dog. So yeah, I'm already on the under 222, but I'm interested in Pistons first half. Another Pistons first half better. First quarter, first half. I'm a little hesitant with the full game just because you can be up 24 and not cover. We saw that in that Pacers-Lakers game. Pacers were down 24. They lost the game by 11, and that all happened in the last 4.5 minutes, just because the big favorite stops caring. I'm interested here in adding that. Let's roll on, Brizzy. A tricky spot with Suns Pacers is both teams are on the first of a back-to-back. Much more difficult for the Suns because they head up to Toronto after the game. The Pacers stay at home and host New York. So it's a bad spot for the Suns. They're not looking forward to what happens when the game ends. We have Brooks out, of course, Williams out, Highsmith questionable, and Allen questionable. And then for the Pacers, first leg of a back-to-back, who of these guys are not going to be in the lineup? Who are going to be saved for tomorrow night? We do know that Siakam and Jackson are out. But then we have key questionables. First off is Zubac making his Pacers debut. Upgraded to questionable for the first time. He's been battling a sprained ankle. He's not going to play much. But is he going to make his debut here? Will that be a boost to the Pistons? Then you have Naismith, Nembhard, and McConnell all questionable. So, is Naismith going to be in? If not, it's the Ben Shepherd.
I don't think it matters that much. Like, this is a terrible spot for the Pacers.
You don't think it's a worse spot for Phoenix?
This is a terrible spot for the Pacers. They just had their West Coast road trip. They had the double LA game, Portland and Sacramento, and now they're coming back at home on a first half of a back-to-back. That sounds like the most terrible spot ever. And then if you look at the Pacers scenario, this is something that you have to keep in mind when we talk about fading, tanking teams and stuff like that. We're fading the Pacers for a reason. I mean, they've lost 10 straight games, 14 out of their last 16 games that they lost. One of those wins being against the Brooklyn Nets, so that was more of a draft position battle. And the main reason why the Pacers are a fade just for the whole entire season is because if their pick lands anywhere between 5 through 9, the pick goes to the Los Angeles Clippers. So, they really don't want to win basketball games. And I don't think that there's going to be a crazy advantageous spots that are at a conference that they're going to give a fuck about. If this was like an in-conference battle, they got Detroit coming into town or something like that, I'd be a little bit more advantageous to back the Pacers. I mean, we've backed the Pacers throughout their tanking season, I feel like, in pretty good spots. I don't hate the Pacers. Pacers may be buddy, whatever. I bet on them. It hasn't been a lot of times. Maybe I can count on one hand, but This is I get the line looks a little bit off, but this is a sunspot. The Pacers are just not it right now, and the travel situation. You could talk about the Suns being in a bad travel situation. I think coming back from a West Coast road trip is even worse. I mean, they were almost competitive in that game against Sacramento. They lost 109-114. So you're not getting like a crazy hungry Pacers roster. And then if you look at their schedule and stuff like that, they play New York. That's one of the games. That's one of the 3 teams that the Pacers probably give a fuck about playing on the schedule for the rest of the year. And I just don't think this is a good spot for them at all.
It's true. The Friday night against New York is a game that they care about. The Suns having to head to Canada after the game is rough. They'll be thinking about that come fourth quarter.
Yeah, but it's not like you're going from Florida to Canada. I mean, you're going from Michigan to Canada. I mean, that's not that crazy of a flight.
Oh, the flight's not what bothers them.
It's the customs, going through customs.
So, yeah. Well, Ronnie Lofton, he is on the Suns -8.5, and Iguodaro under 17.5 PRA says averages 12.5, should see less minutes in what I think is an easy Suns cover.
Forgot to talk about player props. Cade Cunningham has a crazy trend in the first game. It was like 11 out of the last 13 games that the Pistons have been double-digit favorites in. He's gone over his assist prop. And for this one, was Grayson Allen over 2.5 3-pointers. Those would be the top player props in the first 2 games.
We have 75% of the tickets on the Suns, 53% of the cash. The lines moved a half point at circa from 9 to 8.5, a half point towards the Pacers. Yeah, no, your breakdown makes sense. We fade teams off of coming back from a Western trip with only 1 day off, not the 2 days off. So that all makes sense.
On a front end of a back-to-back with New York coming into town tomorrow, like, I mean, have you watched the Pacers Knicks games? If you just saw the Pacers play the Knicks for the whole entire season, they'd be damn near almost a 500 team. Like, they've played the shit out of the Knicks this year.
Are you on the Suns here in this one?
We're in a tankathon parlay that's always featured on these NBA cards.
Okay. We'll get back to it. We'll come back to it. If I was going to be on the Phoenix Suns, it would be Suns first half. They're going to start thinking about tomorrow night at some point. Iguodaro, O'Neal, Jalen Green, Booker, and Gillespie, the starting 5. Nembhard, Naismith, and Zubac and McConnell all questionable, which are key pieces of information. All right, let's roll on. Next up, we have Wizards Magic. We are at the Kia Center. And let's take a look at the Magic situation. Of course, second half of back-to-back, they were very impressive last night. And let's see what we expect from them here in on this one. First off, let's see who is going to be in. We have for the Magic, same deal as yesterday, Black out, Wagner out. For Washington, George out, Russell out, and Davis out. So Young at the 1, Trey Johnson at 2, Coulibaly at 3, Will Riley at the 4, and Sarr at the 5.
You got to do it in the voice, Jim. O'Reilly.
That is nice. Very nice. We have from a situation here. Of course, we just talked about Magic on the second half back-to-back. It was an impressive performance last night, 128-122. Here on the other side, the Wizards are losing, and they just let Bam put up 83 on them with 43 foul shots? 44 foul shots?
I wonder, how does that factor into all of this?
Yeah, I don't think Washington could care less.
Right? Like, it seems like they're just collecting paychecks and going back to the crib, and then on the days that they have off, they probably go fuck off somewhere in Miami or Los Angeles.
Will, I'm off of it. I think the opening line is very questionable, and the entire chat, we were 10 guys deep on Miami before you had to hear anybody on the other side. So But here, Washington looks atrocious. And, I watched that whole Kobe Raptors game, the entire game. And in that game, when Kobe went for 81, he had to score those points. Raptors were in that game the whole time. That wasn't a blowout ever. The Kobe needed all those points, especially down the stretch. It was legit.
The shit that we saw with Bam was honestly disgusting. And it's type shit that makes you think, like, there should be a punishment for, like, the worst team in the league or something like that. Like, they should be relocated or something like that. Because it's like, the Wizards are starting to become a little bit of a laughingstock of a franchise. Like, if you watch the highlights of Bam Adebayo, that's the most bullshit 83 points you'll ever see in your life.
Listen to the points that the Wizards have allowed here. 150, 138, 122, 126, 123, 134, 126, 119, 129.
I think there's only one way to look at this game: Orlando team total over. Even if the Wizards do play hard in this game, it probably comes in the offensive form where they score more points. I don't see the Wizards aren't the worst team in the NBA. They just have they might have the worst defense in the NBA. Like, them and the Jazz, like, their defensive numbers are terrible. I mean, when have we seen Orlando with 124 point team total, and on a second half of a back-to-back? Like, they're just saying Orlando's going to run up the score here, and I don't blame them.
This one opened up at 13.5, got up to 15, now back to 14.
One of the things that, if you look at with Orlando in the last, like, week to 2 weeks of why their results have been better, is the same exact thing that we say for every fucking Orlando basketball game that's, like, big. They don't have any fucking shooters. It's like Desmond Bane and nobody else. And it's like, all right, if everybody else is going to hit threes and help out and hit shots, the Orlando Magic might be a team to circle in the upcoming, like, I don't know how far they're going to go or anything like that. But the Orlando Magic are a team that I have circled for the upcoming month going into the playoffs. They look like a team that's finding their form at the right time of year. We're talking about March Madness and stuff like that. It's always about catching teams at the right time. And the Orlando Magic are a team that's trending in the right direction right now. Like, if you've been betting Orlando Magic, they've been putting money in your pocket. I was fortunate enough to cash that ticket last night. Them and the Pelicans. I don't know if I'm going to go back to the well here, but I think it would be like teams like, I think parlaying the team total over is better than parlaying the money line. Like, you'll probably get a better price on an alt line on a team total over 115.5 than you would on a money line to put in a parlay for Orlando Magic.
53% of the tickets, 76% of the cash on Washington. Shout out to Chill Will, blessing our action.
Total's going up too. Total opened up at 228.5 up to 233.5. One of the only totals that we've seen on the card today that have gone up.
It's Desmond Bane, man. He's been absolutely unbelievable. And now we know who was keeping the Grizzlies together. I find it hard to believe. that the Magic are locked in here. The Wizards' first quarter bets have been very good to me. It's 16-13 Louisville right now. Wisconsin up 9 on Washington. And Seton Hall, we had both our guys on Seton Hall there. George Mason dominating like we talked about. God, I said today I was just going to fire at everything, and I still was just too hesitant. I guess there's so many options on the board that hurt me too. But and then you have whatever. Look, I think that the Wizards can menace here in the first quarter. I find it. How do you not overlook these fucking bums? I'm interested in Wizards first quarter. I'm more than interested. I expect to bet it. I mean, you take on the Cavs, a team you're likely going to have to go through if you want to, go deep in the Eastern Conference playoffs. And now the Wizards walk in and you start talking about, Bam just put 83 on these fools. You're laughing. I'm gonna be on Wizards first quarter here. Let's roll on.
Well, I think another factor that you have to throw into it has been that head-to-head meetings usually don't matter, but in some instances and cases and scenarios when it comes to these bad teams that are beating good teams in like a one-off spot, the bad team doesn't go under the radar like they used to. So January the 6th, Washington beat Orlando as a 7.5-point underdog, 120 to 112. Then you saw Orlando when they rematched, and this is probably where the line's coming from. They blew them out 126-109. So I would say, from to play devil's advocate, if you lose to a bad team, then they come into your gym, you're just not going to underestimate them. Like, it's a little bit different if you beat the team's ass 3 times already this year. Everybody's done put up their crazy point totals. That's when the dog usually hits. I wouldn't put money on Washington.
No, I get it. Nobody wants to put money on Washington.
I'd rather put money on out of the ass teams in the league. Like, there's you make some cases and some spots. Washington ain't it, man. Like, I just can't put money on people that I'm physically seeing with my own eyes not care. Will they care a little bit more tonight? Obviously. You just let somebody put up 80 fucking points on you. You're going to care a little bit more. Does them caring a little bit more really matter? I don't think it does. I still think they get blown out. Orlando could put out their fucking backups out here, and Anthony Black put up 30.
Yeah, and, he's not in the line tonight, but, I was on the Magic against the Wizards. The Magic absolutely annihilated the Wizards in that game. There was 15.5 that I got in that one, and they won by 17. That was at home. They destroyed the Wizards. Everything you said about, do the Wizards care? Do the Magic care after beating the Cavs last night?
100%. 100%. That's definitely something to factor into this.
I hear you. These are not bets that people like making, but I think Wizards first quarter, after allowing Bam to go for 83, they're walking onto the floor and the Magic are laughing at them. It's just, we'll see how it pays out, but I'm going to move on it. Justin says, write it down, Jimmy. UConn. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is. Stacks version for UConn. Yeah. Let's roll on. Brooklyn Nets, Atlanta Hawks, our next spot in the NBA. We have Kuminga and Dyson Daniels questionable. So Kuminga dealing with a left knee bruise. He's missed the past 3 games. At first it was knee inflammation, now a bone bruise. Knee inflammation is a little easier than a bone bruise, but that's what we're dealing with for Kuminga. So listed as questionable. I'm not sure if he plays. And then we have a sprained toe here for Dyson Daniels, the excellent perimeter defender. On the other hand, Williams, Sharp, Traore, and Porter all out. So Saraf, Powell, Clowney, Wolf, and Claxton. I get why Big Scott is frustrated, capping NBA. Like, these are pretty trash situations here. Now we have another team like the Wizards in Brooklyn who look terrible. Now, neither team's on the first of a back-to-back, so there's no concern there. We have Brooklyn coming in off losing by 38 points. And my whole life, that's been an automatic bet. But now we have these teams that aren't trying. The last 2 games where we had teams that lost by 30, they both didn't cover. And there was just no heart. There was no character. There was no drive. And I don't know if we're going to get anything here. Now, they faced an angry Detroit team. This is not going to be an angry Atlanta team. Atlanta's just rolling. They're beating everybody. They're on a massive winning streak. Justin's going to catch his season win total over on these Hawks. They've won 7 straight games. One of those wins was to start the streak was against Brooklyn. And this is just...
They beat them back-to-back pretty bad. I had money on both.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And they play, the back-to-back spot. You're absolutely right. This totals at 226. Because that was, you always want the team that lost in the first round. Couldn't do it there. And here you have Atlanta minus 15.5. Opening up at 14, moving to 15.5. Winning streak, everything falling into place. Great job, Truth. I would love to see it. Drewski says Hawks smash. Take it away, Brizzy. Nets Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, the Nets have lost 29 of their last 35 games. One may ask, who did they beat then? Wins over Washington, Utah, Chicago twice, and Memphis. Bro, this isn't a real basketball team. Like, look at their minutes and their rotations in the last week. And look how they're like benching people in the fourth quarter. They're not even developing players correctly. This is not a real basketball team. You take the Atlanta Hawks here. Kalashi says that they have the best odds at -900. Throw this in a little money line parlay filler piece. There's not really too much you can really do with this game. This total, I would stay away from the total. I don't trust Brooklyn enough to score. And then if something wonky happens on that Atlanta injury news report, that could mess up the total as well. One player prop that I would like to bet, but could the dude play fucking 25 minutes, 35 minutes, or 15 minutes? I have no idea. That's the weird thing about these tanking teams. Like, you got a person like Keontae George that's gone over their point prop damn near every game that he's played in the last month and a half, and then that becomes viral. Then they bench Keontae George at 19 right before he hits the prop. So it's like, you got to be a little bit careful with these tanking teams because it's pretty obvious of where their scoring production is going to come from. But I do like the rookie Ben Sarif over 12.5 points and assists. It's -145, but I just got to figure out what Brooklyn wants to do with their minutes because, for example, he was crushing in the first like 3 quarters of the last game, and then they didn't play him in the fourth quarter, and he didn't go over his prop. Could that happen again? Yeah. Could he just go over before they do that? Yeah. I mean, if you look at this Nets roster, they're not even like playing people 25 to 30 minutes for like start. Like, I'm out. Like, but like, throw everything that you know about sports betting and the NBA theories and da. This is a new era, or just something that we're embarking as sports bettors that we're gonna just have to become accustomed to seeing, is these type of situations where like this NBA draft is so fucking good. If you have a pick outside the top 8, you're fucked. So these teams don't want to be fucked. They want to get their luck. And Brooklyn's one of those teams.
I just, you have a Hawks team winning. You know, people are like, well, Kuminga's helping. Look, he's automatic off the bench. Now they don't have him for 3 games. Doesn't stop anything. They keep winning and winning and winning. I truly am like, how do you get up for when the Brooklyn Nets walk into your gym? They just lost by 38. Now, the teams that aren't, you'd think thered be some accountability. I mean, you just got absolutely dominated. Atlanta doesn't care. I mean, there's even on this winning streak, it's not going to be sold out here tonight.
You look at some of these lines on this card today. Atlanta's -15.5, and Detroit's -15.5. Shit, fuck the bullshit. I'd rather back Detroit at -15.5 than Atlanta. Like if we're talking about the card like that instances, yeah, this isn't my favorite -15.5 on the card. No, I'd rather take Orlando over Washington, and Chicago's the only team that's really fucked up my tankathon parlays of recent in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. They've won 3 of their last 5, but we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Well, so I'm right with you. I mean, we did the Pistons Sixers breakdown, and I think Pistons first quarter, first half. I've not ever in my life bet a first quarter over -2.5, and I think I should stop being so extreme about those spots. Then I want Wizards first quarter. Why wouldn't I want Nets first quarter? They just lost by 38. Now I get why. Look. I guess I know the answer as to why you wouldn't want to do that. But wow, Chris Warren, Jose will read this, maybe rethink. So, yeah, I'm with you, Big Scott. But I think that the Hawks are playing at a level right now where, you know, the Nets could go up 8-2 early and still, you know, lose the first quarter by 8-10 points.
The original line movement is what scares me a little bit, of like back in Brooklyn in any type of way. This line opened up at 10.5 and it's gone up to 15.5. So the books are shook.
Yeah, I mean, the FanDuel openers, can you bet $1,000 on them?
Shit, they open up so early, it's like you don't even recognize this shit's even on the sports book. Like, they had the Boston Thunder game up when I was watching what tennis match was it? Whatever the tennis match was, it was like 4 or 5 o'clock. And I went on the sports book to, bet the tennis match. And I saw that they had Boston OKC at 3.5. And I was like, damn, I'm about to take OKC. Next thing you know, go to sleep, wake up, that shit's 7.5. And I'm like, all right, yeah, that's a goner.
Well, I'm interested in this first quarter. I know it's sick, but I've been betting every team that loses by 30. And then we had this day last week where there were teams like the Nets who had just lost by 30, and they showed nothing. The teams, because they're not angry about losing by 30. They just don't care. But I just don't know how the Hawks get up for Brooklyn here, and I'm interested in the first quarter. We'll see. Take a look at what the card looks like. Let's roll on, Brizzy. We have Bucks Heat, Kaseya Center in Miami, Florida. Bucks 27-37, 12-19 on the road. Heat 37-29, 22-11 at home. The Heat look really good, but it was a crazy game against Washington, obviously, with Bam going for 83. And the Bucks look terrible. There have been spots recently where the market was implying the Bucks were a bet. It was implying that against. Well, it wasn't that the fee. It was just that they were coming off the 30-point loss. Here's an example of a team that just clearly wasn't trying here. They've been losing and losing and losing. You got to find a home victory against Utah Jazz. And it's funny that they've been doing that because we all remember them winning 6 of 7 games in the beginning of February before the All-Star break. And it kind of held over after the All-Star break. They were playing good ball. Now they're back to playing absolute trash here. Going into Miami. The Heat coming off beating the Wizards. Bam, going for all those points. Let's grab the expectation of who will be in the lineup for this one. For Miami, we have Wiggins out, Storm and Norman out, Jovic out, and Hero questionable. For the Bucks, Ryan out, Sims out, Portis questionable, and Porter questionable. Players that you would like to have in the lineup. Line history wise here, we have Milwaukee plus 6.5. Opened up at 6 and a half-point move towards the Heat, now 6.5. From a total standpoint here, you have 234.5 coming up from 229.5. Cash flow wise, now 60% of the tickets, 88% cash on the Hawks. I don't know if I went through that in that Brooklyn Atlanta game. Here we have 70% of the tickets and 84% of cash on Milwaukee, a public road dog. Look, I understand that the Heat had a little party, but God, the Bucks are showing no heart, no character, no life, no nothing. I'm not saying that we want the Heat, but Justin, I immediately thought of that this morning. Now we have to fade Bam off the career night. Now it did hurt us with Trey Murphy, and I think that's the last time we bet it. But let's just take a look at what we'd be dealing with if we were to fade Bam. Fade him on his points. I guess you have to do it here. But I don't have to bet the Bucks. And I'm a little surprised the public is hammering them so hard. I imagine that will change. The money will come in on the Heat as the day goes on. But take it away, Brizzy. Our next spot on the board, Bucks Heat.
Yeah, I know the Heat are red hot right now. And Milwaukee's been ass cheeks. But I think you go Milwaukee here. Milwaukee usually play the Heat pretty competitive. The only thing that's like giving me hindrance or kind of just stopping me, some of the offensive numbers for the Bucks is pretty bad. Like if I'm gonna lose a bet, I'd rather lose a bet in like a shootout. Like I don't want to relate football, but like I don't know. I feel better about losing a bet if the score is fucking 45-30 in a football game, or like if the score is like 135-130 in a basketball game and win in overtime. Like at least you were there. But like this kind of seems like you think the Bucks are going to win on paper, and then you put money on them, and then you watch the game, and you're going to be mad as fuck. If you look at some of their offensive numbers in the last month, it's pretty bad. I don't think they've eclipsed 100 points in like 8 of their last 11 games. So That's what's kind of making me a little bit hesitant. The Heat, second best ATS team in the NBA now. They've been covering ATS cash cows for a while. I think the public's going to be on. I wouldn't read too much in those numbers. Like that might be like sharp people betting the Bucks, but there's no way people aren't like throwing the Heat in their NBA parlays for the day with the minus 900s and stuff like that, and throw the Heat in there, and they're like, "Oh man, this is great odds, great odds." You throw the Heat in there, oh man, we're looking good now. Who the Bucks beat? Nobody. And then you look at the final score, and the Bucks win by 4. That's how I kind of feel like how this game goes. I think it's Milwaukee or nothing for me. I just don't think I feel like putting American dollars on Doc Rivers.
Yeah, I would need to fade Miami early.
Miami's one of the best first half teams in the NBA.
Yeah, it'd be first quarter. And in a situation where you put up 150 points and your player has the second highest scoring game in the history of the NBA, I don't care about how they've been doing recently. It's just a different situation. I don't know if I want. Look, the Bucks just aren't showing any character at all, but I tend to think that they menace early. I understand what you're saying, that the public hasn't bet yet.
Yeah, the public hasn't bet yet.
Yeah, so I get it. Like that this is sharper action that's on here.
I actually learned that yesterday in the Novak Djokovic Jack Draper match about timing the public correctly, because there wasn't a lot of line movement on the match. And then right around 7, 8 o'clock, so 4 or 5 o'clock Cali, West Coast time, we just saw money just pour in on Novak. And then it was like the perfect time to fade. So, yeah, I would time this market perfectly, because this line could go up higher, because people are going to put Miami in their parlays tonight. Like, there's no questions if fans are about it. You're talking about the Miami Heat or the same exact money line price as the Dallas Mavericks. Who the fuck do you think the public's going to pick?
No, I'm with you. I'm curious what happens with this line. We got to stick to these systems. I should have already had it. I was just so focused on having our college basketball set up right. But Bam under. I might have to get a 21.5 points.
That's not high enough for me. We tried to do this shit with Cooper Flag coming off that Utah game, and the sports books put it at a lower number than what you would think it would be at, and he squeaked over it by like 1 to 2 points, and it was like the most bullshit shit ever, because it looked like it was a dead fucking under the whole entire game. The game was close, and then Cooper Flag went over with like a minute and 30 seconds left or something like that. Just because somebody had a career high doesn't mean that Vegas doesn't know people are trying to bet the under in their next game, is what I would say.
Yeah, and that's what I love about it. I love that it's low. I love that they put it really low. It's just like Game 6 of the NBA Finals going 20 points under, and then Game 7 of the NBA Finals having the lowest total of the entire season because they can't put it low enough. And look, I know that Cooper Flag didn't work out and Trey Murphy didn't work out. You know, that's part. I mean, you're not going to go 100-0 on these spots. So,
what's the 3-point prop at? Because I feel confident Bam ain't fucking jacking up no fucking 10-8 threes again. Like, I don't. And then the center, the one thing I had for a note for daily fantasy that's relevant for betting is the Milwaukee rotation has changed since Giannis has came back. They're putting Dang. Remember Dang from the Thunder G League system? He's playing alongside Giannis. And he's been fucking smashing overs next to Giannis. I don't know if it's just a better court fit than having Miles Turner out there, but circle Dang's name, points, rebounds, points, and look at his history on a different time that you have more time, and Dang overs have been smashing. I forgot to talk about that.
The Bam threes at 365, 2.5, under 2.5, minus 190.
Yeah, I would Bam under 2.5 3-pointers. Fuck out of here. Bam ain't no Bam and Grayson Allen have the same 3-point prop line tonight. Fuck out of here. Like, Bam's not hitting no fucking 3 threes, even if he does have 30 points.
Well, looks like it'll be Bucks first quarter and Bam under for me in that one. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern, the Dallas Mavericks, Memphis Grizzlies. We're at FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. You know, the Grizzlies over these last few years have been playing with heart, despite, you know, being completely undermanned. That heart only lasts for about half the game or, you know, into the third quarter. Then
Nah, that heart only lasts until the GM and the front office calls the coach and tells them so-and-so and so-and-so got to sit.
which is generally around halftime or a few minutes into the third quarter. We have Thompson out or doubtful, so we'll expect them out. And then for the Grizzlies, Pippen, Ja, Clark, Aldama out, Jerome, Gibson, Coward, Clayton doubtful.
Tell me they're not trying to lose this game without saying they're not trying to lose this game. Look at that fucking injury news report. Anybody that's been relevant in the Memphis Grizzlies box score in the last week is not playing in this game. This is the battle of the tank, where the team with the worst record usually wins.
It's also the first of a back-to-back. You know, so Memphis.
Oh, that's the excuse that they give the NBA.
Yeah.
First night of a back-to-back, we got to rest our guys. Everybody else does it.
It's the first night of back-to-back for both, though. But the Memphis one is a little trickier. Justin's got the Mavs -4.5 in his pocket. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. Memphis right now, or let's go with the Dallas side thing, -5 at -110. I see 4.5. It's juiced. This opened up at 3.5 and has climbed to 5. From a total standpoint here, we have a 238, opened up at 236.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 66% of the tickets and 58% of cash on Memphis, which is astonishing. 86% of tickets on the under, 86% cash on the under. I mean, I think that the number is still fine for Dallas. I mean, Memphis doesn't want to win any more games. Dallas could win, you know, this game and still be below Memphis in the standings.
And that's the biggest point. That's the biggest point to emphasize in this game is like Dallas can win this game and it not affect their draft standings. And that's huge when you're looking at the bottom 8 teams in the league. Like, you got to emphasize and beat this home to the people at home that this draft class that's coming up is the last comparable draft class was the year that we saw DeAndre Ayton go number 1 overall to Phoenix, and Luka Doncic was in that draft. Trae Young was in that draft, and teams were fucking tanking their asses off to get on top of those picks. This is the first time. What was that? Damn near 8-10 years ago. This is the first time in NBA history that we've seen teams tank since then, and it's pretty evident. Like Bam just scored 83 points. Like how more evident it is that teams are tanking right now. But it's different than like last year or the year before or something like that. This is like tanking on a different mode that I haven't seen in almost about a decade.
It's just the product is a problem. Now we get to move on to Nuggets Spurs, so it's not all bad. Let's do that. Denver Nuggets, San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, I do have a play in that game. The Grizzlies lost 18 of the last 23 wins versus Utah, Sacramento, Dallas, Indy. Mavericks have lost 8 straight, 18 of the last 20. Their only wins have been against Indiana and Brooklyn. Common theme is teams that they're basically in the tankathon with. I think the only thing that you could really look at for props in this game is probably something on the Memphis side. Memphis is going to be pretty depleted here when you look at their roster. Whoever they elect as their starting point guard tonight, I would definitely look at their overs. Dallas has a problem guarding guards. And if you looked at Dallas's guards, it would kind of make sense. The one player that I'm looking at specifically for Memphis, I'm trying to pull up their roster here, and the odds. Cam Spencer is the one. Cam Spencer and Jamal Small. Small's been crushing. If you play daily fantasy, Small is going to pop up in a lot of projection models tonight on SaberSim, on FanDuel and DraftKings as one of the best value plays of the card. So I don't even know what the dude's first name is. It could be Jamal, it could be Javon, it could be Drew.
Probably Javon, but I don't know.
just small. Play the small props. If you're scared about it, play it small.
And we'll see again. Brizzy will pop his action in our Discord to confirm what is official, but we'll ask him here at the end. Let's roll on to Nuggets Spurs. We got 3 games left in NBA before we attack a giant NHL card that I think is very, very juicy, and I'm looking forward to capping. We have the Nuggets smash and grabbing the Rockets last night, just destroying them. And now we have them facing the Spurs. A very difficult situation. Spurs just rolling over teams. And we've already heard from Dutch Boy Fresh moving on these San Antonio Spurs. Gordon questionable, Murray probable, Watson out. On the other hand, Wemby is questionable.
I think that's a legit questionable.
It was a surprise here. They said it's a true 50. He was in shoot around this morning. He said he's a true 50-50.
That don't sound like it. This is not a national television game. I don't know, man. When I was capping this game, the biggest note I have is I don't think Wemby's going to play.
It's fair to feel that way. This totals at 240.5. It's climbed up from 236.5. From a point spread perspective, we have this now 4.5. The Wemby news pretty big, so it's gone from a 6 down to a 4.5. Very, very interesting. Chappie says he'll test his ankle again during warm-ups before making a decision. And
why? That sounds like they're trying to appease to the fucking fans. You know damn well with Wemby's injury history in the last year and a half, if there's any questions that he's not 100% healthy, why would the Spurs play him?
That's a very interesting situation. One that I did not realize was in play here. 61% of tickets, 72% of cash on Denver, 66% of tickets on the over, 55% of cash on that over. This is an interesting game, Brizzy. Obviously, we need to know the Wemby news. Any other thoughts on this one, Nuggets Spurs?
The Wemby news is everything. And it doesn't mean just because Wemby's out doesn't mean that the Nuggets are free. If Wemby's out, this goes to a pick'em. Do we move on the Spurs? There's a lot of moving parts in this game, psychologically and on the injury news report of could the Spurs win this game without Wemby? I think they can. If you're going to give me a better price on the Spurs, I might wait around to figure out what this injury news report is. And if Wemby's in, you're only going to get a better price on the Nuggets. So it's like one of those type of situations where the star player being out, you might want to back the Spurs. But if he's in, then you might want to back the Nuggets if this number goes back up to an inflated number because the way that the Spurs have been of recent. This number goes to 7.5, 8 because Wemby's in. Then it's all right, then I'll take the Nuggets at that point. I don't think they get blown out in this game. But if this game goes back down to 1.5 or something like that for the Spurs, I have to take a very long, hard look at the Spurs here at this spot. So it's a very, very weird game to cap. Player prop market wise, what does the Fox say? I think the Aaron Fox has a really good game in this one. His 3-point prop tonight is 1.5 juice towards the over at -145. I think Fox has a good one if you're looking for the player prop market. People are going to pay attention to Nikola Jokic, obviously, because Jokic always cashes. And people are going to play some Castle props because Castle always cashes. But I think it's what does the Fox say? I think him and Jamal Murray are going to have a little bit of a battle here in this one. And De'Aaron Fox always rises to the occasion.
This is an interesting one. Scott doesn't agree with no Wemby, no way. But I do. I agree with it. I think that now we've seen Jokic on the second half of a back-to-back. We've seen the Nuggets put up 50 points and win by 50 like they did in Portland. But I think that the Spurs would rise up.
I think the Spurs would rise up. That's the reason why I said, let this number go back to 1.5 and Wemby's out. You have to think about backing the Spurs here. This is one of those star player out theories type of spots. Spurs going to get up for this one, regardless who's in and who's out.
No, I'm with you. That's an interesting one. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, and this could be a beauty. We have the Celtics, 43-22, 22-12 on the road at the Oklahoma City Thunder, 51-15, 27-6 at home. Paycom Center. in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. We have Hartenstein out, Jalen Williams out. For the Celtics, Vooch out, Tatum out, and White questionable. And Nasty Nate, Nuggets. They got Nuggets +7. Nice job. And Godfather got Nuggets +6. Says we have our starters back. They win on back-to-back on the road. Take the points. Justin McKelvey says Celtics +7 in my pocket with confidence. Let's set this one up and then hand it over to our guy Brizzy. Just 2 games left on the NBA card here. Thursday, March 12th, Billy Brisbane joining us. Celtics coming off the 125-116 loss at the Spurs. And now have to face the Mighty Thunder. Mighty Thunder have been off for a bit. They've had a couple days off, which is always helpful this time of year. Look, that shot by Shea was incredible. I know everyone tripping out over the. I have the answers.
Shea might have just solidified the MVP trophy for him.
Oh yeah. Now he does need to play down the stretch, but yeah, no doubt about it. That was in the quote that everyone's talking about. Oh, I have all the answers. I just need to know the questions. Shea's the man. Look, he's beloved up here. And that was very, very impressive. This is game 3 of a 4-game homestand, but they get breaks. Like they played Monday at home versus Denver, then Thursday Boston, then Sunday Minnesota. It's a really nice situation for them. That's an important game to them because it's the ABC game Sunday 1 p.m. Eastern. But they're certainly rolling right now. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have Justin also on Jaylen Brown 27 or more at +100. And yes, Godfather, that's what we were talking about. We're right with you. It's certainly signaling that he may not or won't be in the lineup. Celtics open up at +6.5, move to 7, back to 6.5. Now are a 7.5. So a full point move towards the Thunder. From a total standpoint here, we have a 216. That is where this opened. And then cash flow wise, Brizzy, 53% of the tickets, 75% of the cash on the Thunder. We now have a 7.5. And total wise, 56% of tickets on the under, 92% cash on the under. Billy, take it away.
Yeah, I thought I would want to play the Celtics in this spot, but to be honest with you, the more that you look into the layers of this game, I would pass on this. The OKC is a little bit too high to just be parlaying them with 3 other fucking teams and think that it's going to be free. But I do think OKC wins this game. Like this line opened up 3.5 up to 7.5. If you look at Boston just came off that loss against San Antonio, so maybe they come out a little bit more motivated. But I don't like this spot for Boston. This is the last game of a quick road trip. If you look at their upcoming schedule, they got 3 home games. Washington on Saturday, Monday versus Phoenix, Wednesday versus the Warriors. And then they got Memphis. They're good. They're going to win some games. This is not the last time that these 2 teams play. These 2 teams play again on March the 25th, week of Pupapalooza. So it's like we're going to see this matchup again in a couple of weeks. That would probably be the better spot. I don't like Boston in this spot, but I don't feel courageous enough to just parlay OKC blindly and just put them with the tankathon teams and just call it a night. Like this is just like a under, like the dead under. I don't see a lot of points scored in this game.
I could see that. I wonder for Justin the bullishness, because how long did you know that Tatum was going to be out, not playing in this game, Brizzy?
It was like the first thing that popped up when I researched the game was the Celtics injury news report. Something about Pritchard too, but
last night or this morning?
2:00 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the mornings.
It doesn't fit Justin's protocol that he smashed it. I was just looking at that too, Justin. My ROI is not there for live betting on that spot, but I'm looking closely at Tennessee, see how far they fall back. But it doesn't fit Justin's MO perfectly because that MO is like the Lakers Knicks game, LeBron being announced out a few hours before. Here, knowing that he's going to be able, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, Tatum. There's somebody else. Could you go over that injury news report again for Boston? Because
Vooch is out and White is questionable.
Okay, because whenever I start my NBA research, I look at the daily fantasy stuff first because sports bettors won't say it, but bro, daily fantasy people be knowing more shit than the actual sports bettors. Like if you look at the daily fantasy markets and the projections and stuff like that, they be spot the fuck dead on about like how many points somebody's going to score, how many assists somebody is going to score. It got so correct that FanDuel bought Number Fire. Number Fire was one of the biggest daily fantasy projection websites just for the prop market. So when you go on FanDuel now and you click on the player prop or something like that, they'll give you the fucking information their damn selves. Their chart, how many points, how many times they went over in their last 5, in their last 10, last 20. They'll show you everything. Now since they have that partnership with or not partnership, they bought out Number Fire. So I'm a little bit trepidatious about playing NBA player props. But if I did, Chet Holmgren over on rebounds here in this game.
Yeah, Brizzy, you talk often, you use the term scheduled loss, and just feels like Celtics are sort of giving in on this. But now I know it's a team with a ton of character and heart.
National TV game, 9:30, second half of the Amazon Prime games.
Right,
I mean, Amazon keeps on. How do you buy NBA games, give them all this money, and every fucking Amazon Prime game that we break down, I feel like the public doesn't even know that it's on national TV. And then if you watch the game, they're all blowouts.
Okay. Lots to think about here in this Thunder spot. Lots to think about. All right, let's roll here. The final spot on the board, Bulls, Lakers. Bulls on the first of a back-to-back. They play the Clippers tomorrow. Let's take a look at the injury situation here. We'll start with the Lakers. We have Smart, doubtful, LeBron, questionable, and Jackson Hayes, probable. Kleber, questionable. Who cares? For the Bulls, Simon's out, Ivy out, Yabusele, doubtful, Williams, doubtful, and then Smith, Sexton, Okoro, Giddey, and Buzelis are probable. So it's just Okoro, Sexton, and Smith questionable. God, it's just really taking the fun out of capping here at the NBA. This total, here we go, Justin. 232 to 238.5. I made the decision now that if a total moves 7 points and comes back a half point or a point, I'm still going to bet it. We're not at the 7 points yet. And I don't know if we get there. This hasn't moved for like 4 hours. So it's moved 6.5 towards the over. Drewski says the Bulls cover here. And that stance is, don't forget about how much ass we were whooping with Tatum out all season. No doubt about it. Look, no one's questioning the Celtics' character. No one. So
just more questioning about the sports betting line.
We have the 11 right now that Circa put out, and it's not moved it a cent. They've not moved it despite 90% of the cash on the Lakers. Wow, coin 229.5 opener. Jesus. I guess we must be talking these legal books here because I don't have that on the offshores. Let me just go over to that. And
We're praying LeBron does not play in this game.
Yeah, we have a 229.5 opener. You're absolutely right. Now that is that DraftKings or FanDuel? Let me just check here. FanDuel. Yeah, it's FanDuel. 229.5 at 8:18 p.m. I mean, I've been using only the offshores for the 7-point swing, but is it close enough?
I mean, FanDuel's one of the most popular sports books, I would say. I mean, I think it's legit. I'm not saying it's the best sports book, but them and DraftKings and then everybody else, in my opinion.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Sorry. This is Justin's. Thank you. Sorry, I missed it. It says Mainly OKC 0-6 last 6 against the spread. Boston 11-7 against the spread is an underdog. Boston 22-12 against the spread on the road. Motivated. Brown after being ejected. He's a man with pride. Yeah, the Justin, the angle off the ejection is massive. It's so massive.
I just don't like how that line moved. 3.5 to 7.5 is not the shit that you want to bet on in the NBA.
Well, no, we're more talking about the play. Well, no, I know he's on the Celtics too. No, I feel you, but the backing a player after getting ejected angle,
100%. That's made me a lot of money in the NBA. It's one of my favorite angles.
Yeah, it's a great one. It's a really, really good one because almost never bet overs in player props, but I like that I like the Jaylen Brown angle that you got, Justin. That makes a ton of sense here. And so back to this, I think that we can. I think we can say, look, the books aren't going to be that wrong here. So I think that the under is in play at this inflated line, and it should probably be bet, sooner rather than later because of this. Because it's just gone too high, and if we get any of these players out, we know what that's going to mean. So let's just go over the cash one more time here, and then have Brizzy roll. And saying this, Cash, just because we're sitting here with all this money on the Lakers and the line not moving, doesn't mean I'm rushing to bet the Bulls. 60% of the tickets, 90% of cash on the Lakers. There's a ton of money on the under, and it's gone up to 238.5. Now, what that tells me with this 7-point move that we do is that the people who took the over 230 and the 230.5 and the 231 will all cash. It's those cappers that took the 235.5 and the 236. Those are the people that generally get taken to the woodshed here. So take it away, Brizzy, our last spot on the board. So my card's pretty packed all of a sudden, NBA. Great work from the chat. Great work from everybody here. I'm interested in the under, and I think that's where I draw the line. I don't know. I'm not going to get talked into a Bulls bet at this point until I know exactly who's going to be in or out of the lineup, and there's some solidifying the lineup. Brizzy, take it away. Our last game on the board: Bulls Lakers.
Yeah, backing up the Brinks trucks here, and we're taking the LA Lakers here. I pray LeBron's out and we get a better number on this, but this is a bet on Lakers team right now. Especially the LeBron thing does not scare me. 10-2 when Luka and Reeves played without LeBron. The Lakers smash bad teams. Like this is just what the Lakers do. They get a team that's less superior than them. They run up the score and they feel fat and happy about themselves, and then they play a good basketball team, and then they usually don't close well. Not close, but they just get blown out against good teams. But they beat up on these bad teams. 15-7 ATS record at home, 4th best in the NBA, 9th net rating team over the last 10 games. Chicago, on the other hand, they've just been, since that trade deadline, 25th in net rating over the last 15 games. They've also had the worst offense in the NBA throughout that stretch. I know the Lakers are coming off some big wins and stuff like that, primetime spots. The Lakers are going to blow out the Bulls in this game. People are going to see the Bulls won 3 of their last 5. The Bulls are going to be out of like the tankathon teams. The Bulls are actually going to be a team that people are going to bet on plus the spread. Lakers don't cover big spreads, blah, blah, blah. Lakers are going to blow them out. Back to Brinks trucks on it.
Are we making this official right now, or are you going to wait?
I mean, the game doesn't start till 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
I got to bet an 11 o'clock game at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? The line goes down on the Lakers because LeBron's out. Like, there's no point of betting the Lakers right now in this exact time. The best time to probably do it is when LeBron gets ruled out, because I don't think LeBron's playing tonight.
Markel, so just, everyone rock with me. I'm betting totals in 2 spots. I'm betting unders when there's a double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back, and I'm fading a 7-point move towards the over, not believing that the advanced models could be that wrong. And so it doesn't come up often, but here, just going over so with just these 2 systems alone, 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, and 4-2, 5-2. It's been roll. 5-2 over my last 7 totals. That's it. That's all I'm doing, and it's been working. And I want to bet totals. I don't believe in basketball that I have an advantage over the advanced models of the books have. So I stick to just those 2 angles alone, and that's it. Brizzy, let's do a review here of action. My card's sick. It doesn't start out sick. I've got to find out what to do with the Pistons. I don't know if it's a double down spot, but first quarter or first half, then it starts getting real ugly. Wizards first quarter, Nets first quarter, Bam under points, Bucks first quarter, Dallas Mavericks. I want to find out whether what's going on with the Wemby situation, obviously, which we discussed. But I did like Brizzy's angle of if Wemby is out, I kind of like the Spurs to battle. Then I'm interested in the Thunder. I have the notes from Justin, so I'm going to sit with it. I really like the Jaylen Brown over. And then the full game under in Bulls Lakers. I thank you guys for mentioning that the move at the public books, the legal public books, have gone way over 7 points. So now it is a move predicated on the offshores. So I'm going to have to decide whether it's, I think it's close enough. And the last time it was very close, it went to 7 and it came back. It cashed easily. So I think I can open it up a little bit. It's the angle's working. Brizzy, review your plan. And if you don't make anything official here, it'll all be locked in on our Discord for our silver and gold members. And I will use that for our record keeping. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, we're dropping everything down there in the Discord for silver and gold members. I might tweet out something, might not, depending on we got Tennis Paradise currently going on right now. That's been kind of taking over my Twitter page. And if you guys haven't already, we dropped the new series. The new series is called Follow the Script. You always hear me talk about scripts and stuff like that, and we can't get into the nitty-gritties of scripts and stuff like that on the show publicly. But in this short series, we're analyzing markets and trying to see how we can get money on futures. And the script that I'll give you a quick synopsis of it. The script that we're looking at is Indian Wells. The bet was Yannick Sinner to win Indian Wells plus 140. Just some quick information about the video. 14 out of the last 16 winners at Indian Wells have been European. The number 1 seed has only won Indian Wells once in the last decade. Number 1 seed being Carlos Alcaraz in this specific tournament. So he's the one that's drawing all the future money. Sinner season so far, an exit versus Novak Djokovic at the Aussie Open, and then an exit again versus Mensik at Doha. So no titles for Yannick Sinner, number 2 ranked player in the world. The finals takes place. Now, this is where the script kind of comes into, some people comment, we don't give a fuck about it. How does these two things correlate? Call me crazy. Call me what you want. But we'll be at the window cashing with this one. The finals for the Indian Wells takes place March 15th, the same night as the Oscars. The Oscars is damn near a fucking 2-hour drive that is going to be happening the same exact time as the Indian Wells finals. If you look at the Oscars betting markets, like it's one of the more popular markets here in America that you can bet on, the line movement for some of these categories is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, you don't even have to be a movie fanatic. You can just look at some of the line movement in some of these categories and place bets. But the one that we care about the most is Best Actor, and the Best Actor is probably going to be Michael B. Jordan, the star of the Sinners movie. Those are the reasons why I think Yannick Sinner, not just stat-based, there's multiple reasons. Watch fucking Yannick Sinner play in the last week and tell me that he doesn't look like the second best player on tour. Yannick Sinner is going to win Indian Wells. We're going to cash big on it, plus 140.
Brizzy in the house. Brizzy, thank you. And everybody, all our silver and gold members, keep an eye on our NBA section of our Discord. Brizzy going to be delivering the goods there. Brizzy, thank you for all that you do for us, my man. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat and tell us a little bit about UFC before you leave, my man.
Yeah, UFC Vegas 114. There's a lot of Sacramento people on the card, so we brought in a special guest. 916 Locks joined the Locker Room Talk podcast this past week, a Sacramento native, a Team Alpha Male fanboy. So damn near half the card is Team Alpha Male prospects or Team Alpha Male fighters. So make sure you tune into the Locker Room Talk podcast where you go over every fight on the card, but not in chronological order like every other boring UFC podcast does. We have segments. We try to switch it up. We try to make you follow some themes and some trends for the upcoming weekend. I mean, say, hey, Jose, we made some money on Drew Dober last weekend. You don't even have to be a UFC guy. You just
Come on.
listen to the podcast, follow the movement, follow the Steve, and you can hit 5 like fucking parlays. Like it's nothing. I mean, that's Old E. Old E, we got him in the dark side. Old E, one of our Pub Sports Radio members on the Sunday show for NFL. Once NFL season came over, he came over to the dark side of MMA, and he's been giving us some crazy market angles and stuff like that. So make sure you guys tune into the Saturday live stream if you want to get some more old E angles in action. I think sometimes it's better to have people on the panel that don't have like preconceived knowledge or just conviction or just biases and stuff like that. Sometimes you just need a ringer to come in there and tell you that every minus 200 favorite in the main events this year in the UFC have just lost. So that's the value that we try to bring here into the podcast, a little bit more than just the stats.
Our guy, Billy Brisbane in the house. Brizzy, thank you, my man. I will be keeping an eye on the Discord to hear the action, action that we'll be tracking in NBA. Thank you, my man. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Make sure you follow me over at Billy Briz DFS over on IG. We got some shorts coming up and some quick little nuggets. And make sure you check out the interviews on the channel as well. A lot of these interviews are very corresponding to the UFC cards that are happening.
I love it. I love it. There's our guy, Billy Brisbane. All right. I know it has been a long show, but we have a massive National Hockey League card. We'll move through it really quickly. As you guys know, there's no in basketball. There's a lot of hemming and hawing. There's a lot of angles. There's no cleaner sport than the National Hockey League, man. It's as what you see is what you get. So let's roll, Jose, my man. Set him up, and I'll knock him down.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Billy endorsing the big play on Michael B. Jordan. I might have to go back and get seconds on it. Who knows? But we'll start with our friends in San Jose, Boston here. Minus 150 favorites are the Boston Bruins. I'm going to say Celtics here on this one. And let's go find out where these lines have moved, because I have to refresh real quick just so we make sure we get the most accurate information here. But Boston opened up at minus 170, down to minus 153 here. Wow. What do you think?
Wow. Well, there were 2 unders that I knew I wanted, and one was San Jose, Boston. And I know that when we were talking about the Sharks, they have some games where they are in very high-scoring games, like the win over Montreal 7-5, the loss 6-3 at Buffalo. But they haven't been playing in high-scoring games. 3 of their last 5 games went to overtime. And in those games, that all together, there were 8 goals scored in those 3 games. Look at what Boston's doing at home and what they're doing on the road. They're winning all their games at home, playing a very, very tight defensive style of hockey. And then they get loosey-goose on the road and lose. Their last 2 road games, there have been a combined 18 goals scored. Their last 3 home games in regulation, there have been 9 goals scored combined. I'm on the Bruins money line because they just pay you nonstop. And thankfully, they're paying me because I'm losing money backing them on the road, something I've got to stop doing. These teams like the Bruins and the Capitals that have been sucking on the road, you just have to understand that, look, it's tough to win on the road this time of year. This is the toughest time to win on the road. And the Sharks are going to show this on this whole trip. The Flames have shown this on this whole trip. I don't know how many. I mean, the Sharks are certainly a leg up here on the Flames. Maybe they shouldn't even be spoken about together, but I'm on the Bruins and I'm on the under. This is the only under I moved on. It was a minus 101. I believe I got a minus 101. I'll have to double check, but I moved on the under. I've got Swayman going up against Nedeljkovic. Nedeljkovic has not been very good overall season long, but he's been great in the last little bit. So in his last 9 appearances, 2.23 goals against average, 919 save percentage. I've got Swayman here. He's got a 4-game streak where he's allowed more than 2 goals in a game. So I'm on the under 6.5. I'm not doubling down on the first period under. I'm on the under 6.5. And I'm on the Boston Bruins. I got the Boston Bruins on the -1 line. At the time, so this line's moved against me. I was -170 and +150. Wow, did it really move against me that hard? I didn't wait for the other books to open up. Because when I first wrote it down, I thought it was a -150 and a +170. But it wasn't. It was a -170 +150. I got -108. Look, the line's moving towards the Sharks. I don't care. I'm on the Boston Bruins -1. I'm on the under 6.5. Jose, my man.
All right. Let's go to Washington Buffalo here. Buffalo -200 favorite against the Capitals here. Opened up at -195, is getting up to -205 and -210 plus here at other books.
Washington's just not winning on the road. And now they're on the second half back-to-back against Buffalo Sabres, who are the hottest team in the National Hockey League. So I very comfortably moved on the Buffalo Sabres -1. But I wanted more, and the line's not moved very much. I got the -194 on the money line, +125 on the puck line. The -1 gave me a -131. But I'll tell you what I wanted is I wanted the under. Wow, 29-18. So what are we getting? Wow, Tennessee +5.5. Can you guys keep me? 8.5 is my number. We may not get it. And maybe because Tennessee was such a big favorite, I could go to a 6.5 or a 7.5. And maybe if you could, I got to make sure I'm logged in then. Can you guys keep me involved with that here? Let me just make sure I'm logged in. God,
Tennessee game, right?
Yeah. If an 8.5 is a slam dunk, a 7.5 is appealing. Now it isn't the sharp side, but clearly because that line wasn't moving off the 5.5. Okay, so I'm logged in. Okay,
I have 3.5 right now. So
okay, I've got the 5.5. Please keep me involved. Okay, so thank you, Coin. AM says this is priced correctly. No value on the Sabres. I'm fading Washington because they don't win on the road. I'm back in the Sabres because they've been dominating. But I'll tell you what I want to do. And I wanted to do it last night, but I knew that everybody would be so caught up in what the Buffalo Sabres have been doing offensively that this total would skyrocket. And so here we have the last 2 games that the Sabres have played, 24 goals have been scored. And I knew this total was going to skyrocket. The Washington Capitals, look at their last road games. 5 goals scored, 4 goals scored. There was the outburst against Calgary, but Calgary's trash. I want the under in this hockey game because Washington has only one way they can play, and it's got to be extremely tight checking. I also knew, like I said, that this total was going to skyrocket, so I haven't bet it yet. Now I can get an under 7, which is insane. The 6.5, there has been a 36-cent move towards, 34-cent move towards the over. And my whole plan, now look, on these totals, the heavy move, the more vig I have, the more CLV I have on these totals, I have a negative ROI. I care very much if the line hasn't moved at all on a total, and then in the last 30 minutes it moves 15 cents in one direction. It's, if it's in your direction, thank God, you very likely catch. If it goes against you, it's a very bad sign. Here, I want a game where I know Washington has to play a certain way. I know the last 2 games that the Buffalo Sabres have played with 24 goals is not a clear indication of what they're going to play like. I'm going to be on the full game under. I'm already on the Sabres -1. I'm going to be on the full game under. I've got to wait for the right time to do it. So there you have it. Let's roll on, Jose, my man.
All right, let's roll on to our next game here. Sorry, I'm keeping an eye out for this line for you. Three and a
Thank you very
half.
much.
Still here, but we've got Anaheim, Toronto. I am on the Anaheim Ducks here as well, minus 110 for me. As Jimmy mentioned earlier, this team seems like a dead team walking, but let's talk about it because the line is moving towards the Leafs. Minus 111 opener to Anaheim, minus 103 Leafs at BOL, and it is now minus 112 Leafs, minus 102 Anaheim there. So very interesting.
Yeah, but I don't look. The Ducks are not a good road team. I know we just watched them take out Winnipeg, which was impressive. This game means so much to Beckett Seneca, the Toronto boy. There's a bunch of Canadians on this hockey team. This game means so much. The Leafs players do not want to step foot in that arena tonight. So if you put this in from a statistical profile here, it's, there'd be value probably to bet the Leafs. I think that the Leafs are a possible bet on some road games, should be faded every home game that they play. Booze, they don't want to be there at all. Wool, likely. I can understand how there would be some concern with how he's being played. Oh, it's confirmed now. It was confirmed this morning. He looked good against Montreal. He looked great against Montreal. But the Ducks score a lot. This is just in these situations this time of year, I don't think you need to worry too much about the market personally. There's teams that don't want to play anymore. And Leafs are one of them. And the Ducks care so much about going for the division and playing in the center of the hockey universe. So the line is a concern. You don't like it. But the Ducks, this was a bet, I knew I was going to make. Look, I'm not someone who's just blindly fading the Leafs. I backed them at Montreal. For 2 units, they cost me first period and full game. And they played their hearts out at the Bell Center on the road, away from the booze. Now, welcome back to the booze. And if you're looking for a goal prop, Beckett Seneca and Toronto, I don't bet them, but Seneca back home, man. And he's been such a revelation. He's a beast. So I'm on the Ducks. I don't care about the market move. Maple Leafs don't want to play. Let's roll. Oh, and Peter says Matthews doesn't want to wear that Leaf anymore. He's unhappy with the way the season's gone, but supposedly behind closed doors, he likes being the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I've never heard that said, and it's been said here over the last little while from the insiders. I don't know what to believe, but that's the first time I've heard that. And but again, I hear what you're saying, Peanut, for sure. Maybe he doesn't want to wear it the rest of the season. Take it away for us, though. Let's roll on to Red Wings Lightning.
Red Wings Lightning, we have right now minus 210 at BOL, opened up at minus 204 there. So slight little push forward towards Tampa Bay here. My bookie opened this up at minus 218, is now minus 220. So slight movement towards them.
This is something I've become better at. And just because the Lightning are in a bounce back spot doesn't mean they're going to bounce back. And, they're in a clear bounce back spot at home versus Columbus, but it was their first game back off a road trip. Now it's their second game back at home. It's a clear bounce back spot, but the Lightning are not playing good hockey. The Lightning had a losing streak in December where I kept expecting them to bounce back, and they weren't bouncing back. They lost a game at home to the Islanders, 2-0 was their third straight loss. The next game was in Toronto. I was like, oh, they got shut out again. In that period, they lost 7 of 9 hockey games. What did they do coming out of that? They won 10 in a row. Now we're sitting here losers of 6 of 7. And I'm not going to pay this price because they're in a bounce back spot. I'm certainly not going to fade them. AM says tonight, Lightning Moneyline says this is a lovely price. I've stopped doing this. This is the perfect bounce back spot for the Lightning but I'm not going to pay the price off a team that's lost 6 of 7. I had thought that the second game back after the long road trip was going to be where they smash. Here you have a Red Wings team, playing without Larkin. Let's just get a quick update on Larkin here. And Larkin going to be out now till the end of the month. Now Kopp out as well. Oh, my God. So the Red Wings are down their top 2 centers. Oh, my God. This is bad for them. Wait, let's just go to the line combinations here very quickly, because as much as I just said that, when Larkin went down, Kopp was the first-line center. Now, of course, Kopp will never be a first-line center. Shouldn't be a top 6 forward. But we know what happens when teams lose 2 of their top 4 defensemen. And now we have a team losing their top 2 centers. So JT Compher, Marco Kasper, Michael Rasmussen, and Sheldon Dries. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. This is so bad. You have to bet the Lightning here. I was not going to do this. But it's one thing being down Larkin. Now you're down Kopp too. Good God. This team just doesn't have that depth. Auburn up at 32-25 at the half. Pina asking if Cernak's in. Let's just take a look at Tampa's injury report. Cernak out. Not going to be in. Radish out. And he's being... Well, no, it's personal. Let's see if that's going to keep him out. Because he could be back today. Let's just see if he's going to be back. So he was at the memorial service for his father on Tuesday. So he's going to be back here, Radish. Radish is very good. Yeah, look, I have to flip. I have to switch. I did not know that Kopp was out. Any team missing their top 2 centermen should be faded. And I'm going to do just that. Damn, Tennessee now at 2.5, 5.5 gone. Maybe the 5.5 was probably worth it. I just, when you get such success with the 8.5, it's hard to veer off of it. Okay, I have to add the Lightning. -1. Must add. Damn. Well, maybe it's for the best. Maybe it'll be a casher. Let's roll on, Jose. Jackets, Panthers.
All right, Jackets, Panthers here. Even game here. The fall of the Florida Panthers has been quick, to say the least here. But we've got right now -113 opener to Florida. Now -120 Columbus here. Wow. Very interesting. My bookie -120, -102 Florida there. They opened it up -120 Florida. It's now -120, like I said, Columbus. Same thing at BOL, -113 opener there. Now -122 Columbus.
Wow. It's this injury report's just horrific. Now Verhaeghe out as well. So you have Balinskis, the defenseman. You have Lundell, another center out. So Verhaeghe, they can play multiple positions. Marchand, Seth Jones. I mean, you keep taking away from this roster. I don't know if I've ever bet a team that beats the Lightning and then bet them again to sweep Florida. Now you're getting them, at a favorite line. But so your first line, Luosterainen, Rodriguez, Reinhart, Kachuk, Bennett, but you have Greer on that. I mean, this is just feels like sort of a broken group here. Very, very weak goaltending. I guess the Jackets just need to be backed here. It's their 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. I don't know how it's a very difficult thing to do. You know what? I can't do it. It's just, this goes against too much for me. 3rd game in 4 nights, constant travel. You beat the Lightning. How many teams sweep Florida? I can't sit here and just expect them to sweep Florida. This is not a very good road hockey team. They're not bad. I can't do that. Is this, how egregious is this money line move? I mean, it's just absolutely monstrous. I mean,
-120 to -120 on the other side.
Yeah, I have this opening up -101 for the Jackets. What book did you have opening up -120 for the Panthers?
My bookie opened this up -120, and Bet Online opened this -113.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this here. Maybe I'll rue the consequences, but I wonder with all of these, you're missing defensemen, but you're still going to get character. I wonder if the over is in play, if there's going to be goals being scored. You can't trust any goaltending from the Florida Panthers, and it's not like the Jackets are a strong defensive hockey team. Let's just see what we are dealing with quickly, and then we'll move past it. So we have Merzlikins versus Bobrovsky. Bobrovsky's been bad, but he's been okay the last 4 games. Merzlikins is not to be trusted. I imagine this game is probably soared towards the over. Let's just see if that is in fact the case here. It's a 6.5. I guess it already opened 6.5. You never see Panthers games at a 6.5. It's just not moving. And then cash flow here for this one, we have 75% of the ticket, 73% cash on Columbus, but 85 on the over, 93 on the over, 6.5. Yeah, I'll let this one go. Jose. Let's roll on to Flames Devils.
Flames Devils is the next game on our slate. Devils minus 180. They opened up at minus 171, have now gone up to 185 here, minus almost 200 at Bovada.
I took the Devils -1. I'm going to fade the Flames nonstop on the road. I'll probably fade the Flames every road game they play for the rest of the season. I got -1 at -112, money line -176, puck line +147. It's very difficult to win hockey games on the road, and it becomes even more difficult this time of year. And I think that they're in big trouble, and they're going to start losing and continue to lose. They're 9-20-3 on the road. It's just a team. Now, look, do you want to back the Devils? Do they care? And we don't know. And they don't have Pesci in the lineup, and he's a big part of their defense. But the Flames are the best fade in the National Hockey League on the road. And look, I didn't want to back the Capitals, but I knew I had to back the Capitals. I knew that the Flames should just be faded in every road game that they play. They've been outscored 11-3 through 2 road games. Now, this is a different situation where the Devils don't need to win. So there's, when they play against teams that need to win, they're going to lose. But let's see, we go through their road games here. So they lose 4-0 at New York. They lose 7-3 at Washington. They lose 3-2 in a shootout at Anaheim. Look, the Western's a little different. Let's just go over the Eastern game. So they got outscored 11-3 on those Eastern road trips. Minnesota is not quite Eastern, but they lose 4-1. At least it's on that side of the continent. More road games here. They beat Chicago on the road, but they lost at Columbus. They beat Pittsburgh on the road. They lost at Boston 4-1, at Montreal 4-1. Lost at Edmonton. That's not a Eastern game, but lost 5-1. It's just very difficult to win road games against teams that care. The only issue here is the Devils don't care that much. AM says the price is the issue. Yeah, do you want the Devils as this big of a favorite? The Devils are terrible, at home. But you have to. You have to fade the Calgary Flames every opportunity you get on the road this time of year. So I'm on the Devils -1 comfortably. That's it for me here. Let's roll
on. Carolina versus the St. Louis Blues, big favorite. They are -277 opener, now -275 at Bet Online here. So big favorite here.
Yeah, the Blues are playing very good hockey right now. And I know that the Islanders came back, but man, Blues were still up 3-0. Blues swept that Western trip. Thomas is not moving. Kairu's not moving. Those were the issues, right? These guys were going to be moving. I wonder here, and I didn't move on it. I wanted to see if the line, it's a crazy line. The line's insane right now. The idea, though, can I get a strong first period from the Blues against the Carolina team that is possible that they overlook them? Now, the issue right now with this hockey team in St. Louis is that I think that you absolutely need Hofer in net. And you don't have him. You have Jordan Binnington. Now, Binnington's been better the last 2 games. And Hofer is just standing on his head. I think Binnington is the problem. But look at this line. Let's just see what the line is first period plus a half, because you also don't want to have too much vig on it. It's moved 5 cents towards the Blues. This was first period plus a half was minus 135. Now it's minus 140. That's just too expensive. So I imagine Carolina takes care of business here. They're so good at home, but I don't want them at this price. With
You want some good news?
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw is back on the 49ers.
Oh wow. That's going to the moves they're making in the offseason are really exciting. It's going to be fun. Look, we know what the NFC West is like, man. It's a very tough division. I'm off. Let's roll on to Oilers Stars. This is a game I wanted to see what the market did. I wanted to sit with. I wanted to hear what you guys thought. Obviously, you guys know how high I've been on the Oilers over the last couple of seasons. Feels like they're turning it on right now. I still don't know if the risk reward is worth it come playoff time. You need to see if they get a goaltender that gets hot. We certainly haven't seen that. Connor Ingram sort of gave us a bit of a taste of it, but set us up here for Oilers Stars, my man.
Yeah, not much movement on the line so far. It seems minus 130 opener. A lot of places still has it like right around minus 130, minus 133. Bet Online has minus 125. But truly not much movement in this game yet.
What about the total?
The total in this game. By the way, how did that undergo? The 7?
Pushed.
Pushed to 7. Yeah, I thought about tailing that one because of 7. You don't see many 7s all that too often, but I just forgot to. Or actually, I know I think that was the same day as the Leafs double up, right? I don't remember exactly, but minus 127 is now the 6.5. Now it was a minus 123 opener. I tailed you on the Leafs, by the way. I bet the under 2, and I bet them first period under 2, and the Leafs first period that day. So
that did not help.
But it's all right. A little bit of a few cents of movement towards the over in this game.
I think it's telling that this isn't a 6.5. That's minus 140 or minus 150 to the over. The Stars are capable of clamping down against really good hockey teams. And look, it is easier for me to take a 7, obviously, than a 6.5, and I imagine that the 7 is going to be very expensive here. But the Oilers are playing a different style of hockey right now, and we talked about it yesterday. But with Tristan Jarry in goal, he's being trash. Are we expecting the Oilers just to beat all these spectacular hockey teams? You know, this line is telling you that what we're seeing, that the Oilers are playing elite hockey. How could the Stars be minus 125? Open up minus 130, move to minus 125. This is a team that's 27-4 at home. When was the last? Oh, they lost the shootout versus Colorado. But other than that, they're not losing. Shout out to Good in the house. What up, my man? Respect. Nice to see you. Goracle rocking with us here. And AM's right. He says, I want to remind everyone what happens after teams go into Colorado and beat the Avalanche. You're right, because it's not in Utah. I guess I wasn't even in so many games going on, but the Stars should be bet here. And Ronnie Crawford, there we go. Stars are the spreadsheet play of the day for our guy, Ron Crawford. Let's get the hard metal here. Give me a nice little, we're getting deep into this show. Little boost. The Stars have to be bet here. Gorky, you're the man. Jarry has to be faded. The Oilers have to be backed with Ingram in net. Like the Oilers are just going to go beat Vegas, Colorado, and even though I had them in Vegas, had them in Colorado. Feels like we need to switch it up here and take the Stars. Oilers are feeling good about themselves. This line is just inviting Stars action. Why don't we just take a quick look at the cash flow here for this spot? 75% of the tickets on Dallas, but 66% of cash on Edmonton. Honestly, maybe I should just, it's hard to say this in an Oilers game, but not bet this game. Just watch it. like I'm supposed to sit here and believe that the Oilers are going to sweep these 3 games. Like I'm supposed to believe that Yari's going to step up. But also, like I'm supposed to believe that the books would offer a team that's 27-4 at home at minus 125 on the money line. You know, this is... I've got a ton of action. I love this NHL card. I'm very interested in this hockey game. But I'm not moving on this game. I'm happy I let this game. There's a reason why I didn't move on it in the first place. I'm off. Let's roll.
Yes, I have a phone call real quick, so let me set you up with this one real fast, Jimmy.
Gonna
Flyers, Minnesota Wild, minus 235 favorite. Was minus 240, now down to minus 213.
Wow, that is a big move. This is such a bad spot for the Flyers. And I told you guys I want to bet the Wild every single chance I get. The problem here was that this was going to have to be a minus 1.5. The minus 1.5 was plus 105. Now the minus 1.5 is plus 120. The Flyers probably feel good about themselves off of that win. Wallstead confirmed, says Coin. Wild minus 1, regulation only here for Peanut. You know, now the minus 1 is in play. You know, I don't like betting puck lines anymore. I've kind of changed, getting older. But the minus 1 is back in play. Look, it's all well and good that the Flyers are feeling good about themselves and coming off of a big win. But they're going to need to prove it to me here. Now that the Wild's in the minus 1 spot, then it was good that I waited. I had almost moved on them. So I'm comfortable there. Wild minus 1 here for me. And look, I get Erson was in net and he's terrible and they stepped up. But how hard is it? Man, you beat Washington at home. You feel great. And you have to fly to Minnesota and take on a Wild team that's fighting for so much. Yeah, this is I'm very comfortable here. I'm going to now be able to bet the minus 1 and go up against this line move and deal with whatever consequences that come. Let's roll on, Jose. Just a few games left on today's card. Rangers, Jets.
Rangers, Jets here. Winnipeg minus 150 on the screen here. I've got to try to find them again. I cannot find them on my eyes right now, which is fucking great. Where are you? You are Winnipeg. Minus 159 opener has now dropped to minus 148 at Bet Online here. So Rangers love, it seems.
Total. What's the total line move?
Total, let me tell you that right now. We have a 5.5, and it was a juice to the over. Now it's juice to the under. Minus 115 to the over. Now minus 112 to the under at Bet Online.
This here to me is a spot where I imagine we see spectacular goaltending. I mean, Shesty versus Hellebuck. I imagine that they step up while facing each other. Shesty hasn't been great this year, neither is Hellebuck, but Hellebuck has stepped up. I think that 2 things should be bet here. I think that the Jets should be bet, and that the Rangers, even though they've been better on the road than they have been at home, that's going to change now that these games are important. Now, they're not important to the Jets, mind you, who are out of the playoff spot, but it's like nobody's taken that playoff spot. Do the Jets have any chance whatsoever here? I know they've been terrible all year. I left them for dead, but God, nobody's taken that final wild card spot. Kraken are trash. They're all trash. Let's just take a quick look and see what we're dealing with now on the wild card here. So we have, God, the Jets are 5 points out. Who's ahead of them? Predators, Sharks, Kings, Kraken. They're all bad hockey teams. So I think that unders, I think it's going to be difficult to score. The problem is I can't guarantee there's going to be defensive intensity, but I can expect very good goaltending. I think it's hard to beat Hellebuck, and it's hard to beat Shesty. And I think the Jets should be bet on the minus 1 line. So I think the Jets minus 1 line, I'm going to sit with a little longer. But I think the Rangers are going to have a tough time winning on the road. I think these goalies put on a clinic. I think this line's moved to under 5.5 juice because of how spectacular these goaltenders are. I think this game should be invested in, and I'm going to be on under. So this is going to be a first period under and a full game under. And then I have to decide about the Jets -1, which I still kind of like. Let's roll on, Jose.
All right, let's go to our next game is Chicago, Utah here. Let me go back to money lines here. We have a -226 opener for Utah's down to -214 at Bet Online, but at Bovada here, it's at 235. Opened up there, has stayed there. It went down to 225 at one point, but it's still at 235 now.
I'm hesitant to just expect the Mammoth to just lose and lose and lose. They started that road trip beautifully, and I understand that Chicago is playing decent hockey here. Yes, that's what we've learned, TJ. That's what we've learned. AM on Mammoth money line says price is too cheap. Let's get in here. I'll have to move this here. So I got my computer acting up here. Got to force quit some applications. Okay, let's roll here. We have the Mammoth coming off a 3-2 loss, in overtime at Chicago. Then they lose 5-0 at Minnesota. I expect them, to bounce back. Mammoth had the game in between the last time these two teams played when Chicago won in overtime. I expect the Mammoth to bounce back at home. But that was a really long trip. I don't like backing teams in the first game back, but they are coming off being shut out. Wow, 81-80. Wow, Godfather. What wild work. So you have to think that the Mammoth are going to bounce back here, but God, coming home off of that long of a trip, the only way you generally back a team coming off that long of a trip is if it was a horrible trip. Now they're coming off a 5-0 loss. They played a game in between when these other two teams. So Blackhawks haven't played since their last meeting, and Utah have. And now I know Utah lost, but I just don't back teams coming back home from a trip. But you should, if they weren't, wouldn't you back them off a 5-0 loss? And the answer is yes, you would. I just don't know if that should be here. Let me just look at this money line move one more time here towards Utah. -214. They probably bounce back here, but they must bounce back. They got to be angry with how that road trip ended. I think that you have to focus on that 5-0 loss and how angry they must be. But again, you're now facing a Blackhawks team that hasn't played since the last time these teams have played. And it's going to be their third game in 4 nights with constant travel. I can't back the Mammoth, but I completely understand anyone who would. Let's roll on.
Oh, okay, there we go. They gotta click the button there. We're rolling on to Jimmy's favorite team to bet against, your Vancouver Canucks versus the Nashville Predators here. Semi-bettable bet against price here at -150. I'm sure the -1 line's not looking too bad either. This opened up -152, now -158 at Bet Online.
Oh, very, very interesting scores here in college basketball. Look, Vancouver Canucks are playing, so we bet against them. I understand that there are going to be situations where they may become appealing to somebody, but it's the worst Vancouver Canucks team in the history of our franchise, and we've had some of the worst hockey teams you could possibly imagine. This is the worst home record in 6 wins in regulation, and they've played 31 games. It's just horrific. Calgary's only won 9 games, by the way, at home. Look, it doesn't matter if it's a good situation for the Canucks. There's no such thing with the Canucks. So I moved on to Predators on the -1 line. Loved it. Laughed while I put it in. Got plus money on it, +104. Predators are an okay hockey team, and they're going to smack Vancouver in the mouth. Now, look, Vancouver's going to win some of these games, maybe. But what are they going to win? 1 or 2 of them for the rest of the year? They just have to be faded every opportunity you get. And if they give you a price that's not bad, then be thankful. I'm on the Predators -1 at +104. Let's roll on.
All right. Well, you said -1 there?
I got the -1 at +104, yeah.
Okay, cool. Shout out to you there. Pittsburgh Penguins, Las Vegas, as we'll say Raiders, Jesus. Knights here. We're Golden Knights here. We're talking Knights -154 here is now -148 at BetOnline there again. So line trickling down towards Pittsburgh here.
I had planned to back Vegas here. And I found it extremely difficult. Let's just get a quick review of their injury report. Look, we know Pittsburgh's playing without Malkin and Crosby, but they're playing with a ton of heart. They're playing with a ton of character. And what's missing from Vegas? Well, just those 2 words, heart and character. I mean, they're captains out of the lineup. Now, Howden's back. That helps. Their injury report looks a little bit better. How are Pittsburgh scoring all these goals and playing so well without Malkin and Crosby? AM says this is a Penguins money line for him. The Peanut says Stone's a game time decision. Wow. You were right. He's still on IR. He isn't being pulled from IR yet. TJ says it's so hard for me not to bet Pittsburgh, but I hate both these teams. Pittsburgh keeps pulling the rabbit out of their hats. They are the Patriots of the NHL. They're playing with just heart and character. I mean, look, I think that I do not want to back. Look, I just took the injury report off. I don't need to see it. I don't want to back Pittsburgh. But they're playing over their head, and whoever is backing them is getting paid. Crosby and Malkin out. They seem to handle it. The Knights are just not playing with character and not playing with toughness and not doing anything. Now, Coin says Pittsburgh just smashed Nashville 2 weeks ago. Yes, 11 days ago. 5-0. 5-0 in Pittsburgh. God, doesn't this set up for the Knights to show some heart and show some character and win this hockey game? It really does. It really does. And in saying that, you're just getting so much out of Pittsburgh. Who wants to fade Pittsburgh when the way they're playing right now? I'm gonna have to leave this game alone. But God, Coin, you got me wanting Vegas. Do you expect character out of this Vegas team? And the answer, what we've seen so far this year, is no. No. And why try and catch? I don't mind. Look, the catch a falling knife thing. If you're getting a dog price, do your thing. But now with the Lightning, the reason why we said, okay, Lightning have to bet is because now you're not just missing Larkin, you're missing Kopp too. And Kopp had replaced Larkin as a first-line centerman, and he's a huge part of the penalty kill. Now here, Ron Crawford says Vegas must win. Yes, they must. They must. And I just don't count on them to do it. Now, they played with heart at Dallas, but God, the Minnesota-Edmonton losses were ugly. They were in a must-win at Detroit, and they did exactly that. They won. But so this isn't the first time this has happened. This is the 3rd time the Knights have gone through a swing like this. Between December 17th and January 4th, they lost 8 of 9 games. Then they went on a winning streak. Then, between January 19th and February 1st, they lost 7 of 8 games. Then they won some games. Then they won 3 straight. Then, now they've lost 6 of 7 hockey games. Look, if you gave me... Oh, yeah, you have to add... I wasn't going to, TJ. Now I have to. I haven't bet it yet, but I plan on it as soon as the show's over. This year, I'm not going to bet against the character of the Penguins right now. And I understand the Knights need to win. I'm comfortable not being involved in this hockey game. Let's move on to the last one on the board. Jose, my man.
Last one of 66, I think.
Yep.
Games.
We sort of missed the Miami of Ohio one, so 65.
65 games on today's card here. If you haven't already, give Jimmy some love because he's broken down all 65 games here for you guys. Show some love in the chat. Let's go get some money today. Seattle Kraken versus everyone's de facto NHL Stanley Cup champion, the Colorado Avalanche here. Very interested to see how this Avalanche team does in the playoffs. But right now, we're seeing a minus 194, minus 195 at BetOnline. Funny difference here. BetOnline has minus 195. Bovada has minus 225.
Jesus.
Highest of anyone else here. Bookmaker has minus 203. My bookie has 214. So some pretty high lines, some a little bit of discrepancy between them, but big favorite, the Colorado Avalanche.
Do I think the Avalanche are going to bounce back off the loss to Edmonton? Their last few games have been all very tight, but they've been against the elite teams in the National Hockey League: Dallas, Minnesota, Edmonton. The Kraken have lost 3 straight games at home. This home stretch was supposed to be so crucial to them holding on to this wild card spot. And what have they done? So this is game 6, the final game of the homestand. Now, they head to see Vancouver tomorrow. It's not a big deal. They're not leaving tonight. But if you're going to give me an opportunity to fade Seattle, that is so clearly less than the sum of their parts, with the best team in the National Hockey League off a loss, I'm going to take it. I'm just going to take it every time. I'm going to take it every single time. I took it here. I have Colorado -1. It was expensive. Minus 195 on the money line, plus 129 on the puck line. I'm on Colorado -1. And Wedgwood's being a monster, Peanut. Decord's not looked good of late. Look, the Avalanche know that the Minnesota Wild are breathing down their neck. I mean, there are teams that have said, look, we can beat Colorado. And Colorado should step back on the gas pedal. Right now, let's just take a quick look at the Central. Dallas is 5 points back. The Wild are 8 points back. The Stars are 9-0-1 over their past 10. The Avalanche have to go in and win this game. And I think that they will. So I am on the Avalanche -1. Let's do a quick review of the National Hockey League, and then we'll do a review of everything. So games that I bet last night. Boston -1 at -108. Lines moved against me. San Jose Boston under 6.5. Got that -101. I like it a lot. Buffalo -1. Anaheim money line. Devils -1. Predators -1. Colorado -1. I really like the way this ended up working out. There are games that I was uncomfortable with. There was games I knew we were going to move in a certain direction they have. I knew that everybody would get caught up in the 24 goals that were scored in the last 2 games against in Buffalo Sabres games. The Capitals have one way they can possibly play this game. They got to play the tightest. Carberry's going to be all over them. Carberry's going to expect a playoff-type hockey game from the Capitals. Can they deliver that? Well, they don't win on the road, but can they play tight defensive hockey? And the answer is yes. Now, why is this moving? Well, it's not Logan Thompson in that. I knew that this total would skyrocket up, and it has. And I'm going to bet the under in Capitals Buffalo Sabres. Then I'm going to add the Lightning -1. I'm going to add the Wild -1. I'm going to add the first period under 1.5, full game under 5.5 at Rangers, Jets, and I may add the Jets -1. And that is the National Hockey League for Thursday, March 12th. To review more action here, Stacks play today, number 2, Yukon Huskies. Wine time. Look, all that action for wine time is actually earlier in the day, so we'll see what he adds. Florida State's the taint play of the day. BJ on Miami +1.5, and it looks, it's 63-62 right now. Utah State smacking UNLV. Should have trusted the books there. And Auburn up 8 right now. I might move on to 6.5, but even that hasn't become available. That's up 4.5 right now, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I can just let it go too. We got a huge amount of action this evening. So then we have here Kong's clips on UConn minus 14.5. Dutch Boy Fresh gave us the Spurs minus 5.5. Let's go to the spot here where the game. So we have 5 p.m. games going. We didn't move on Rhode Island Duquesne, but I moved on Grand Canyon first half minus 1.5. That pops off in 39 minutes. I moved on Norfolk State first half minus 4.5. These big favorites haven't been good for me in the MEAC or the SWAC. I'm a little nervous about it, but it's a pretty monstrous move towards the Spartans here. Then Spoons on Kent State minus 4. I have interest in La Tech. I doubled down on Florida State plus 17.5 full game, plus 10.5 first half. We'll see how that bangs out. I have some interest in Houston. I could wait till BYU menaces early and then move on them live, which is maybe how I'll handle it. Then I cashed with Ole Miss yesterday. Bobano's on Ole Miss, and I'm going to fade Ole Miss here today. Beard had his day in the sun, and now the sun's going to go away. Bobano's on Tulane plus 2. He's on Loyola plus 7. I'm going to be on Maryland Eastern Shore. It's that is the Delaware State Hornets of today. I'm going to flip to Southern from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and I'm trying to be more comfortable with the flip. I want Southern Utah. I'm astonished that they're public. We'll have to see if that continues. I'm going to be moving on Colorado State here shortly. Western Kentucky interests me a great deal. Then the North CSUN Matadors interest me. I might move on Rutgers first half. I find that appealing. We have a TCU that I will be moving on against the Jayhawks. Bobano's on Clemson plus 1.5. He's on Oklahoma plus 2.5 in the over 161. I'm interested in Nova. I don't know if I get there. I'm interested in North Texas. I will be betting Abilene Christian, and I will be betting Cal State Fullerton. I want the Pistons. It might be a first quarter and first half spot. Might just be a first half spot. I don't think I want to double up on it. Then I've got some sickening bets in NBA, but I'm a sick man. Wizards first quarter, Nets first quarter, Bucks first quarter, Bam under because we fade happiness. Now I've seen.
I bet that too. By the way,
Bam
under 21.5. Yeah,
it's a very, very low number. He's gone over it 5 straight games or 6 straight games, something like that. Very low number. We have Mavericks Grizzlies here, and I'm gonna have to take a second look because I saw Sweaty Butcher come in on the Grizzlies, but I want and expect to be on Dallas here. We need to find out if Wemby's in. I have some interest on the Thunder, but I loved the angle that Justin McKelvey talked about with Brown getting kicked out of the last game to take his over here. Then I'm going to be on the under in the Bulls-Lakers game. And Jose, that is the end of our show, Thursday, March 12th. I couldn't, you guys are giving me all accolades for a 6-hour show. None of this is possible without Jose working tirelessly. He's producing multiple shows. He's driving out of Southtown 101. He's still ready, sending me graphics at midnight. Still ready to go when I send him graphics late. So thank you, Jose, for giving us a situation where we can cap like this because I wouldn't be able to do it without you. So Jose deserves more accolades than me for giving us a situation like this. Thank you guys, everyone here in the chat. AOD, Nasty Nate, Dizzy, AM, Jose Perez, Peanut, TJ, Coin, The Godfather. Thank you guys so much. Ronnie Crawford. Thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Means a ton. And speaking of our guy, Ronnie Crawford here in the chat, we went over spreadsheet plays of the day for him, but let's put them in a little package before. Peanut going to take the Rangers plus 135. I get it. I really, really do get it. The spreadsheet play of the day in the National Hockey League is the Dallas Stars, and in the NBA, it is the Phoenix Suns. All right. The way it is for us right now this time of year is there's very little time for anything else but capping. And I like it. But we got to make money. Yesterday was a day where we lost a little bit of vig. Lost on Tuesday. Have to win today. So let's go out and get it. Good says, Jose, shout out, bro. You the motor for the car. You're absolutely right, Good. Jose, could you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Should be a fun day. And in a few short weeks, Pubapalooza is here.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone, Pubapalooza is here. So don't forget about that. But before Pubapalooza, we're going to end with the video. Join the bracket contest and confidence pool, $50 each. I will be in both. I'm coming for next. And Jimmy, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to use all the 1 seed. Hands up. I'm going to use all the 1 seeds, and I'll go out like that.
It does feel like that situation. First thing I said is these 4 1 seeds look dynamite. We also have Johnny Football. Jose, Johnny Football is Pub Sports Radio production here. Johnny Football. Tell everybody a little bit about Manziel this weekend. And if anybody wants anything that can't come down, if you just email us at pubsportsradio@gmail.com and get stuff autographed and all that. Touch on this, Jose.
Yeah, this is a cool thing. Next weekend, the 22nd.
Oh, it's not this weekend.
No, the 22nd. No worries.
Okay, cool.
Next weekend on the 22nd, Johnny Manziel will be in town signing autographs, taking pictures, kissing babies, the whole thing. It's a Pub Sports Radio sponsored event, so I'll be down there doing video and such. But it's gonna be a whole lot of fun. So I'm gonna use our guy Nasty Nate for an example. Say our guy Nasty Nate says, you know what? I want a mini helmet signed by Heisman Trophy winner Johnny Manziel. He can go on the Pub Sports Radio website right now, purchase it, and it will be laid aside for him so he can come pick it up at Pubapalooza. Those are the cool things we can do there for you guys coming to Pubapalooza. I believe we can also ship stuff as well. So come on out. If you can't come out, buy yourself something on the website. And if you're coming out, get your ticket early because you can go get your stuff early. You don't have to wait in line. Save some time. It's going to be a whole lot of fun there.
All right. I pulled the trigger. I'm on the Tennessee Volunteers plus 6.5 minus 120. I could have waited. I'm wondering if the tricking me with the live bet is, the opposition has the ball. Do you wait and see if you can get that extra point? I've been waiting for 8.5s. Not here. I just took the 6.5. I've been waiting for this number now for, since there was 6 minutes left in the first half, and I finally got it. So I just moved live. Oh, damn. Auburn just scored 2 more, but it's still 6.5. Look at that. Wow. It's not. I would have thought for sure that would have moved to a 7.5. I guess Tennessee's about to score. Wow.
Well, you want some good news and bad news from One Spoon's bets?
Yeah.
Good news. We'll start with bad news. Bad news. I might be mentally handicapped. Good news. I'll be in San Antonio till Monday. So those are the 2 ends of the spectrum right there, Jimmy.
I like all of it. Nasty Nate, yeah, the Tennessee game, they're down 10 with 11:38 left. 6.5 is now at minus 110. They just called a timeout. This is the only time, when the team has the ball off of timeout, if you trust the coaching. Now I know there's question marks around Tennessee. Florida's taking a 5-point lead. Utah stayed up 15. The market told us that. I wish I had listened. And I'm in business. Jose, can you please? Oh, wow. Kike moved on money line live. Let's get it, Kike. Hino Ball says, need Miami to finish this. For a lot of you guys, I'll be cheering that on. This is the next most important part of the day, Jose. I got to get action in and focus on all the notes that I've copied and pasted. Can you please bless our action, my friend, and lead us into the future?
Of course. Good luck, everyone. And by the way, people were asking. I'm sure a lot of people are leaving on Monday night, but Monday is Bulls at Spurs. Mm-hmm. So there's your incentives to stay a little longer for everyone. Go see the Wemby show. But shout out to you guys. We appreciate all the love and support that we get. It's not possible without you guys in the chat. Let's go make some money. Jimmy, I hope you can get some food in you. Good luck today. Let's go get it because we have a lot of action together. And let's go Leche, Alos Bookmakers.
College basketball heaven. And at Pub Sports Radio, we don't just have one contest for you to get paid in full. We've got 2.
$50 to enter each contest, with $2 of going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
Our first contest is the old bracket contest, and we use the Fibonacci scoring sequence.
which means each round's value is worth the sum of the previous 2 rounds of value. So 2 points for the first round, 3 points for the next round, 5 points, 8, 13, and 21 for the national championship. The second contest we have here is our confidence pool. You have 90 points to put together a roster of your favorite teams.
A number 1 seed is worth 16 points. If you use all 4 number 1 seeds as part of your roster of teams, of course, that will cost you 64 points. You'll only have 26 to fill out the remaining teams. You receive 10 points for a round 64 winner, 15 points for a round of 32 winner, 20 points for Sweet 16, 25 for Elite 8, Final Four 30 points, and the NCAA champion, you get 50 points. You can use as many teams as possible with the 90 points allotted. And that's not all. Harbor Acres Cottages are adding $350, a salty bonus to the winner of this year's confidence pool. Shout out to the great people at Harbor Acres Cottages.
And shout out to you guys for joining our contest. Cannot wait to fight it all out here in March because, baby, this is college basketball season. Let's go.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.